Arknights.
Alright, hello and good morning to all of you once again. Welcome back to another stream of Arknights Endfield. I'm back. I don't sound particularly good. I caught the cold last week, so on the road to recovery, I suppose, but I don't think I sound that good today, at the very least. Right, I hope everyone had a great past couple of days. Right, it was Lunar New Year for my end, so I basically had to fulfill certain obligations to the culture, you know, and stuff, visiting and all that stuff. If anyone celebrates it as well or observes it, right? Hopefully you had a great Lunar New Year and received lots of red packets and stuff. If possible, you know, just accept whatever you can. You know, times are hard these days. I got some as well, to be fair. Not that much this year, because I only visited like one house. Supposed to visit a second house, but on the first day, my nose wasn't exactly in the best condition, so I chose not to go and get others sick as well. Because there's a bug going on. Not just me who has it, I think a lot of people are like having flu and cold and stuff like that. Plus the weather has been absolutely torrid, okay? Horrific weather. It's been raining the past week, every single day, and it's like not passing showers kind of thing. It rained like 7 or 8 hours at one go. Absolutely torrid weather. And monsoon came slightly earlier than expected. Usually around the March period where we get really heavy rain, but this year is like half a month earlier. Not much we can do. Alright, the stream was supposed to be last week, right, for what it's worth. So have some sympathy for me who fell ill at the wrong moment where I wanted to do this stream. Just to commemorate like Arknights Endfield going into its 4th week. Now it's like almost 30 days. I think tomorrow will be officially 30 days, not today. Right. What was it? Was it even not tomorrow? I think it's next week actually. Forget what I just said. Time doesn't quite flow well anymore. Right, we'll be talking about the important things. Right, this is called the Endfield Babble for a reason. So later on we'll be going over a very eventful first month, I would have to say, for Arknights Endfield. As for the things that we'll be talking about all the regular stuff. We'll be going through all the good, the bad, the ugly, the very positive side, the very negative side. We have a lot of things to go through today. So it could be my excuse to go with a yap session or stuff like that. So well, we'll see how things go. Anyways, who are the people in the chat right now? Okay, hi Esmis, Desta, Theatrically Cruel, Zopni, Phoenix. I think I saw Erasers earlier on, Mouse as well, but you know, some of you just pop in and disappear. I don't know where the heck you go. Right, for the YouTube side, hello, I'm multi-streaming on YouTube as well. So I hope everyone is ready for very serious talk about Endfield and its potential future, right, for the months ahead. Actually, we're not even looking like 1 year ahead. Just looking maybe 3 to 4 months ahead, maybe even up to 6 months, where the half anniversary is gonna happen. Right, first things first, we start off happy. Right, do remember to do your survey. I think this one requires you to write an essay or something. And I haven't really put my stuff inside. I want to go through this. I wanted to go through this very top first before we go through the survey. And I'm not doing the survey on the screen, of course. I'll do it on my time, but right. So let's start off happy first. Got a lot of polls over the past week or so. It's like I think I got 15 polls, which is crazy to think about. But they gave us like a couple of what was that thing called again? The fortune connect and win. So we got this particular item is the auspice connect and win. But a couple of days ago, the early days of the Lunar New Year, we got connect and win luck. Now this was guaranteed 880, while the auspice was guaranteed minimum of 260, but on average you should be getting around 280 from that. Now speaking of the 280 and whatnot, I've not gotten 300 a single time. I've gotten 260 twice, which is the minimum, and I got 280 on the first day itself. So yeah, basically red envelopes. We call that Hong Pao, right? The red packets. Essentially that's that. Like, it's fitting that China-made game observes this and gives people nice little rewards for that. Now that being said, I came up with a thumbnail, right, at least for the YouTube side, so I hope everyone is happy with the thumbnail or stuff like that. You guys will see the thumbnail later because I included it in the well, I made a PowerPoint slide again, unfortunately. Very original of me, right? For long talks like these, I always do this. It's easier to put everything out in point form as well, to be fair. Easier for me to go through, easier for you to follow. Works both ways. It's not the most professional thing, right? You could do on stream. Obviously, I'd want to do a little bit more on the more interactive side, but that takes more time to do, and I will have to delay this. I don't want to delay any longer. It's either I will have done it today or tomorrow, and I'll be honest, maybe it would have been better to do it tomorrow on a weekend when everyone's like either off work, you know, ready to sit down, have a solid talk about everything. But you know, it's a holiday week, so some of you have maybe taken off days or something to make it a really long weekend, because Chinese New Year just happened to fall on a Tuesday this year, right? Ang Pao na lai. White Hardo, I'm not married, can't give ang pao. Technically I can, but you know, as in the position of someone who's older. So that's you. CNY 2 days, MC 2 days. Yeah, that's a very well planned MC. If anyone doesn't know the MC thing, something we have here in Singapore, it's a medical certificate. So you call in sick essentially, and the doctor endorses it. Your work's like, okay, fine, you fell sick. But it's very funny because you know, during the holiday period, we always have those people taking sick leaves. Right, so as you can see, my authority level has risen up to 51 in the time that I have not streamed. I think the last time I was at 48 probably. But yeah. Wuling next for me? Maybe? I don't know, I haven't even touched Umbro. I know some content creators already like rush to do it. And I'm like, why rush? There's no need to rush, you know. Rushing is for people wanna jump on it. Okay, so I did promise that I was supposed to do the Angelina whatever banner, you know. Not Angelina, but Gilberta banner, sorry. They look the same, okay? Don't so forgive me for that mistake for now. I feel like Warfarin right now, okay? I feel absolutely shattered to see someone with a familiar face call them by the wrong name. But that being said, I was supposed to do it last weekend because that was a plan. That was when I got the login rewards I completely claimed by then. Unfortunately, I fell sick last week. I think I fell ill last Thursday to Friday. It was about the end of the week as well, so shit happened. Well, that's just a bit of update from my side. So we'll just finally get to it. Now that means I do want to save for Yvonne, but this chance is kind of too good to pass up, where I did get a very early 6-star, if anyone remembers. I got Lavatane pot 1 the last time we pulled on this. But the tickets expire, you can't blame me. The tickets expire anyways. So. Yeah, it's just a 5-star, I mean... Free 10 times urgent recruitment, yeah, I know. It's kind of loud, It's just a 5. It's only 1 as well. We're not getting much out of this. I don't know what pot is this for Chen. It could be max pot already actually by now. I hope it's max pot. I seriously do hope it's max pot. But if it's not at least pot 4, you know, give me something. Something we'll work with. Right, so urgent recruitment, we're not getting out anything out of this. Does not look like it. It's just another 5-star, you know. So from here on we hard save, right, all the way already. A minimum again. The only good pull I've had is the early Lavatane pot 1 pull. I've never gotten anything more or less. It's hard to get less, right, than a minimum pull as it is. I'm always so disappointed when I see minimum pulls because I don't get this on my standard banners. My standard banners are always largely, so far, I've had multiple with at least 2 5-stars in it, so I'm very disappointed with limited banners. Meanwhile, my luck on OG Arknights absolutely brilliant. I get what I want most of the time. This game is shit to me, you know. It's so ass. And this will factor in later to what we'll be talking about as well. The gacha is absolute trash. It's greedy, and I hope they know it. I know a 3D game is a lot more, you know, to invest in, to put money in, to develop. But that does not excuse greediness, okay? The greed is very, very disturbing. When you see how Arknights has managed to still make money at a very decent level still, especially I think largely carried mostly by CN. I'll have to say spending is still largely carried by CN. But Endfield has taken like the opposite approach. They went full greed. You see some content creators saying, it's not that bad and everything. It is horrible, okay? And we'll get to that as to why it's horrible. And so, do I want to have background music from the game while I'm talking? I don't know. Maybe I should. But let's go to somewhere where maybe it's the login screen that needs to be. Maybe it's a login screen. I don't know. All right. We're not going to display this any longer. Thank you so much for the sub. The follow rather. Nicholas Schwitz. Right, Endfield codes. Some of the codes don't work anymore. I probably have to go work that one out. It's okay. I'll move out from here and get back to the probably the login screen.
Arknights.
I'll not do too much gameplay today. It's largely going to be talk unless I get this done quickly enough. Right. So hope everyone is prepared. Alright, this is the thumbnail I made for today's special stream. Alright, so I call this the Endfield Babble for a reason. Hopefully people are willing to share their experience with this game as well. Right. So the Endfield Babble is a special stream today that will cover a deep dive analysis of this game. Whether it's the good, the bad, the ugly, the positive, the negative, we will always talk about it. Right? I want to consolidate it into a single stream with all these talking points, so we're gonna do that. There'll be some maybe okay. Well, we'll cut that's so I can have easier navigation. Because this makes my navigation really rough. Right. I'll end the screen share. There won't be music from there. It's fine. Right, this is so I can access my browser a lot easier. That's exactly what I want to do. All right. First things first. Let's get to a poll. So I'm gonna do a poll. Alright, the poll is going to be, are you enjoying Endfield? There are a couple of responses. I'll put like 5 responses just for the heck of it, because sometimes it's just straight yes, no. But I don't expect troll answers on this. Let's just give ourselves a little bit of okay, so 5 responses. Or just put a 10-minute poll up. So whoever comes in, you know, you can do your thing. So are you guys enjoying Arknights Endfield as it is right now? Yes, no? Very much? Not really? Already dropped it? I don't know, if you've dropped it, it doesn't mean that you still haven't kind of kept up with the game in following it on YouTube or, you know, on Twitch or Twitter or whatnot, it just means that, yeah, maybe it's just not a permanent I quit completely. Maybe you're still hanging around to see if there's anything kind of special going on in the next few months. Right, I believe I'm not the only person to want to talk about the game and how it's been the last month or so. Right, I've seen some videos out already. 30 days in Endfield, and there's not been 30 days. Don't lie to people. if they released it a couple days later, it'd be 30 days. But you know, don't say you play Endfield for 30 days. You haven't. 30 days is like probably tomorrow. Yeah, it works out if it's tomorrow, because we had technically 9 days for some of you guys in the first week or so in Endfield, the end of January. For me, it would be the 23rd, so it would be 8 days only. So technically, for me, 30 days. You love to be a part of this, but you gotta go work in a couple of minutes. Rough timing. Alright, rough timing. Sometimes I feel like I pick timings that are not good for people, for most part. It's just, I want to get this out done today. If I don't do it today, then I have to do it tomorrow. It's just a matter of when I get it done, right? So if of any comfort, you can watch it off the VOD if you're interested in this. I will probably save it or as a highlight or something. I do have the capacity to save it for a bit. Right, so I wanna, for however long you guys are here, just hopefully get to participate for a little bit. Right, so we're going to go with the easy way out for the moment. All right, Enfield's first month. So far, we've had a very interesting first month, I have to say. We all know about the PayPal thing. Alright, it happened on launch day. And the fact that they kind of early released it a couple of hours before. I opened the servers, I think about 2.5 hours, 3 hours before. People are already going through all the tutorials and stuff. They were able to make purchases even before the purported release time. That's probably the funniest part of that entire debacle in the first day. What is going on? If you, okay, fine, you know there's hype around it, you release the game earlier than you expect, right? Just a couple of hours earlier. People are able to make purchases an hour and a half before the purported release time, which was for me it would be 11 AM on that day on UTC plus 8. So extremely funny that it just happened to blow up, right? Within 5 minutes of the purported release time, right, 11:05 AM that day. Me, I was barely in the game, and then there were people coming into my stream telling me, oh, you know, have you heard about the PayPal shit? I was like, oh, wow, payment issues on the first day. I was like, okay, payment issues is fine, but what kind of payment issues happen? My video did address that as well, the PayPal thing, where a lot of people were having wrongful transactions credited to their account. I don't know how the backend was messed up that way, but to attribute transactions to the wrong account is extremely silly. Should not happen. And they probably could have tested it with some of their staff, you know, trying out the payment stuff. Like they could have given maybe $20 on company account just to test things out. They did not test it out, and then people were like, "Oh crap, what's going on, bro?" Someone lost a couple $1,000s off that, but okay, they did take actions to refund people. Unfortunately, that's all they did. Why I say unfortunately, I felt like, you know, if they fully acknowledged that the issue was on their end and that it was a pretty horrible mistake to make, right? The lack of, especially the lack of testing with the payment transactions. The system itself broke on the first day. Surely there are some level of compensation that they can possibly make the players to say, okay, sorry, it was our fault. All they did was just try to minimize losing money. They did a PR thing. Refund everyone. But they didn't do the account resets or anything like that. So I think some people managed to keep what they got. Swept it under the rug essentially. No formal compensation for, right, we did something wrong. Here's our acknowledgement that, you know, we could have done better. That's what the compensation was supposed to be. At least representing. Not so much the there's one piece of the PayPal thing you never heard was the glitch error on Hypergrid and or PayPal and somewhere in between. I think it's the PayPal API on Hypergrid site. It was not coded properly, probably. Up until now, they still haven't reactivated it, so they know that there's a problem with that technical error somewhere. I don't think it's PayPal, because PayPal is the platform where the transactions go through. So clearly the API wasn't reading transactions from the right accounts, and they were just appending to any new transaction that they managed to grab, the system managed to grab hold of, and then just, I don't know the exact specifics, but it's probably something similar to what I've said to in terms of the misattribution more than anything. I don't think it's somewhere in between, because PayPal only processes. So if anything, it should be on the purchase side. So in the processing is on the PayPal side ultimately, from my own experience. Which means the Hypergrid store might have been the problem, actually, but with the misattributions of transactions. So it's a bit weird, a bit of a area where they probably did not expect to happen. But like I said, they could have tested the payment system like way before. Maybe using some of their stuff as, you know, if they don't want to use other people, like the main public, because game was not publicly released yet at that point of time, so they couldn't just get members of the public, you know, beta testers and all that to go test all these little things. So apparently the poll ended already. Okay, that's fine. Let's see where the poll ended at. View results. What's the result like? Nobody chose the negative one, so 5 people chose yes, you enjoy Endfield, to enjoy a lot, very much. Okay, that's very pleasing to see. There's some hope with the game. Right, it's not all dooming. there's definitely some hope for the game to continue. And if you do wanna check the link out, there's a link I put in the, although you have to type it out yourself. Unless I manage to, hang on. Actually, I can probably link you guys to it. We'll get to that huge profit thing later, but just for you guys to know, I suppose. So this is the link to the profits and money that Endfield has made. No, I don't think it's strictly profit, but at the very least, sales wise, 173 million USD. We'll get to that later. Let's not jump too quickly. Right, the PayPal thing was very silly because for me, if they try to basically just damage control everything, right? Not acknowledging the thing as with compensation was probably the worst they could have done. And what are players supposed to say to that, honestly, if they didn't give any compensation whatsoever? Is the compensation not expected to be put out? Right? Don't confuse the free tempo we did get. We did get a free tempo, but it's got nothing to do with the PayPal thing. It's a 30 million downloads celebration or something like that. So got nothing to do with that. Now that being said, Endfield has also, I think, got the Player's Choice Awards at the PlayStation Game of the Month or something. So a lot of people are clearly enjoying it, especially on the consoles and PC as well. So the aforementioned 173 million USD is not exactly fully on the mobile itself, right? Mobile, according to the Sensor Tower, only hit about 30 million USD on the first 2 weeks. 35 million maybe tops, but PC and console made up the rest of it. So about almost 140 million USD came from PC and console players. So people were willing to spend on this game. Really interesting contrast. Some people like to take the mobile sales as, oh, your game's not doing well, your game's shit. But if it's a multi-platform release, it's not just mobile then. We're talking about a mobile game against a multi-platform release. That's a difference. There's a very big difference there. And people need to find that distinction and acknowledge it. You can't just say, right, your mobile only did maybe, say, compared to Genshin, which is at the top, but we'll talk about more about the other gachas later on. Right, just an example. 60 million for any given month that they are compared to, right? So 8K has only done at least for mobile, generally it's, I think, maybe 10 to 20 million on a slow month these days. It really does depend what character is released at that point of time. So Arknights itself, it won't compare ever to Genshin. Genshin also played on the PC, right? And then people think, okay, mobile players or Genshin only. Boom, 60 million. 60 million on mobile is huge, by the way. It's probably one of the top performing games if that's the case, or top performing mobile games. There are still people who play on the PC as well. PC Genshin players. I used to be a PC Genshin player as well. So I've been counted towards the PC side and not the mobile side. And even then, there's only estimations as well. It's by the active player base. It's not got to do with huge proper multi-platform, alright, all taken into account. There's no way that's gonna happen. So you guys just take, oh, you're not doing that much on mobile compared to say the you know the big Koyo games, and then you're like, oh, you're not doing that well after all. Anyways, it's only 2 weeks, right? 30 million in 2 weeks is crazy good. Like Genshin was like has been out for so long, so it's counted for the whole month. That's the most important part that people need to talk about. You can't compare simply, oh, I'm just gonna do cherry picking and say, oh, you did 30 million for the month of January, but they only released for like a week and a half. 30 million in a week and a half, yeah. Crazy good already. You want to really get down to the real number is 9 days. It's almost the week and a half I'm talking about, which will be about 10 days. So you can't simply just take certain numbers that people spit at you, especially just to discredit Endfield itself and its purported success. Right. Okay, well, just move on next for my enjoyment of the game so far. My enjoyment of the game is quite... I think I only missed one daily so far. But I didn't miss the daily because I did not log in. I missed the daily because I forgot to complete all the 5 missions that I was supposed to, all the 20-point missions. I completely forgot on that day because I was juggling multiple games on that day and I just forgot about it. And then on another day, I think I forgot 3 of them. So I only got like 80 Oro Barrel instead of 200. Hopefully nobody did what I did, but I don't feel so much of a pinch so far if I lose out 320 right now because they're given 300 from surveys, you know, and all that stuff like that. The income stream is quite steady for now because it's still early days. They will likely continue the generosity for the next few months. And then when the player base has kind of just established and taken root on its own, like the numbers are exactly what they want to see and what they expect. Hopefully it's the case where they do still exceed expectations, the retention of the player base, but it's a bit rough to constantly say, yeah, we want consistent high numbers. Usually the game's launch period between the first 2 or 3 months will be the largest kind of player base that you will ever get. There is no way that could be different for any other game. And we had NTE just released, I think last week or so as well, and then people have been already comparing the similar games, right? Got in the gacha space and all that stuff, but we'll get to the comparison of different gachas later on in proper detail. The comparisons are inevitable because you have similar mechanics in the game that people will obviously just harp upon. Hopefully you guys can see the text is a bit small because there's so many points to make. I could probably break it more into other, well, separate slides, but been... I think I will have to have made another one extra slide for this, but yeah, it's just... If it's a bit small, then I mean, what am I supposed to do? Edit it on this spot? I mean, I can probably do that. It wouldn't take too long. Just let me know if the text is a bit small for you guys to read for a little bit, you know, just to ensure that you are able to read it and maybe want to share your view at any point. But I'm only on the second point right now. It's after all, it's on less than an hour in the stream. I would probably be at the end of this, the last point, probably in an hour-ish or now. That's the earliest I can guarantee you guys. Alright, back to my enjoyment of the game. I think it's quite good because I've been thoroughly enjoying the day-to-day runnings of the game. I'm doing elastic goods. I'm doing I skipped some deliveries after I unlocked it. I also have done some deliveries as well. The deliveries, some people find it cumbersome, I suppose. But I don't see it as cumbersome unless you don't want to spend more than 15 minutes in this game. It wouldn't be cumbersome at all. If you don't want to spend more than 15 minutes in this game, then the deliveries are gonna be a bit rough to do, because you do have the option, while you do have the option to leave it to other players as well. Right, leaving it to others still brings you some income. But each delivery doesn't really take super long. It's like maybe at best minute half, 2 minutes. Given the fast-paced environment of most gacha games these days, people just wanna, yeah, I'm just get my dailies done in 5 minutes and then I log out. Some games allow you to do that. I had games where I could just finish my dailies within 2 minutes. And that's not even rushing through it. 2 minutes, I'm done. I'm off to my next gacha. My next round of gacha dailies. Now, original Arknights, it used to be a bit longer, I would say, to finish your dailies. These days, not so much. I think they cut the time by around 10 to 15 minutes. You have to go into your base, collect all your stuff, collect trust, collect money, collect whatever resource, you know, XP cards, gold bars. You have to clear daily stages around maybe 6 to 8 times every day. Now you can clear 6 within just one auto deployment. Fantastic. It pretty much streamline all the farming processes, farming your mats, farming your essentially just using your sanity for the day, right? So you're able to get through every single little thing with a fantastic timing these days, because 6 runs just became what? You no longer have to do 6 separate runs, which used to be the case in the past. Even with the fact that they allow you to just run stages 6 times in a row, before they did this thing where it's just one run represented 6. In the past, there was before all these QOL features started coming out in the game, you had to spend maybe extra 10 to 15 seconds clicking on the extra screens just to ensure that you're able to farm through everything. Now, auto deployment is a great concept in games where you need to farm materials, and repetitiveness is not exactly what you are looking for. I'm sure a lot of gacha games who have some level of farming involved, they allow you to do that, except the open world ones. Open world ones, I don't think you can farm such through auto deployments every day, but you have other stuff like the case of Endfield. We have the Dijiang manufacturing cabins where you could farm your materials from there instead of just going out in the wild to pick stuff. But it's faster if you go out in the wild, because there are more of those resource caps around. You have like possibly 8 to 10 every day that you can get to. I don't know what's the upper limit, because I have to go to exploration level 5 for the limit to go up. Some of you already unlocked it, so maybe you can educate me on that. My case is I only can get maybe 8 mushrooms a day. That just as an example. I'm okay with that. I just need to pick 5 and I can regardless of whether they get in my backpack or not, I can already move on into the next quest, which is probably leveling up stuff. And leveling up stuff will give you 20 points as well. Which you get 40. Leveling 1 level on your operator, leveling 1 on your weapon. They each count separately. 40 points. That's 80 oro barrels already. The gathering, 120. What other things there were? Then you just use 120 sanity per day, and you can get the remaining 40. That's your 200 oro barrel daily, which translates to about. We don't count the weekly. Weeklies are like a separate thing. I think weeklies are like extra 300, 400 per month. Per week, sorry, not per month. And then the dailies itself alone, you get 6,000 a month on a 30-day month. This one will get a little bit less because it's 5,006 if I'm not wrong. You only have 28 days. But on a 30-day month, you get 6,000. 6,000 is about 12 pools. 12 pools per month, not including the ongoing events, such as the current Umbro monument that's going on, the narrative stories, they give some as well, or the login bonuses and stuff like that. This one alone, we've gotten so much more as well because of the red packet equivalent, right? So we got, at least for my end, I got 880 times 3. Fantastic. That's about 2006 already. And then we have another 3 that we got recently. I got about, I think about 800 of that. So about 3,004. That's almost 6 pools. But not every month is gonna give you that 3,006 extra. No, this month's income is a bit skewed as well. You can't take this and say, oh, it's gonna be like that for every single month coming after. That's not gonna be the case. Game is still, like I said, just within its first month itself, and usually that's when they are the most generous. Because in Arknights, as a comparison, our global release had these sanity items, which were either from the salted egg yolk chocolate at the beginning of the game, or the burgers. The burgers were quite something of an icon at the start of the game that we like to be nostalgic about and reminisce, because it was 200 sanity per burger, and they gave out like, I think, 2 weeks worth. That's 2,800 sanity. And early game, that is essentially a boon for your farming purposes. Whatever materials you needed to get in the first month, you could get that already from the very first event of the game. In that case, it would have been Granny and the Knight's Treasure for Arknights itself. In this case, we don't really have a proper farming material of the equivalent. In Endfield, it will be Endfield. I think is probably essence farming for a lot of people. I just recently started essence farming as well, just for their weapons, so they can maximize their operators' abilities, their attack power, especially for Lavatain, who's clearly the go-to choice for a lot of people, being the absolute first limited banner. And they knew what they were doing as well with Lavatain, because Lavatain, if you see her files, right, her birthday is the same as the admins, and it's on the launch date. The lore even goes deeper when you go back to look at her predecessor's birthday, which was 22nd of January. So obviously there's some significance there. Then they also decided to just use her as the opening banner to, I guess, also to give a shout out to the old AK universe, right, Terra. But perhaps to give old players, existing players of Arknights something to be nostalgic about. Hey, we remember our characters. We did not forget them, and they've come back in a different identity. Alright, so as for my overall enjoyment of the game as a whole, the one that I like and enjoy the most so far is the variety of things that you can do in this game. You can see that a lot of people have been doing factories, optimizing the stuff in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the game. Now it's probably stabilized for a lot of people, and they just like run your auto every day and just do the material gathering, the SS farming, sanity burning. The most interesting part probably is the elastic goods aspect of it. The elastic goods is so stock market-ish. Like you're basically buying futures. You're speculating. You're speculating on the future value of the items that you are investing in. So normally you buy low, sell high. Right? That's always been the case with speculative markets like stock markets and stuff like that. So you essentially have this mini economy going on in your circulation of your stock bills. While it's technically a single player game, you do have the social aspect with that. Not just the reception room, which is also the other thing, the clue exchanges, getting credits, helping your friends out with their daily tasks. I think was a quota of 5 per day, so you will be able to get about 100 extra credits. I think it was 20 per. But the elastic goods also added some layer of extra bits there, something which I'm very happy to indulge in every day. So every day I do elastic goods investment. I'll see if I can sell. I'll see if I can buy. Usually the rule of thumb is you can see anything going below 1,000, you start buying, because most of the goods are gonna be 4 digits. Most of them are gonna be 4 digits. And it's based on the markets that your friends on the friends list has actually managed to craft or carve out. So it was a very interesting social aspect, where you can do stock market on low stakes. It's not as complex as the real world one, but hey, you get to indulge a little bit and have a little bit of taste in investment. Right? Just a lot of things can be learned in this game in terms of the economy side, especially the industrialization, the stock markets and stuff like that. All really interesting aspects that I think a lot of gacha games have not yet managed to touch upon in a very big way, especially because this is a single player game. When you see in-game economies happen, right, usually they happen in MMOs. So you have stuff like RuneScape in the past, where RuneScape had its own in-game economy going on. And me having played RuneScape in the past for I think about 7-8 years, when I was younger, I didn't actively participate in that because some people were really driving economy, especially at the markets. I did participate in the sense that there were some bartering going on, and then there's a supply and demand thing where I farm certain items and then I sold them out. Now in this case, it's not social, in that every single aspect is social, and that it's the economy is just whoever is in your friends list, as much as the social aspect goes. For me, that's probably the aspect of the game that I touch upon the most. Not so much even the uh factory part, which up until now I still haven't gotten a time where I can sit down and actually start making my factory grow, like some of you have done. So I quite enjoying. I would say in terms of on a scale of 10, I'll give a Enfield a solid 7.8 right now. And there's not too much fuss going on. The graphics are excellent. I think the graphics pretty much the biggest saving grace of this game, because attractive graphics will definitely bring players in. Right, because the first impressions are important, and a lot of people are gonna be drawn in by the eye-catching graphics and textures, especially the raining start at the beginning. You can see some of the operators' clothes getting wet. So some articles of clothing getting wet, and then you can see the textures start changing to reflect the different state of it, you know. So it's actually very, very important that a lot of people go through this aspect of the game as like the first rite of passage. Like the graphics side is like fantastically animated characters. The textures are realistic. They're very relatable. You can probably see, like, if you wear certain clothes that some of the characters have, then you'll probably have experienced a similar type of situation in the ring, for example. Now, that being said, the game is not without its flaws, so we'll get to the deeper aspects of what it is. Right now I'm only talking about the more generic stuff. Right, so Enfield unfortunately will always be subject to comparison with other gachas, because it's of a very established IP as itself. So the IP, the intellectual property of Arknights, that's as much as it is, at least on the first glance, what both the tower defense game and Enfield has managed to have in common. That is until you play the game. Suddenly, more and more pieces start to fall into place, and then you realize, oh, Arknights and Endfield are both more intrinsically tied than some people may have expected. As they're characters who resemble each other in Endfield. They have already appeared in Arknights, and we already know them under a different identity. Suddenly, all these operators have started to go under different names, and it's a kind of a big hint that they go under different names. Okay. The big hint being, maybe next time I can do this a little bit better, where I kind of just highlight the points through animations. You know, like, oh, I'm on this point right now. Okay, but right now I'm on the comparisons between different gachas. Let me see if I can sort this out for a bit. Maybe it's more interactive that way. Because right now I'm probably boring you guys. Well, yep. Hey, but I love talking, and if you love listening, I'm happy to. Okay, let me see if I can make this a little bit more interactive for you guys. Just so you know what point I'm on. Right, just give me a moment. I'll just make this quick. So everything has appeared on its own. So yeah, it was probably the most confusing thing. Hang on, let me just take maybe 2 to 3 minutes to ensure that you guys will have an easier time looking at this. Okay, let me just see if this works out. Okay, it works. I suppose like okay. My issue right now is just the order that they come in. Just give me a moment. Oh my god. We'll get to the spicy part later. There's one aspect that is very spicy, and I think a lot of people have a lot of words to say on that. Right now, we're just touching on the basics, and it's things that we know, we can talk about, we've experienced. Now the other one, I'm not so sure. If some of you are even involved in some of those aspects, right? Okay, hang on, let me see if the animation is. So everything has to be. This will make it easier because right now I'm on a very weird. Probably should have just done this yesterday. This is off. This is really off. Hang on. Hello guys. Why is this not happening for me? Oh shit! I should have really done this yesterday. Do I go back on what I said and do it tomorrow instead? We'll do gameplay today instead. Fucking hell, man. But already an hour in, I kind of invested to do this already. It's just this is my fault for not planning everything out properly. Yeah, I did realize halfway in, I was like, oh, I don't think people can get what I'm talking about now. That's the... Yeah, just let me... We're gonna be here for hours anyways. I'll keep the main points up. I'll just do the sub points instead. And you guys will know exactly where we are at. Give me maybe 2 minutes to 3 minutes to get at least this part done. Okay, meanwhile, how's everyone doing on the game so far? Like, have you cleared your trim medals? I don't think I can do some of the trim medals, to be honest, because for my case is the it is probably level locked for me. Some of them can't actually do some of the bosses at level 90, for example, because I'm locked. I'm not exactly in the part of the story which allows me to get there. Yeah, I haven't been streaming a lot. I keep pausing when I'm thinking to talk about stuff, you know. It's If I were in radio, I'd be done in already by now. There's a 3-second rule, I think, with the radio thing. You cannot stay silent too long. You need to catch people's attention. I think that's what I'm failing at right now. I'm also losing the attention of the people even in the stream. Although for that case, it's more of a preparation part. Wait, hang on. Why is everything like this? Okay, I need to sort out some of the first part here. Why did they have an extra part over here? Alright, I need to add one more and then we're done. Right, so let's see if this works out for you guys. This is a very, very poorly planned stream. Okay, I think this makes it easier for you guys to follow. Hopefully. Right, you don't know exactly which point I'm on. So anything that has already appeared in the sub points, right, the sub bullets, they are already covered, and I decided to move on from there. Or, you know, we can probably cut what I said today and then do it tomorrow instead. I'm having second thoughts to finish this today, you know? Especially because I can do it maybe tonight instead. Would I even have the energy to do so? Never mind. We'll just continue at this point. I feel like it's a sunken cost already at this point to think about. Okay, we'll just move on. Right, the factory aspect, I think there's a lot of fans, because a lot of people have played Factorial, Satisfactory, and all those little factory building games, like SimCity as well. I think for the ones that are very, very old, a lot of people have managed to make factories with different types of layouts. It can be meme ones, it can be efficient ones. Some people maybe want to concentrate more on the efficient side. People have made memes out of the factories itself. and then there are some animations as well on the fan work side. They have already poked fun at the factory aspect, especially. I think there was one that was made regarding the relay towers, right? So the admin decided to start putting a bunch of relay towers down, set them, and then Becoming what's that called again? The main power supplier of Valley 4. Right? Essentially setting up power lines throughout the entire Valley 4. It was a very short, sweet. I think it was about 50 seconds long animation, but it just brought across the potential meme aspect of the factory side. But instead of just simply going with the usual stuff where it's just show the factory layout and stuff, they decided to make use of the relay towers as the meme, as the focal point. So you're laying the power lines out. Yeah, you sell power and electricity to the whole of Valley 4. So the best part of the factory is probably the most customizable part of the game. More than even your operator kit outs and your ability to put various types of healing items on them, on the armor and the weapons that they are supposed to wield to get the maximum out of their abilities, their stats. All the stats min-maxing for the operators. Yeah, there's some level of customizability there. That's not an issue. The factory though, the factory allows you to pretty much have a sandbox to work with. You can create any layout or factory output that you can imagine that is within the realms of the game, to what resources that you can produce. As much as it is, that's the most customizable aspect of the game, and a lot of people have been charmed by it, I think, and have spent more time on the factories than they have actually fighting enemies and participating in the combat. And that's after doing their dailies. So after dailies, what else is there to do? Oh right, I can go back to my factory. I can put different stuff out. I can start manufacturing stuff that I didn't in the past, because now I don't really need the stuff that I had been producing in the first maybe 2 or 3 weeks. So it's always catered to whatever output that you want in particular, right? If you're not at a late stage, you're not gonna need sand leaf. You probably haven't even reached that part where you need sand leaf. So I personally only reached the sand leaf part just like the last stream, where I did the last part of Valley 4, right? And then I practically only got sand leaf on that stream itself. I did go back to collect a couple, but I haven't started producing anything with the sand leaf yet, because I cannot use any of them right now. But I haven't hit the relevant part of the story, the next part where I was supposed to get to Wuling. And then sand leaf probably needs a little bit more focus, I guess, because now I think in Valley 4 all I have to do is finish up the remaining parts, the post chapter stuff. I suppose that's the only thing I'm left with, and mostly side missions. And the side missions are gonna give me so many of the oro barrels as well. And the second aspect over here that I want to talk about is probably having the fend off comparisons and create its own identity. So against the Genshin, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero. Now two of these are the famous Hoyo IPs, right? Wa is more of from Kuro Games, right? The makers of Punishing Grey Raven. Now, of all these, the ones that didn't really have a problematic launch, like Genshin didn't, I don't think, had a very problematic launch at the start. Genshin's problems came after. Right? If anyone had a problem with Genshin, it came after the launch. It had nothing to do with launch day itself. Like, Uwa had a horrific launch day from what I've heard and seen. around the, I think it was April 2024. Zenless was July 24, so a couple months later. Didn't face the issues that UA had, but UA has managed to recover its identity and trust amongst the player base. Although I think there are some criticisms with Wuthering Waves with their approach to making banner characters and stuff like that. But every game is going to face that, especially because a lot of these games have this one common aspect where they're not having a lot of male characters as much as the female ones, so the generation's a bit skewed. Therefore, they think it's well, they think waifu sells more, so they are gonna make more of the waifu characters than the so-called husbando characters. Which to some people is a bit disappointing because there's a huge missed opportunity with the market out there, where if you have a little bit of a variety and a more acceptable to people's eyes, the generation is more acceptable, you're gonna grab more of the market. But is that really the case? I mean, a lot of people are already spending on characters that have been released or are planning to spend on characters that are going to be released. But we are only on the first patch 1.0 of Endfield, right? 1.1 is going to bring some other characters that we have probably met before in the story. We've had possibilities in I think Tang Tang, was it? Yeah, Tang Tang. I haven't met yet personally because I haven't got to that part of the story. But we see Rossi already. Rossi is also a possible one. And the Wuling characters as well. We have apart from Tang Tang, we have Mi Fu. Right, we have Zhuang Fangyi. Right, the Tianshi of Wuling. Right, essentially the governor as well. So all these characters are gonna weigh in with the selling aspect, where people are still gonna buy monthly passes to be able to get all these characters because fantastic designs. They like how they've been presented in the story. It could be various things, but of course the first thing is the aesthetic of the cell. And I think Wuling has a lot of strong Chinese-based aesthetic that a lot of people find very attractive. After all, it's definitely the most Chinese-based part of the game, and every Chinese-made game, whether it's on the Hong Kong side or is it mainland China, it doesn't matter. There will always be inevitably some way to point back at Chinese culture and civilization as inspiration. 100% you'll get a Chinese inspired area to play in. Honkai Star Rail had that as well. Genshin we had very early on, practically the second. Actually, there's some similarity with Genshin now that I think of it, where the second area up after Mondstadt was Liyue, and that was the Chinese area. And then after Valley 4, we are getting into the second part, which is also the Chinese area. And then Zenless Zone Zero did the same formula as well. After we went out for the first time out of 6th Street, right, and the Janus Quarter, I believe, of New Eridu, we went to the Throne Quarter, which is the second area, and then we went to Waifei Peninsula. Well, Waifei is based on Hong Kong, but it's more on the older, more rural looking towns, so it's like more beat up areas. They speak Cantonese there as well, so there's that fixation where inevitably you will go into a Chinese inspired area no matter what. It's kind of just a shout out to going back to the roots, and for them it's easier to write in certain ways in that they are familiar with the culture. They don't necessarily have to research too deeply on the at least the basic presentation of it, right? They can wholly be accurate, having experienced a lot of these situations even in their everyday lives. So they are, but the writing can be a bit predictable with the Chinese side. You can always fall back upon Chinese mysticism with the qigong, you know, the more mystical aspects, like they call it xianxia, if I'm not wrong. Oh, wuxia is a little bit more grounded, like it's still more realistic, but xianxia goes straight into the fantasy territory and you will have more supernatural things, right? And I think some parts of Enfield already touched upon the more mystical side. You know, Zhang Fangyi is clearly not grounded in her presentation. Right? She, I think, has that glowing appearance at some point, as we've seen in the pre-release stream, right? The pre-release stream had that as well. The launch stream, essentially. So what we're gonna touch upon eventually is that Enfield, due to all these similarities with the other games, having similar areas that will inevitably happen in a Chinese-made game, they have to fan off comparisons. They have to create its own identity with various aspects of the game. It could be the combat, it could be the character designs itself. Are they unique enough to stand out? With Arknights, I suppose they have the Kemono Mimi part kind of like down pat already. They are essentially the standard bearers for it. They've done an approach where they've done the 4-year approach, where other games have not yet gone into that 4-year approach. They decided to just go with the standard Kemono Mimi part with excuse me. So if you see animal ears on a character, you're unlikely to see human ears. Arknights has this weird thing where even from the beginning of the game, in the original Arknights, you could see characters with 4 ears, so they have bear ears. They also have human ears as well. I think somewhere along the line they decided to just stick with it because the original designs they had human ears incorporated into them. Like Amiya has both bunny ears on top of her head and human ears. So I believe somewhere along the line they realized, oh shit, we made characters have 4 ears, so they just kind of doubled down on it and made a lot of other characters who have animal ears as well possess human ears. So it was extremely interesting in that sense. So in terms of the presentation of Kemono Mimi type of characters, right, the Enfield side is just on its own already, with having taken inspiration from the original Arknights IP. Everything is standardized. If they have animal ears, it doesn't mean they have no human ears, unless they already gave them the animal ears as the human ears, like jutting up on the side of the head. That's it. So you'll see certain pointy-eared characters. You'll see certain characters with 4 ears, right? And as much as it is, I think the most obvious one is the horns that some characters will have, because their races have horns. Like there are dragons, there are sarkas, and demons. who generally have associated with having horns. Maybe they are Fortes, like the bovine people. They have the horns as well, the bull horns, cow horns, whatnot. So having said that, the characters' designs are going to also have certain similarities if they possess a similar design philosophy with the Kemono Mimi side. So Zenless Zone Zero has the Tyrants to compare with Arknights. More than anything else, I think with this particular aspect of character design, Endfield has the closest competitor or comparison in Zenless, where they also have essentially like furry looking characters as well. We have had a couple already. We have a wolfman, a wolf tyrant, Lycon, Von Lycon. We've had a cute bunny lady in Zenless as well, who was released like last end of last year, right? So Zhao is a bunny tyrant, so she has the full experience of having a like the beast type of Kemono Mimi. You have the bunny ears, you have the furry coat, right? And then the very tiny compared to the more human-sized characters. Arknights is a little bit more humanized. You don't really see a lot of furry type characters, at least on the female side. There have been, right? And there might be in the future, I don't know, at some point. In Endfield at least. But Arknights has had a couple. We have had famously Waifu. She's a tiger. Right, so a feline race. And she's the most probably furry looking female character in all of Arknights. You are likely to see male characters looking more furry. Like we have Antal, who is a lizard man. He's a Savra. Right, so he has this lizard man looking visage compared to other types of characters who are a lot more human looking. So having said that, creating its own identity hasn't been too difficult because Enfield's identity essentially is just tied to, oh, we have the factories that set Endfield apart from the others, the factories. While with Zenless Zone Zero, they had the TV mode at the start, but TV mode proved to be unpopular with the players as a narrative device. It also took a lot of time, so it eventually got removed within like 4 versions. So 1.0 they had that, 1.3 it was pretty much phased out by then. Endfield, it looks like at least the factory part is gonna be fantastic. The factory part is just going to carry the game, is essentially for, I think, foreseeably the entire live service run of this game. Within the gacha space, is inevitable that you will find comparisons with games who were released before, right, and became successful, because now it's like, oh, is this the great new pretender? Is this the great new successor to a game that was previously successful already? It may not be from the same company, because there will always be competitive offerings from other gaming companies as well. It's not just Hoyoverse who's creating games, MiHoYo themselves. It's not just Kuro Games, it's not just Hypergraph. other players in the game are also going to be creating their own I wouldn't say clones, but it could be competitive with the offerings that are already out there, the big names that already have been established and have proven to be popular. There is no way to specifically say, okay, they copied this, they copied that. Surely, sure, they can take inspiration. Like, I think there are some similarities with combat with Enfield compared with, say, Uwa or Zenless, but not so much Genshin. Genshin has some specific aspects where you will not see happen in Enfield at all, in any shape or form in terms of their combat. But there are some aspects, like I said, that have their own similarities, and they will have like flashbacks or right. This looks like something you've seen before. But the important thing is just to not the base presentation itself, but to set yourself apart with unique other stuff that could be incorporated into those mechanics. For example, with Enfield, I think the combo skill part of the normal gameplay, right? The combo skills when you do your final attack and then you have all your entire team like just wail on that one enemy for most part. Right? Everyone coming in, like Perlica coming in, Chen coming in, and Enmin coming in, boom. Suddenly they completely locked down, and then you can just rain on them until you hit your stun meter. Now, stun meter is not something that's new to the gacha space. Like Zealous had that. Now Enfield has it as well. The stun thing is just to increase your damage multiplier. So it's just a way of saying, okay, you not only immobilize your enemies, but you essentially stagger them enough that now you open up this burst window where you can take them down much quicker. Maybe certain skills work. For example, Pelikas, I think, works on the stun much more effectively. So what she can do is that she can burst enemies by a large amount compared to, say, when they were unstunned. Right, so it's a very unique aspect of the game. Even you can't even say it's a comparison with Zenless, but Zenless has a similar thing with the chain attacks, which works in a similar manner. However, Zenless has a team of 3, while Enfield you have a team of 4 fighting simultaneously. Zenless you kind of need to do the swapping. You need to swap in and out to give that team fight kind of vibe. Enfield, every operator is involved, all 4 of them. So if you pick all 4 possible operators into a team, they'll all fight together. Then the AI will kind of control the others, right? We already know that. So in this case, I think the combat is unique enough to stand out. Like if you see a team of 4 characters fighting, you might just associate it with Enfield in the future if they fight in a similar manner. So one of the biggest gripes of Enfield for many players, including myself, is the gacha aspect. For me, I saw Enfield as a perfect console game, as long as the gacha was not involved. So back when even before Enfield came out, I ever spoke on stream before when I was playing Arknights. I hope that one day we'll get a 3D rendition of Arknights, right, with open world combat. Lo and behold, Enfield came announced around, I think late 2022. They started to tease that Enfield was gonna come, and then they made a website for it. And I believe they started dripping out their marketing materials for Endfield around the March of 2023. I think it was either Feb or March of 2023. It was around that period. And then some of the long-time AK players, they content creators rather, they decided to make some videos about those early months. And for me, those early months, you had nothing to go by. Making any conjecture on that is pure speculation. Is probably just a bit of fun with the audience who watches those videos. But I'm not the type to go into that kind of speculation, so I don't enjoy videos like that. You have nothing to go on. All you can do is speculate whatever is going on. You don't even have anything to work with at that point of time. It was just bare bones. There's nothing you could have done in terms of reading exactly how those early material drips would have turned out. Right? I think we have had technical test characters who never appeared, got removed completely. They may come back in another capacity in the future, but we don't know in what form. I remember they said there was one character who appeared in the early tests and never reappeared for the closed beta test. For me, I've not really been closely involved with all these early Endfield stuff, so I cannot fully comment on them. I can just say what I hear from hearsay. That's it. So the entire image of Endfield is very, very solid at the moment, but the gacha, man. Is the gacha going to burden this game in the long term? That's one thing. It's probably one of the main microtransaction draws of this game, and probably one of the biggest income sources, where if people are gonna pay for gacha pools, they're gonna pay for gacha pools, and they're gonna do it, right? Providing the income for the game to further development. But there's always this stigma where you hang it on the gacha aspect, right? Which I think the gacha aspect has been harped upon so much already at this point, even by myself. The gacha itself is just for me, it's a burden on any game the moment the aspect comes out. Now, Genshin got very successful despite being a gacha game, right? But Genshin came at a period where it was opportunistic for them. It happened in a very nice moment where the world was on lockdown, COVID happened. They got successful because of that. It's not in spite of that they became successful, it's because of that they became successful. That's the difference. Because at that time, everyone's at home. They need to find new outlets to not think about the fact that, you know, the world's been basically on in stasis for a good like 1 year or so before things started to slowly become normal again. Even now, it's not managed to recover from the impacts of COVID-19 so far. COVID is more manageable these days with all the vaccines happening and all that, helping people to get through, or helping people to have some level of immunity to the coronavirus. But the audience has changed. The audience has ended up going into more towards mobile gaming these days. At that point, Genshin had largely was on PC. They only released the mobile version later on. And even then, they took some time to optimize it. So it worked at a period where everyone was on lockdown. They were on their PCs. That was exactly where they hit gold, and people had money to spend since they can't go out as much, right? So all the money saved went into Genshin instead. So people started to enjoy the gacha aspect. But I mean, over time, due to all the reports and all the negative connotations with gacha associated with gambling and all that stuff, we caught into a problem where right now, if people think about gacha games, they don't really think highly of the game itself. They just fixate on the gacha aspect, and then that's it. It's just a gacha game, right? And it's a very good way to dismiss a game these days compared to at a point where the gacha aspect was not so much focused on. It was the fact that there was an open world aspect of Genshin for people to discover. There's a lot to play through. There's a lot of content that managed to capture people's attentions. But I would say if you just remove the gacha aspect, right, from Endfield, now while it won't make money, right, a lot of people will absolutely love it. But because the gacha aspect does hamper it in this very like our current situation of the gaming space, all of a sudden the gacha thing is at the forefront. It's no longer the gameplay, it's the gacha. Because that's the only way you can get characters right now. Apart from the free pools. Like the free pools are one thing, right? They do give you a bunch of characters that you can play with the free pools. So you get like the welfare 6-star essentially. And they gave free Ardelia, but that only applies to us, I suppose, for a while. I don't know when they're gonna remove the Ardelia thing. The Ardelia login helped a lot of people because she is one of the best. She still is one of the best supports. Just because the supports are very unique in what they do. We have Gilberta, who's a crowd control specialist, right? And then Ardelia is a little bit more on the healing side. But ultimately, those two are still a bit different in that sense that Ardelia is still able to be obtained from the regular banner, the basic banner, and you need to roll on Gilberta's banner to have any hope whatsoever to get to her. Absolutely no way. you can't do anything about that. So you're already not going to have a very good impression if you're just fixating on the gacha. Maybe it has inhibited Endfield a little bit. Alright, the core gameplay loop, some people still have no idea what the core gameplay loop of Endfield is. For me, the core gameplay loop is not simply combat. There are two core aspects to this entire game. Combat is one of them, one of the core gameplay loops and aspects of the game. The other is very important. The other is the factory and the production of materials, and your economy needs to keep going somewhere, somehow. That is your other core gameplay loop. The combat itself is tied to the operator raising. So that could be the entire thing itself. So we cannot consider that as a separate thing with the operators and combat system. Because that should be the core thing. Where if they market themselves as an action game, you're going to obviously hone in on that very aspect of the game, the combat side. So are people getting confused though? Or is it they are just picking the gameplay that they enjoy more? The experimentation and the customizability of the factory, the AIC factory, or they are more into claiming the game has an end game somewhere or somehow with the combat aspect. No, I already seen people claiming that there's an end game before Umbro Monument came out. People were saying, oh, you reach end game like level 80, level 90 operators. They're all maxed out. The weapons are level 90 as well. And I'm like, so where is this end game I'm looking at? If a game has an end game within the first 2 weeks of its life service, right, you are screwed. In my opinion, you are screwed. It feels like some people are just trying to get attention and get views off claiming there's an end game. Yes, hi Otoshaki. Kappa. What about the Kappa thing? Is it got to do with me talking about the end game? There is absolutely no end game in Endfield that can be spoken about, at least not until Umbro. No, I was just talking about the core gameplay loop of Arknights Endfield. Yeah, in the first month, and then some people focus on the combat aspects, and then we go into talking about, okay, when it comes to combat, inevitably some people are gonna call it endgame. The moment you hit like the ceiling of your characters, the level 80s and 90s, they're gonna claim it as the endgame. And I'm like, do you know what truly endgame is? Is that you literally have nothing else to do in the game, and that the combat is the only thing that's left. Because that usually the combat is tied in with the challenging aspects, right? So you have the case of Arknights. Originally, the tower defense game had endgame modes, the contingency contract, where there's a risk level you needed to get back then when they first released it. Now we do a point system. So if you do anything that's 600 points and above, you're considered doing endgame already. Endgame content. You're handling a very difficult to deal with aspect where enemies are buffed. You have to deal with inflated stats. You have to deal with additional abilities that the so-called risks grant to the enemies. Right? They unlock maybe special things that they weren't doing at their base forms. But now because you cranked up the difficulty, now that's your endgame mode. Contingency contract took several months to release because early Arknights had no endgame whatsoever. I think it's the case with Endfield as well. Endfield has no discernible endgame. Even Umbro Monument could be argued as, you know, just an introduction to what could be the predecessor to future endgame content. In your first month, if you have endgame content, you're screwed. Because you set the bar. If in your first month you get the endgame out, you set the bar for what people expect already. And then you have to keep pushing and improving and giving people even more and more difficult stuff. If you have an endgame within the first one, that's it. Your game's future is really in jeopardy. You get to be put under expectations by players to deliver even more difficult, even more challenging game modes. And that shouldn't be the way, because your first 3 or 4 months, you're trying to just test out what people like, what players enjoy, and then from there you can tune your end game from there. Right now we have different types of end games as well. The factory also has an end game on its own. I don't know what you consider to be an end game, but it could be your production levels. It could be your material manufacturing. It could be anything. It could be your kitting out your operators to like the highest tier equipment that they could be getting, like their plates, the armor plates, the uh protective equipment, you know, anything that raises their stats. You kind of just want to get there to the highest tier. That could be your so-called your first taste of endgame. But this is more the manufacturing side and more the production side. And that combat is a different type of endgame. So combat has no real discernible endgame. Even right now, like I said many times, in the past maybe 5 minutes or so, Umbral Monument could be considered just a precursor to your actual future proper endgame modes. Right now it's just like a first step. It's not so much the be all and all. It's not the final one. It's not the only one that's gonna be out. And then they have also put a lot of side stuff out for this first month. You have narrative stories, you have a lot of side missions that you could be doing on the side. Just simply, you know, fulfilling requests from NPC characters, collect your rewards, getting a little bit more story out of them. Some of them are interesting bits of side stories, you know, those side quests, than actual like connection to the main story. Now, connection to the main story is not the most important part, because the main story quest you have to play through anyways. So the side story, being able to add on to whatever you've already experienced in the main story quest, I think that's the most important thing that they could bring to the players as well. So for me, that's the optional aspect of the game. It's not core, but it could be considered a core gameplay loop, as in you are supposed to finish missions anyway. So finishing objectives, also another core gameplay loop. But once you are done with your missions, right, you literally have to wait for new patches, new content to drop, new expansions before you can actually do any kind of progression with regards to the gameplay loop. So that once that loop ends, right, you have to wait for new stuff for the loop to restart again. So are people getting confused, or are people focusing on the right thing? I feel like by having multiple core gameplay loops to the game, core gameplay aspects, they allow players to choose what they like. So some people are preferring the factory over the combat. The combat is like a means to get to the late stages of the factory, where you can produce greater and greater stuff. They are more fascinated by the production aspect, while there are people who are less intrigued by the production aspect, and the economic side, that they just want to fight, cut, kill, destroy enemies with their level 90 Lavatanes, with her level 90 max essence weapon, her signature, whatever, I don't know. People are going to prefer different aspects of the game, and I feel like the flexibility that Endfield gives is a plus in this respect. You may not have a congruent thing with the player interest, right? But at the very least, they're playing your game. So for me, that's a very underrated aspect. You still manage to get people to play, whether it's the main draw of the combat, the main draw of the factory, people are still playing. So there's nothing negative about that. Right, so we'll move on to the next thing where well, I talked about the briefly, like the 173 million earlier on with the I don't think this is profit. This is just the income that they made, the sales that they've managed to make. 173 million USD. In Chinese yuan, it's about 1.2 billion. So it went it went past 9 digits over in the mainland, which is crazy. Has the hype died down? I don't know. I haven't checked the active player numbers, but I think I would say it's still quite high, given that it's just the first patch itself, and then we still have one more limited banner to go before this patch officially gets called. AKE, it's Arknights Endfield. AKE. It's a good way to, in terms of like people like to shorten Arknights to AK. AKE is like a way to differentiate, but for me I just call Arknights and Endfield. I don't know what you guys call the two different games, but I just call OG Arknights and then this one Endfield, because if I say Endfield, people will obviously just think about, okay, that's the 3D version of Arknights. Yeah, it's definitely very difficult to check on the player count because it's the first month, and the first month is usually they go by month, right? Monthly players is easier to see rather than daily. Daily can fluctuate greatly based on people's free time. We call it Arknights and Endfield in the speedrun community. That's the exact same thing I do. So it's distinct enough for me. Abbreviations like AKEF. Okay, that's where it's a little bit different. I think I'm okay with either one, but as long as I just say Endfield, people will have the impression of the 3D version of Arknights, and that's enough for me. And then when I say Arknights, people can just think, oh, it's the original one, which is the 2D platform. So for my case, it's describing them or calling them by the name that is most distinct and easiest to associate with, pretty much. Why is my nose like dying right now? Every time I start talking streams, my nose starts to go on me. What the heck is going on? So I see some great points put out, like the fact that a lot of people just finish their Wuling story arc, which I personally haven't, but I think I should soon because it's about a month. I think 1 month is good enough to finish all the main story stuff. So they just log in, clear the sanity, and log off. Yeah, if you finish everything in the game already within a month, I think it's reasonable. 30 days. Even if let's say the patch takes 48 days to 49 days, which is about 7 weeks full, right? 7 weeks full of any gacha rotation between patches. I think it's a good gauge to see how players clear. Some people may clear your intended 7-week window within the first week itself. Some people may take a little bit longer, like for myself, we're approaching like the fifth week already, as it is, and haven't really finished every single aspect of the main story stuff. Whether they will continue with this approach where they add like maybe 2 different chapters in a single patch, it remains to be seen, because other gachas do it as well with the 2 chapters per patch thing. Although there are some where they just go with just the one main story quest, and then most of your other 6-7 weeks maybe worth of interaction with the game is just participating in daily logins so that you can participate in the events And they tend to time gate these events as well. They will do over 7 days, and then you have to do one part of the. It's not the daily logins that I'm talking about. It's more of the side events where you can just time gate stuff and put 7 parts of the event, and then you lock them 24 hours apart from each other. You increase artificially, you know, the player engagement, because you've kind of make them have to wait to the next day to do it, so they have to log in and do it. So just make it part of their gameplay experience. I log in on that day, I finish that aspect of the side events event, and then I move on to maybe another game, or you know, just done for the day. I come back the next day, I get to experience. That's like kind of just give them little bits of stuff at a time, so as to not make their interest wait. If you give sometimes the ability to just complete everything at one shot, right? If you do it after a week, it's fine. But if you do it before that, you risk the player interest just waiting after the first day, because they're able to just finish all your content within right away, and then you still have to make stuff for the next upcoming patches. You know, you don't have the time to keep giving new stuff for people to do. So by slowly dripping it out and slowly releasing crumbs, people will take whatever they can get and move on. Some people like me, sometimes I do wait until all of my 7 days are up before I start moving on to another like aspect of the event where I can start participating, and then I can clear them in one sitting. Sometimes I do that. There are times where I also do the different approach. Not everyone has the time to clear everything in one sitting. Sometimes the event may take you 2 to 3 hours. You might only have that time on the weekends to want to finish everything in a single go. While if you treat it as part of your daily experience, maybe every day you just log in, interact with the game like 15-20 minutes, and then you get out. As far as it is, I think a lot of people just don't have the time after work every day to interact with the game more than maybe up to an hour, 2 hours of gameplay tops, depending on what kind of plans they have had for their day itself. That's how you're playing Endfield. Yeah, I do think that's how many people in a full-time job, they just do the thing where, okay, work is killing me already. I don't want to have to treat a gacha game as a job, right? So if you treat it like a religious thing where, oh, every day you have to get stuff done inside, apart from dailies, you're going to be absolutely burnt out. It's a very easy way to lose interest in the game. So work days you do dailies, you burn sanity, log off. Weekends you do exploration and questing. Yeah, I do think that approach is very nice. Plus, it also frees you away from the aspect of the time gated stuff. Let's say if there's time gated for 7 days, right? You already unlock 5 days during the work week. 5 days, okay, yeah, just day 1, day 2, day 3. All them are unlocked already. You can just do them right away. And most of these daily side quests, right? They don't take a lot of time, but it's enough time taken up per day that you rather leave them for one sitting. Because one sitting means you can finish them in like one part of the event in maybe 10 minutes, and then if you play on the weekends, let's say you unlock all 7 days, and then on average it takes 10 minutes. 7 days, 70 minutes. An hour, 10 minutes, and then you get through every single thing. Maybe you can do it in an hour if you even skip some of the dialogue that you are not really interested in, because all you want to do is just get the rewards. Sadly, this is a job. Factory must grow. No. Super nice that you only need to play Endfield for only 50 minutes daily at the minimum. That's that's about how Arknights is right now in terms of gameplay loop as well. Arknights is also about 10-15 minutes tops. After you get inside, get your baits done, get your resources checked out, run one time for your 6 runs, burn your sanity, or probably need 2 minimum these days to wipe up your sanity. Let's say you regularly let it cap like I do. 15 minutes, that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much the gameplay loop for most part. And then new event stages come out, maybe that's the only time you spend like 3 to 4 hours. That's about it. Not really. Every 3 days you need to spend a lot of time to go collect those mushrooms or flowers or essence around the map, even with zipline. That is only if you fixate on it. If you play at a more casual pace, I think you're not even gonna... You're so fixated on, oh, I must get the maximum amount of materials I can get every single time, min-maxing. It's only then that it feels like a job. If you do it the way I do, I don't ever collect religiously on every single day. I don't fixate on that. I collect when I want to. I collect when I need to. Suddenly, the aspect is no longer the issue. So it's not even, oh, I need to spend every 3 days, maybe an hour collecting all these resources. I only collect them when I need to and I want to. It's not I have to build every single character in the game. I don't have to build every operator. All I need to do is just focus on the ones I want to build. But you need those mats for upgrading on the character. You have the manufacturing chamber for a reason. And the growth chambers. It's only a case of whether you get your materials faster or you get your materials in a slower pace. It's never a case where you get no materials whatsoever. Like for my case, right now, even my Tijiang ship is not at its highest level. It's level 3 only. The control nexus. I could go level 5 now, but I have enough mats for that, and I think I cleared enough quests for that. But I haven't got to that point because I'm just playing it slow. The beauty about Endfield is that you are not necessarily pressured to keep going to min-max your stuff. I wasted more sanity in my first month of Endfield than I ever did on my first month of Arknights itself. Just so you guys know. And I'm being real about this because I was very much a stickler to get my sanity efficiency in my early days. I don't even do it on regular Arknights anymore. I spend maybe 180 sanity out of 240 a day that can be regenerated. God, I kept way too much these days. And the access doesn't even go elsewhere. So in Zenless 0, you have the ability to drain those excess energy and like kind of stockpile them up to 2,400 if I'm not wrong, but at a rate that's like 3 times the regular regeneration rate of your unstockpiled energy in that case. Arknights has no such mechanic where you can let your energy overflow. You don't have such a thing. You just stuck with whatever you have. Your sanity max cap is 350 if I'm not wrong on Endfield. You're just 350 stuck there, that's it. Now the great part about having a 350 cap is that 1 day cap is 240. So the most you can go is like just spend the 120 every day required for your dailies. And you will never ever run to a point where if you do it at the same time every day, like as if it's a routine, Like a definite, oh, every day at 7 a.m. I must do 2 runs of protocol space. And then you are there already. You're never going to lose any of your sanity efficiency. Just in terms of the cap will never be hit ever. Because you have leeway. And well, for me, I don't care. I just kept. In fact, I think I wasted about probably upwards 2,000 sanity since the game launch. That's as much as it is. The only things I haven't wasted are the ones from the emergency boosters. So the ones that are always expiring every week, I finish them at the end of the week on Sunday itself. I always do that. So I just do everything at one shot, and I managed to hit my 1,005 anyway. So, or the weekly. I'm not sure how your approach is, but I don't min-max all the way. I just play at my own pace. Endfield should always be a game where you are free to play at your own pace and there's no pressure to min-max. The moment you start pressuring the min-max is where you start seeking, oh, is there an end game in this? That's where things start to get a bit complicated. Because suddenly the demand for time investment is there. Like you are the one who demand that the game has something to keep you occupied. But the problem in endgame modes is that they are not simply like maybe about 20-25 minutes of your time kind of thing. It's not a one-time thing where you do 20-25 minutes unless you are really that stacked. Sometimes if the people play at a much slower pace and then you come up with an endgame mode, there's a possibility they get stuck there for hours. Misplays, lack of investment, many factors can play into this time sink. Sometimes people want the end game, right, is because they want another time sink. So that's where the demand comes from. Like the players who run out of things to do, they want something else to invest their time in. They like the game enough that they are calling for it because they want something to keep them in the game. Because otherwise, if there's nothing to do, they don't log out. But unfortunately, this crowd is a little bit weird. You get what I mean? So, will sales continue to see highs? We'll see. Too early to say right now, but something for you to wonder whether the following month, next in March, are we going to see consistent high sales, like around upwards 100 million USD? Now all this money that they earn is good for the game. They can use it to invest in marketing, such as having collaboration cafes around the world, because Endfield is very global and as a worldwide release as it is. They've had planned collaborations all the way to Brazil, which Arknights has never done before. They've done it already planned some in Southeast Asia, although not in my country, but there's some in Thailand, for example, Indonesia. So all this money they are making, they are going to get more and more people interested in the game. They're going to get all these marketing going on. They're going to make sure that Endfield is a great success and that we are going to get maybe merchandise collaborations. They're going to get maybe much better features in the game that fully utilize the graphics engine. Maybe they're going to give you more and well-developed so-called endgame modes in the future that will receive regular updates so that you can challenge yourself. You can put your level 90 operators to use. your Elite Force and all that stuff. So the money they make has to somehow, you know, go back in at least significantly enough that they can make the entire game a better place, a better experience for everyone involved. You know, so Arknights has done that in the past on at least the OG game. Early on, I think they were working on a very tight budget to produce the game and put it out for release. It blew up at the end of tail end of 2019, I think. It really started blowing up because the it got to a point where they had a global release announced as well. So it wasn't the CN side alone. It was the fact that global was getting released. JP, KR, EN servers released simultaneously on the same day. Different time zones, so JP and KR are on the same time zone, so they are the ones with the simultaneous so-called release. While in the EN side is following UTC -7, so that would mean they went with that's based on the reset time itself, right? Something that was 15 hours ahead, 16 hours ahead. So that means JP and KR are always like on the front end. They're getting their events like 3 to 4 p.m. While for us, we're getting it these days on 11 p.m. But it's relative to my time. Like so for me these days, they get it like it's about a 7-hour gap or something between the JP releases and our release. And the JP should be taken as the KR one as well because they're the same time zone. So with regards to Endfield, they went with a simultaneous worldwide release. So that means everywhere in the world where, you know, the game was accessible in, they released on the same day essentially, right? In Arknights, that wasn't the case. They had to wait, and also, yeah, they needed money to find someone willing to publish the game for global release. So in the current climate, it's just JP, KR, and EN all under Yosta, right? Of which, even within this aspect, there's a favorite child. So the JP is the favorite child. They have an extra, I think up until now, about 30-40 pulls more than us as a whole, because they have had Play Store #1 several times. Right, and the players get rewarded for it. In EN, there's not so much willingness to spend as JP does. So we'll never see Play Store #1 for most part. But that's where the favorite child, the middle child kind of shit all start coming in, you know. It's very weird, but it's a real thing. Which fortunately we will not get to experience in Endfield itself, because Endfield is a simultaneous release, and therefore Endfield is going to be unlikely to run into those problems where, okay, this is a favorite child, this is like all those little things, but over time Arknights has reinvested the money quite well. They've done a lot of the collaborations, whether it's with the local CN site, right, on the CN server, or the JP side for Yostar. This is their golden egg. And Ian has seen a couple of collaborations. Like there are some team cafes here and there. But team cafes are largely fan-made ones. There are very few that are endorsed officially by Yostar. And you're more likely to see those endorsed officially in Japan instead of the EN space, because the EN space only a few countries can possibly see their approval to get done. I can't remember if there's any outside Southeast Asia that has happened right now. So we've had Arknights collab on two different occasions in Singapore, and they happen very close to each other, like within a couple of weeks of each other they happen. The NA side, I don't think so. I don't remember any. That's for sure. But what is clear is that they do reinvest the money that they do earn, like those big earnings from all those popular banners, right? They reinvest and put it into other stuff. They've also done charitable causes as well. Maybe it's not a total shit thing at the very least if you know your gacha game maker, the company that makes your favorite gacha games, is socially responsible and has corporate responsibility. Maybe it does give you some kind of comfort there on a morality level, in that, oh, maybe not, they're not keeping all the money from themselves, you know. They make a lot, sure, but the money is going elsewhere, like even back in the game, or you know, for good causes. Like I think Hypergraph has done some donations, like very large amounts, no small amounts, to various causes, you know. Could be I think one time was got to do with the food during lockdown period or something thereabouts, and there's one more with the was it a disaster or something, and then they donated some money to help the financial aspect of it. So it clearly they have some level of social and corporate responsibility that they've chosen to take. So it's not just everything for themselves. They do put it back into the game. They do give back to the society as well at large. So hopefully this will continue with Endfield. We can only hope, right? That they don't abandon their ideals and beliefs. Right, so some improvements developers have made in this game. So the shared facilities, I think, was a big complaint at the start of the game by many people. Because of how messy some of those facilities tended to be and random when they appeared inside your world itself. I think you can toggle it off now. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? If this toggle thing, I do think you can toggle it off now, and you don't have to be subjected to someone else's badly positioned zip lines anymore, which only work for them, or any badly well, is it badly or malicious, right? Malicious troll beacons that you may be seeing, like down here, good stuff, and then you see, oh, it's just a cliff, you know, leading off to a river, and then you jump in and die. Because it's it's not that you would jump in willingly in the first place. You just wanted to okay, I guess I'll humor you, I guess, because I can't really have any actual deaths apart from losing HP to 0 in this game. Environmental deaths don't count, so I can just jump off and then I'll respawn with whatever health I had in the prior to jumping. So I think this was good. This was a good move. There was less clutter as well. I think one of the biggest complaints about the shared facilities was the clutter as well. Not just the bad belly position stuff. So they also did the thing with I think due to the first 2 or 3 surveys that they did for feedback, they decided, okay, we'll just allow people to skip tutorials and immediately get the 40 oro barrels from the especially the factory tutorials. Let people enjoy experimenting and finding out. If they actually were stuck, and just leave the tutorial as an option for them to just go in and actually discover what they should have been doing. But I think it's not that complicated where without trial and error you cannot absolutely get to what the end result was supposed to have been in the first place. Let people learn and find out on their own. Sometimes I know there's a lot of wants for people to get spoon-fed information. I don't know what you guys think about the tutorials, but I thought they were obnoxious. During the first week or 2, I found every single tutorial bloody obnoxious. And what I mean by this is that every single time I thought, you know, they give me some time to, they just give me like the brief lowdown of what things were supposed to be like, and then they proceeded to hold my hand through every single little thing. I was like, no, don't do that, please. Let me. Okay, you may give me the basic stuff, and they may have thought maybe people are too lazy to read or anything like that, but just let me find things out through experimentation and intuition. I want to treat it like a puzzle. I have to unlock. It's a little bit like the mini games for the SOS, where you have to do a given puzzle and then eventually fix the circuits, right, the original circuits. Do it like that. Don't get to a point where you have to handhold someone through every single little step like a child. I think your demographic is solely wrong if every single little thing you have to hold people's hand through like a child. That is not wrong. And that's not right, sorry. No. You hated them because factory games are meant to be meant to experiment. Exactly. So you give me customizability and then you force me to use your boneheaded way to do every single little step. So you practically kill the experimentation part, and I start to lose interest in that aspect of the game. I no longer want to experiment with the first kind of deterrence you'll ever find in the factory aspect. You get to a point where you just get exasperated and you just don't want to deal with it anymore. Okay, since you're forcing me to do it your way, guess I'll put that off for now. I don't really feel like doing it anymore. The hand holding is a little bit egregious at times, even with the combat stuff. So the combat thing is also a bit of a sandbox like aspect where you get to experiment with how each character fights differently and the unique playstyles that can be discovered using them. And then you decide to just, okay, you're supposed to do this in order. It's okay the first time around, but it's not okay to consistently do it over and over again. So I'm so glad that they listened and they decided to, yeah, okay, that's, I guess you have a point there. Let's just have you on your way to do your little thing. Go back to the tutorial whenever you want, but at least it will just clear it so you get to have rewards. Now the thing is, I think there were people who wanted the rewards more, that they forced themselves to go through every single little tutorial before the feature came out. So the 40 oro barrels, I think it was 26 total, right? So 26 times 4 is about 1,040 worth of oro barrels. That's about 2 whole fucking pools. Amazing, right? 2 whole pools on the Lava Team banner, and people were doing it, getting through gritting the teeth through mental anguish, and maybe some of them did it to the point where they were like, yeah, I'm a little bit drained mentally from doing all these things, and it's just not bother with it for a while. It could have easily backfired where it stopped people from wanting to engage more with this factory mechanic, because don't treat your players like children. Allow them freedom of experimentation. Even with children, you let them have the freedom to experiment, because you kind of want to see their approach. So if your aim wasn't to give players a personalized experience, and it was just to make them go through every single little thing, you know, as you thought it was intended to be, I think that's awful. It kills the interest in the customization part of the game, and you no longer want to engage with it much longer than you have to, which will backfire horribly in a game like this, where experimentation is basically the fun part of the game. You can get people stuck doing factories for 5 to 6 hours at a stretch on a weekend, spending their time just to, yeah, let's do the factory for 5 to 6 hours. You know, it's absolutely engrossed in finding a build that is not only aesthetically pleasing to themselves for some people, but also something that a lot of people regard as, you know, the aesthetically pleasing part could be the numbers, like production numbers, right? Having fantastic outputs. Yeah, yes, hi, Schismatis. Yeah, first person to chat on the YouTube side today. So yeah, 400 subs now, congrats. Yes, thank you so much. I hope to grow bigger with more and more stuff. But you know, I have to touch upon stuff that I know and can do well. Anyways, we're just talking about the Enfield's first month thing. So the Enfield Babble is going on. I'm just rambling on. Feel free to use me as radio to listen. Chime in whenever you feel you like to, because it pertains to your interest. No, it doesn't matter. I could have probably done it tomorrow as well, to be honest. Decided to just go all in today. I think today was a horrible timing for me to try to do right now. So right, so topic is right up your alley. I mean, it is the first month, right? It should be right up everyone's alley. It is. So the tutorials being cumbersome is a huge thing. I hope that should never be a thing ever again. All right. They actually listen to feedback from the survey, so the developers are listening. Give them a chance. Don't write the game off already. If you're already in for the first month, do try to stick around, see what they have more to offer in the next coming months in terms of various aspects in the game, like more things to do in the factory, more production facilities, more greater in-depth factory production qualities. Maybe they might even go on to expand the AIC tech tree even more than what we currently have. We have like a 30 plus different technologies right now. We could be looking at 60 within 2 years, you know, if they are willing to continue to expand the factory aspect. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Does the AIC tech tree need more additions right now, or is it fine for the moment? Because we are still in early days. It's just 1.0. Do share what you believe should be done with the factory. Like what do you hope to see from the factory? More than 5. I also do think like the 30 plus we managed to get is pretty good already as it is. We even get like a depot bus tech tree. aspect where you gotta automate your your depot deliveries and stuff like that. So it's so nice. Like for me, I just unlocked the stash the other day because I finally bothered to go check my tech tree to see what was available to be built. So I managed to get the stash system up already, which some people already probably have had. So I can probably just go set one in the wilderness, somewhere in the midpoints, and be able to get the stash system, so I can deposit stuff. Cause I constantly run around with a full backpack. I think that's one of my biggest poorly managed aspects of the game. I just run around with a backpack of 35. And 35 is already that many slots to deal with. It's quite decent. Most MMOs give you like 25 to 30. And here they give you 35. And I still run out of space. I am very bad at managing my current inventory rather than the storage one. Storage one, you can just kind of shut half your brain off and deposit every single little thing. So you're OCD about it, even you still have problems with it. I just get very lackadaisical with the inventory management. I just run full and we're like, I can't pick up items. Right, so I have a full backpack. I forgot about it. Like, I'm so fixated on doing everything but depositing stuff. And like me being someone who likes to collect every single little thing inside. I collect and collect and collect and collect, and then nothing happens because eventually I just run out of space. Only then I realize, oh shit, I actually do need to get to a depot or waypoint. So now, you just mentioned quality of life. There are some aspects of the quality of life that they added after, like post-launch. At the start, it wasn't there. But for most part, I think, especially with the inventory management, there are a lot of quality of life stuff. You can just craft stuff from a waypoint because your depot is accessible from there. And you don't have to craft stuff while you're on the go. Because it will take anything from your depot to basically craft as well. So it will just use up all these materials and it's fantastic. You feel like 70 will help a lot. I don't think we need 70. 50 is enough. I hope that eventually we get a backpack expansion somewhere. I think 50 is enough. 15 more is good enough. 50, I think it will hit the sweet spot. 70, I don't think anyone needs 70, right? Except maybe you. Or a couple others out there. 70 is really a lot, you know. I don't think 35 is already sizable. But I think 50 is a sweet spot for me. Yeah. 50 is a nice little amount as well. Now, I do want to point out the social aspect of Endfield is quite nice as well, in the sense that you have 100 slots for friend slots right off the beginning. It took Arknights, I think, about 4 years to implement. Like 5th year, Arknights entered its 5th year before it started adding more friend slots. So now Arknights is 100 as well. But in the past it was only 50. So you had to regularly prune your friend list. While in present day you don't have to prune anything. Even if you just want to keep people around just for nostalgic sake, you know. Not nostalgia's sake, where they've quit the game but you know they've been through the game with them for a couple years. 2-3 years, 4. And they played a lot in those 2-3 years before they finally just decided to up and quit one day. Starting off 100 slots was fantastic. I think it was great. In fact, most people won't ever fill up their 100 slots unless they are actively, constantly trying to add friends from random friend requests, or they're actually big Mr. Streamers, which or Miss Streamers. I'm not any of those. So my friends list right now, I think about 70, 18 tops right now. Oh, also depends on your approach. Some people just don't add people, they like complete strangers that they don't know. Many people add you, but you can't accept because your list is full. That's the funny part, right? Yet there are people out there because just randomly going out adding people that they're already full after 100 slots. I don't even know how that happens. They really want to get the most out of the friend system, I suppose. But yeah, give the developers a chance to show what they can improve and give to the players for the next, maybe I would say at least 2 patches. So 1.1, 1.2. Let's see where we go from there. Right. If you want to wait for maybe the half-year anniversary, which will be the 22nd of July, that will be hugely interesting because I believe usually some games, some live service games, they take the half anniversary to introduce something big in the game, whether it's like brand new game modes, streamline improvements, or even completely brand new mechanics that will enrich your gameplay experience even more. So let's see where this goes. It's good that they can learn lessons from Arknights to apply to Endfield. Yeah, I do believe they actually are doing that particular approach. So let's see where they take it from here on in, because I believe it's a very strong base to work off. IP aside, like the same being the same Arknights combined universe, just on a different timeline, we at least can see certain quality of life stuff where they've chosen to do in the original game that they brought over. So let's see where they can do from here. Right, so they've started to push in endgame type modes into the game itself, inject it in the form of Umbro Monument. So Umbro Monument, I haven't played it. I will play either this weekend or the following week. I'll be playing until I clear it. There's apparently a trim medal for that. So let's see where we go from there. It's a good start because you give the more demanding players, the more hungry players, a reason to stick around for a little bit more. And endgame mode tends to be a bit of a time sink generally, endgame modes. Very, very much of a time sink. You essentially need to put upwards 30 minutes in a game for that. So that means for me it's a time sink already. Anything you need to do for anything upwards of 25 to 30 minutes into the game mode, because multiple phases, multiple stages, and much tougher, tankier enemies to deal with, maybe 1,000,000 HP. Right, that's as an example. 1,000,000 HP means if on average you're doing 30 to 40k damage, right? You're 30 to 40k on your ultimates. You're not always going to do it on your normals. Your normals are maybe like 9, 10k. You're going to take about 2-3 minutes to fight those, especially if they have damage reduction mechanics, or shield mechanics, whatnot. So has Arknights itself ever had 1,000,000 HP? I think yes, once. So that mode was an endgame mode. It was called Pinch Out Operation, which people turned into poo, POO, because the game mode was trash. It sucked. It was the first game mode ever introduced in the game to have an enemy that had 1,000,000 HP Like prior to that, I think the maximums an enemy had for HP, right, was about 300k ish to about, I think, what was there a 500? I don't remember a 500k one, but 300k there was an enemy with 300k on one of the challenge modes for Arknights. Oh yeah, Arknights itself had a challenge mode on top of the regular stages. That could be in itself a way like to say, that's your precursor to endgame mode. Fourth boss in IS4 has a few million HP, but that that was after POO, so it came after. Yes, High Master Merrick. They came after. If you do R8, RA2CC, you can reach millions easy, but again, it came out after Pinch Out. So before Pinch Out, there was no precedent for any enemy to hit a million HP, which would work in a more 3D oriented action game where you are constantly taking actions, actively closing gaps to your enemies. Where in Arknights, the only gap close you ever have is if your operator has a movement skill, and not often they have that kind of thing. You're not a huge fan of endgame being a DPS check. Agony is good. Okay, here's the thing. There's this often mentioned conundrum between HP against time trial for endgame modes. So what are your preferences? That's what I want to ask to the floor right now. Open to the floor. What are your preferences for it? You like time trials with lower HP, or you prefer no time involved, you can take as long as you want, but the HP is inflated like a million HP, 2 million HP. You prefer strategy, so anything you need a tank and a healer. I don't necessarily see tank or healers having any influence on a strategic aspect at all. It just allows you a strategic usage, not strategic aspect itself, but more of a usage thing. So it allows you strategic usage to decide your number of mistakes, is what I want to call it. So if you have a tank or healer, right, usually it just means that it's mistake mitigation. So number of mistakes you're allowed to make, like careless dodges, that don't go off, never trigger a PD, you dodged at the wrong time, you ran out of stamina because you clicked too much, which often happens with me. So you don't get to be held to standards where you have to play absolutely frame perfect or flawless. There are leeways for you to commit mistakes. So strategy, is there a strategy in Endfield when compared with Arknights? Yes, there's still strategy, but your team composition is your strategy. So which team do you decide has the best output? For a given, say, enemy spread. Like this group of enemies, they have a tank, they have someone who's vulnerable to arts, they have someone who's vulnerable to physical. You have to see for yourself exactly what enemies are. They even give you a preview where you can see the upcoming like enemies within the mode itself. Before you go face them, you can see what you need to equip for your offensive capabilities to deal with them, because otherwise, like I said, the strategic usage of tanks and healers depends on perhaps stage environments. Stage environments are also another thing, like probably a third party aspect that you think of rather than just the relationship between enemy and yourself. The environmental aspect is a third party thing. So in general, your third party aspect of the team, right? So the third party aspect is usually ignored by a lot of players. Even in the OG Arknights is like this, where certain maps have environmental debilitation. Like there's constant poison haze, so you'll lose HP per second. Right, constant loss of HP. So what do people do? Bring healers or bring characters with strong regenerative capabilities. So there's your strategy as usage rather than strategic aspect. Now, if you talk about the environmental stuff, to deal with the environmental stuff, maybe you can start introducing the strategic aspect of stuff where if, like you have said, you bring a tank because you get hit by ballistas in the environment. In the 3D, whether it's 3D map or is it a 2D platform, it doesn't matter. Right, so they're always constantly gonna give you damage over time. Over in the case of the poison haze, is damage over time. So we call these environmental damage. So it's inevitable that these hazards will eventually whittle away your HP. Even with the fact that you can dodge them. Like the perfect dodge. But you can't be perfect every single little time. No human player can play with absolute 100% flawless movement all the time. So you're gonna get chipped away eventually. So what the game is trying to encourage people to do is the fact that if you do get a stage where you run into environmental hazards and environmental damage, you need sustain. You need someone who has the ability to regenerate, whether it's through regeneration from Ardelia, like a proper healer, a cleric type character, or your character has lifesteal. But bear in mind they work in a different way, in the sense that lifesteal requires you to have an active target to need to hit. Well, heals can be conditional in the sense that even if there's no one there to attack, I can still trigger my heal somewhere. Or the skill has some way of applying a heal. But I think so far all the heals in terms of skills, they are tied to having to attack enemies or having the enemy attack you somewhere. So ultimately you still need a target, no matter what. I forgot if Ardelia's one has the issue with that. Let me just go and check right now, since my phone is in front of me, and I think my battery is full as well. Can probably look to play if I have the time later. Okay, hang on, let me see. I'll just quickly go through Valley Fortress to test for a bit. A healing potion to help you. I'm sure they will have modes where they stop you from bringing healing items at all, like the really end game hardcore stuff. At some point they will do that. See, you just proved my point. No healing potion in agony, so oh yeah, but do bear in mind that at least in the agony mode, that's an end game mode where you're gonna constantly face enemies. So there's always a way to trigger your heal, whether you're attacking someone with a skill that triggers the heal like Ardelia, or uh, you require someone who needs to be hit by enemy to trigger their heal, like defenders and stuff. So since endgame modes tend to make it such that you need to spend time to whittle down enemies, right? It's always more important to focus on bringing someone who can sustain and provide healing rather than someone who can self-regen, because not every character has that ability to just self-regen. Maybe just because their role doesn't fit that kind of thing. So it provides challenge, I suppose, with that. Endgame modes also, yeah, like you said, do provide a bit of a strategic aspect to some parts of the combat that will allow you to get the most out of the end game, in the sense that it is engaging and fully gets you into it. Right? What's an end game mode where you lose interest within like an hour of playing? What's the point? You will never want to play that mode ever again. And at least agony mode does encourage people to just go back and see what you could have done better, to constantly experiment, to constantly try against it again. Maybe with a different lineup, maybe with a different team composition. Maybe varying your skill combos. Maybe starting with maybe starting with endmin instead of ending with the endmin. Example, just like various different types of strategic approaches to your game. You like the agony mode? That's good. Yes, high dom. Which make Ember and Catcher relevant. Yeah, I mean, the biggest aspect of defenders, right, is that defenders has this issue that other games have with defenders as well. Whenever they put a defensive type unit out, right, nobody ever wants to use them. Because in their mind, defender equal tank. Tank equal low damage output, high endurance. Oh, it's 3 hours already. I think you should grab the water. Have a think of what I just said. All right. I'll just get water first. Okay, I'm back. Did anything go on while I was missing? Yeah, it looks like there are some people some people dropping messages while I was away. Okay, hang on. Let's catch up with Twitch first. How's the reviewing? The reviewing is going good, I think. Maybe a bit slow, but we'll get there. 3 hours. Well, no, I didn't spend all 3 hours of it. I think the first half an hour was just me updating you guys and then just moving on with the updates are frequent on this channel just because I don't stream that much. I don't stream daily, for example, anymore. So that's normal. Also, Lunar New Year happened for me as well, since I do observe it and celebrate it. That's why you like this game. They just put Defender for show. Yeah, okay. I'll go back to Defender thing. Well, let me see what else. Why tank when you can just dodge and have more damage? Catcher best boy. Yeah, it's flexible. They just need more content. You guess exactly. Few people complaining. I hate the worms, by the way. Does anybody even like the worms? Happy New Year out. Oh, thank you. Happy Lunar New Year, rather. You like the worms? I despise the worms. What do you mean you like the worms? I hate the worms. They burn through your operators, and then you have always that one bozo operator who is close quarters and decides to walk into the puddle of acidic spit. No. I'm being real here, okay? Do you know who is the most frequent victim of the acidic spit? The admin. I do not know what the admin is doing when the AI is taking them over, but what are they doing walking into those acidic spit? Huh? Those worms be spitting and you just walk right into it. What is going on? This is a problem in one of the protocol spaces where the worms are just constantly, I think it's the level 61 in particular, they spit at you. Okay? And then there's this DOT that hurts on the ground. You're constantly burning, taking damage, and it's not a small damage. You're like losing 900 HP per tick. It's ridiculous. And if you don't bring people like Ardelia or Snowshine, you are absolutely destroyed. You have no recourse. You are just doomed to restart the stage. I've lost count. I think that's the protocol space stage, right? Where I restarted the most. Because I kept running into acidic spit over and over again. And the worst part is that if it detects you're in the hitbox, right, it straight away takes away your health. Even if you're running away from it. They removed that in agony. They better have done so. The worms are fucked up, bro. I see people on the Reddit screenshot of the worm and they're like, I hate this stupid bitch so much. And I saw that, I was like, yeah, I hate that too. Not just that, the worms are very thick as well at high levels, so it just makes it an absolute chore. If you can't burst them down or get them right at the moment where you're supposed to interrupt them, you need to find your window. You can't just willy-nilly use every skill you have trying to burst it down. You have to wait for it to start charging up, interrupt it, then go again. You need to save someone's attack or skill just for that ability to interrupt. You don't interrupt that, it spits on the floor, and you're dying to acidic spit. It just, yeah, it's just not a fun mechanic to interact with. So I have a feeling that worm, right, was meant to be one of those types of endgame enemies and was not meant to be mid-game even. Most people would have a dedicated healer build. Unless they are told to. Because to many players, a combat game means DPS. It means I can do more damage. It means I don't need defenders. It means I don't need supporters. I just need to kill, dodge, kill, dodge, dodge. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, and it isn't that straightforward, at least in this game. And I do believe that Endfield has found a way to make defenders fun to use. They can be presented as a bit boring in terms of playstyle, but there's enough variety in how they approach combat with the defenders that they have enough distinction to be unique. Even individual defenders themselves, they get to be unique. Like Ember, Snowshine, they all have a different... It's not just the elements that they're associated with, it's more of the playstyles. Like who is meant to be a bit of like a... Like in Arknights we call it a Guardian. So a Guardian is a healing type of defender. Or an absolute tank. We call those protectors. Yeah, back air break. Yeah, air break is a thing I put just to get it out of the way, because if you don't run 3 minutes of air breaks on Twitch, right? If anyone streams, you will know this. If you're an affiliate, if you don't put at least 3 minutes of air breaks per hour by the way, you are subjected to pre-rolls every now and then until you add up to 3 minutes. Yeah, so it's set. I don't even do ad breaks when I off my PC, you know, and I'm like toilet break or water break or anything like that. So I have to find another way to do it. You see a lot more catcher now that Agony is out. Yeah, you have to kind of look at the little things that each operator can bring to your stuff. In fact, the finer details and exactly what their specific roles are and what they can provide for your team is a lot more stringent. Happy to support the stream. I mean, I'm happy that you guys are here watching me yet for like 3 hours. And I'm one guy yapping. It's not like this is a group podcast or anything like that. With podcasts, you can usually see at least there's two people around. Right? They can bounce off each other. It's a lot more entertaining. I'm just trying to entertain all of you while trying to provide a discussion point. That's all I am doing right now. I can bring you up to interview if I ever need the content. We'll see if we ever get to that. But yeah, for the moment, I'll just have to do this alone. All right, so let's start getting into the... Since we've been talking a lot about the endgame mode, it's a good way to segue into the next part, which is the hard to master part of combat systems and stuff. Is the combat system hard to master? What do you guys think? I think it's quite straightforward actually. It's not that complicated, the combat system. Is there any aspect of the combat system that's extremely difficult to... For me, it's quite good that it's basic There's not much complexity to it because you're still in the stage of refining. Like we'll get to a point where we talk about, you know, we'll approach that topic again, approach about Toboro's quite extremist stance to the combat system. Right, eventually we'll touch upon that at some point because he was one of those who was opposed to the current system in its iteration at the moment. Right, he preferred the early technical test combat style, which was a lot more of a callback to OG Arknights than it is the way it is today. So today we get combo skills, we have like basic combo chains into a final attack string, right, where it will trigger your combo skill and your ability to perform joint attacks as a team. Now what I like about the combat system as a whole is that it's not really hard to master. It's very hard to do it well. It's not even the mastery part that's the problem. It's hard to do it well. Like mastery is a thing where you have everything under your control. You have every single grasp of every mechanic if possible. It's not. I'm not at that point even at this point. Having played through the entirety of chapter 1, you know, and having fought some of the bosses as it is, some of the boss mechanics, there are still things I am not very fine-tuned with, like timings, dodges, how to approach certain attack phases of the bosses, like how do I keep my distance, how do I close the gap. It's hard to do it well as it is, rather than mastery itself. So the system is not hard to grasp, but it is hard to achieve great mastery over it, to do it well. I think that's the thing. It's definitely clunky at times because you do feel that this system was kind of just put together and approved like as recently as closed beta test 2, which would have been the end of last year, right? How to master parts are fairly niche, like accidentally cancelling your moves by dodging too early. Now that's a thing, right? You can move cancel. There are some games where they don't even give you the ability to cancel your moves. Sometimes cancelling your moves cannot it's not necessarily a bad thing, because maybe the cancel will lead you to a better positioning. Having locked in animation frames for some of your attacks without the ability to cancel them, now that is horrible. It means once you're locked into the your attack string, right, you have to finish it, and that could be the end of you. Because while you're locked into that, the enemy does one big swing, bang, on the ground, shakes the earth. You get hit by tremors, you're gone. You're dead. So move cancelling is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that getting used to how it is done is probably the thing that people often struggle with. Need more operators with more tools to solve mastery problem. What? Mastery is the least of your problems in this game. Guys, let me be real, okay? The mastery thing is the same issue with Arknights itself in Endfield. You don't need the masteries, but the masteries give you more quality of life. Whether it's like bigger heals, bigger attack, bigger damage, whatever. Because it's essentially your... Okay, so in Arknights you have 10 levels of skills. Your skill level 1 to 7. After that we call the remaining 3 Mastery 1, Mastery 2, Mastery 3. So in short, M1, M2, M3. So there's 10 levels. In this game, there's only 1 to 9. After which you go into the mastery, so you have a total of 12 levels of skills. Okay? But masteries are never required. What you just need is like all level 9 skills. You don't even need to get into masteries. Masteries give you more quality of life. That's it. And the Arknights itself, right? They had breakpoints where you don't have to necessarily get the best out of the skill by going max all the way. You could just choose a mastery 1 as the breakpoint, or certain skills have mastery 2 as the breakpoint. So if the breakpoint was good enough at mastery 1, like for example, you get a key duration of 5 seconds of stun instead of 4. Then the damage was negligent because you wanted the stun duration. You didn't want the damage output at all because the skill was meant to be a crowd control skill. Any damage was going to be bonus. The key thing was that 5 seconds of stun instead of 4 seconds. So yeah, so for me, skill masteries are just really quality of life things that help your end game experience out. So for most part, okay, let's see what else combat is simple, can be clunky because of Yvonne. I feel like they never really worked out what weapon Yvonne was supposed to be using, or what a kid was supposed to be like. It may see that in the future she might see buffs and changes to make her less clunky in the future. Like every other game out there does this, right? Sometimes the first releases aren't that good and then they buff them later on, you know. Faster animation speed, smoother animation fluidity and all that stuff. For me, I want Yvonne, but I've never got the chance to play with her so far. Just never managed to get her so far. Off banner or whatnot. So we'll see how it goes. You don't even want to make all your level characters level 90. Okay, so the thing about the leveling thing, right, is that I think what is best for most people is that you just keep your characters at 80. Because investment between 80 to 90 is horrible. This was the case in OG Arknights as well, where I did the same approach. I have most of my operators at level 70. So in that game we only have Elite 2. In this game we have Elite 4. Okay, so there's 2 possible promotion tiers more than the original game. But levels wise, in Arknights you had a different tier with the levels. So for any operator that was able to go to Elite 2, okay, there are 4 stars onwards. The total number of levels you can give to them are at E0 is to 50, so 0 to 50. Then you have E1 is 0 to 60, and then E2 is 0 to 70. So you had a 50, 60, 70 thing going on. Your total level was 180 for a 4 star. At 5 stars, it was 50. At, you know, it's not even 50, it's like 45. 45 for 4 stars. 50 was for 5 stars onwards. So it's only 175 levels total. And then we go to 5 stars now. 5 stars are now 50 if I'm not wrong. If I remember correctly. That's I could be wrong there. 50 plus 70 plus 80. So that would be 200 levels total. And then we go on to the 6 stars. The 6 stars 50, 80, 90. So 220 levels total. In this game we only get to 1 to 90. That's it. It's quite straightforward. So your breakpoints are quite similar. Because now everything's shrunk to 90 instead of like having 200 levels. So with the leveling system, the hardest part to get to was to get 80 to 90. Because that cost more than it took to get 0 to 80 for most part. Not 0, sorry. 1 to 80. E2 level 1 to E2 level 80, it costs less than if you go E2 80 to E2 90. So the cost already puts a lot of people off when it comes to levels. And in most of...
いや、まだ心の準備が。
thank you for the raid, Venobi. Right, Ven, how have you been? Haven't seen you since the last time I streamed, actually. And you were the last person to raid me, actually. How long to get all characters 70 to Endfield? Yeah, I don't know. Yes, welcome raiders, and welcome to my Endfield Babble. I'm just talking about Endfield, everything about Endfield, the good, the bad, the ugly, the positive, the negatives. We were just chatting. Right now we're on the combat system. Right, so at the hard to master part. So yeah, hope everyone has had a great time over at Ven's stream, and just going to just do my thing. If you are willing to stay to engage with the Endfield talk, I'll be very delighted. But if you have other things that you need to attend to, it's fine. Right, because this is gonna be a bit long. I'm gonna still be around here for at least another 3 hours or so. Okay, let me my mod's not here, so I should probably get another mod soon. Event is a artist who also is a prominent streamer in the Arknights scene, right, for a couple of years already. So do check them out if you want to check out nice art and check them out for Arknights content or whatsoever. Do it. Please go check them out, right? Alright, so we talked about the part already, probably, that I was supposed to go to. It's hard to master, easy to understand. So high ceiling, but a low bar of entry. I think that's the best way to describe Endfield combat right now. I don't know if you guys all agree on this, but I think the bar of entry to understanding combat in Endfield is really not that high. But the possibilities that you are given makes the ceiling extremely lofty. Like you have to hit godlike gamer levels, you know, to hit the level of mastery or something. I saw someone do no hit Chen solo on the Umbro Monument the other day. No hit Chen solo. It was quite something, because I can only dream of having gameplay like that. I don't have that level of mastery or that grasp that's needed to deal with that kind of mechanics with no hit as well. I always create a mistake where I will end up getting hit, getting clipped somewhere, just like for bits of damage. Even in, say, other games as well, right? In, say, Zenless Zone Zero, I have only gotten a no-hit run a couple of times. I completely obliterate the enemy with like completely flawless moves. Everything was perfect. But that doesn't happen often enough. Most of the time I get clipped somewhere. Because, oh, I missed my dodge. Oh, I missed this. I mistimed my jump. And I start getting damage build up on me pretty quickly. And after the first mistake, right, everything starts to pile up. Once you make the first mistake, everything starts to pile up. You don't say, oh, you get the lock in. But I've lost count of the amount of times that in Endfield or even in Zenless Zone Zero, where I ran into a situation where I had to win on 1 HP or less. Or less, sorry. Or less than, say, 1% of my health. Let's say I had... In Xenos, it's more health at the late stage as well, right? It was like 11, 12,000. So imagine I'm on like 17 HP out of 11k, and I absolutely had to lock in to win. I will pull an incredible clear from that. I will have the most ass pull type of clear. Everything just goes well. I just completely lock in. It feels like I need that as a spark to play better. You could call it a flow state. You could call it just me just getting into the zone and completely turning into another different player altogether. If you see the amount of mistakes I made prior to that, you'll be like, wait, this doesn't look like the same player. It could be, I passed the control to someone else to do it for me. And it's happened before where I had done the lock-in thing as well with the that 10,000 hours later doesn't really help this much, because you're saying, oh, you swing the sword 10,000 hours or 10,000 times, you will master that particular swing of the sword. I don't think it necessarily works that way, but practice does make perfect, right? So I think some of you may not know this, but in the first Rodang fight, the very first one, I almost failed the fight. My admin was on, I think, 35 HP or less. Like double digits. I locked in. I did a triple perfect dodge into a gap close and then finish him off with a combo. I only had 2 operators alive at that point of time. And then because my PC was lagging like a bozo. The video is still up, by the way, on the channel. So if you want to check it out, it's on the YouTube channel. It was crazy because I didn't expect for my case to get past that. I literally, if I failed that, it would have been I lost on the first try. And then I locked in so hard on that last one. Triple perfect dodge into a gap close. Into a finisher. It was quite insane because it was either I lost at 35 HP or that enemy loses the last remaining 5% HP that they had left. You were there, yeah. I know some of you were there on the first day when I did that. It was crazy because my frames were dropping like flies, and then my controls weren't exactly responding the way I wanted them to, and I was playing on the keyboard, so you kind of want to play on the gamepad if possible, just for best inputs. But yeah, you can't necessarily say, oh, it's the combat doesn't give you a chance to lock in and completely nullify any mistakes you have made before. And I know that Tobo has constantly talked about not wanting people to over rely on dodge, but dodge rewards timing. You get what I mean? It's not about spamming. You can spam your dodge all the time, but you're not gonna get every single one off if you don't time it correctly. There is a mastery of timing. So once the timing is down, right, it's enough practice for people to get good enough at it that it may look like a complete cheat code. And people crutching onto the dodge. But if you make dodge part of the combat, part of the natural state of combat, right, it's no longer a crutch. Dodges now here's my issue with the dodges ultimate thing, now that you mentioned it. So we talk about the dodging of the ultimate, right? Of the enemy's ultimate or their like powerful skills or whatnot. It can go the other way as well. So there are some characters that can completely dodge your ultimate. I think it hasn't really happened yet in Endfield, unless they change like phases. Like they will switch to maybe a flying phase. That's the invulnerable phase. That's a different thing. Like in Zenless Zone Zero, some of the enemies called specifically I think the doppelgangers, they can they have the same player mechanics as you. Therefore, they're able to dodge, they're able to no-sell your damage, they're able to deflect and dodge your ultimates completely. So I lost count of times where I fought Doppelganger Jane. I used my ultimate on her and she just completely jumped away from it. And I was like, are you serious? Are you serious? I worked so hard to get her into that opening and then she just casually dodges it. Okay, I'm less scratching my head at that point of time. So, yeah, those female assassins, they have the dodge ability. Right, I fell victim to it once before, I think. Where I swung at them. Okay, I swung at them 3 times. They jumped backwards 3 times. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I whiffed my attack 3 times. It was not even the ultimate, okay? Ultimate they didn't dodge, but they allow me to awaken to the fact that, oh yeah, I guess my basic attacks can be completely dodged as well. and miss them. I didn't like it. I didn't like it in the least, but you know it's not always the fault of yourself, right? Sometimes games have this thing where they have instant reaction. So the moment you press the button, right, the 0 ms reaction time starts coming in, and then the computer is able to have those perfect frame dodges. They are AI controlled ultimately, so they have perfect frame dodges which you don't have access to because you are only human. This happens in fighting games as well, with like the Street Fighter Tekkens and all that. So when the moment you press the button, they're already reacting to the input the moment the button was pushed. You can't do anything about it. You're just left wondering. You have to create the openings yourself. I don't like the fact that they give that kind of crutch to enemies in many games. I hope they don't continue to do that in Endfield, like especially boss characters, because it's extremely annoying. And if they make it a time trial, like Protocol Space is a time trial, so it's possible to fail it completely by running out of time. If they add it to time trials, you're going to cry every single time you fight them and fail. You're going to cry tears of rage. Because not only they give you a time trial, and a DPS check essentially. Are you able to kill them fast enough before the timer's up? And then give them the ability to just sell your attacks for 0 damage. I'm okay with it, like slightly faster than a regular human. Sometimes it's still enough of a closing of the gap, right? Especially with the dashes, that you can still hit them. Right, they do a 0 ms react, yeah. Yeah, I'm done. that means the moment you try to swing at them, they already start dodging already. And not just that, they usually have the 0 ms dodge based on your current relative position to the character itself, the enemy. Which makes it extremely, like, doubly so rage-inducing. Because you're like, okay, I have a reasonable distance where I think I can close the gap, and then they're like, well, that's fucking unfair. I can't hit them no matter what. They just skipping back. And the fact that if they don't work on cooldowns as well, right? Which I think thankfully Arknights does this thing where they do give enemies cooldowns on certain things like their skills and whatnot. So they work on the same SP system as well, I think. So if they don't hit a level of SP, they won't be able to trigger their, like, the big skills where you can interrupt them. The charge skills, yeah, right. But imagine if they didn't have that and they were like infinite skills. They can just, like, every time you try to interrupt them, they immediately start charging up the skill again. So I'm glad they didn't do the shitty approach. ultimately you want challenge. You don't want to be treated like a punching bag. You want players to have challenge and not feel undermined. The moment the player feels undermined, right, you're stepping into a territory where it's a bit, you may just lose the player right there. The first time it happens, maybe not, because maybe they can chalk it up to, oh, maybe they just didn't tune this that well. And this is the first time they failed to properly balance this enemy and how they fight. I'll let them go. Maybe they'll make adjustments later on. And then the next enemy comes in and like, oh shit, this it continued. And it's not the fact that it's within the same event itself. It's like a separate event completely, and then the enemy comes in completely. Oh crap! What is this? Why is this enemy so hard to beat still? It's like the last time again. They're dodging attacks for fun. They're reacting immediately to my counter plays. I have no space or openings to create whatsoever. All of a sudden the combat feels like you're meant to lose. Of course there are some narrative fights within story scenes itself, in the main story quests, and unlikely to see inside story quests, but it may happen now and then, like a force fight where you're completely meant to lose. That one is okay, because narratively it's fine for you to completely lose that one. You're not supposed to be able to kill. You're supposed to get a sense of the enemy through the story cutscene itself, where yeah, you're going to feel the enemy's power, so that when a second time happens where you run into and encounter them, you're going to feel like, yeah, okay, now this is a fight I have to take seriously. So narratively it works to help build up the enemy as an adversary, as someone you need to look forward to fighting, you need to dread fighting, you need to absolutely feel emotions towards them, like not just it's just another boss. Not just simply that, you want to feel emotions towards the character, to feel like, you know, there's depth. So narratively, let's say you're supposed to lose fights, it's fine, but in regular gameplay, if you're not meant to be doing that, you're supposed to be clearing stuff for rewards and stuff, you're not supposed to make players feel like, oh, this is an absolute slog to get through, man. How am I supposed to clear this? Yeah, it's absolutely the wrong approach, right? And Endfield should not ever walk down that path, because once a boss starts feeling like they're cheating and unfair, it's the case where the player confidence starts to waver. Not in themselves, but in the developers themselves. The developers side. How they perceive the developers, like, are they just making this because they're sadists, or are they making this because they want to challenge me and they want me to feel like, what when I beat this, I feel accomplished, I feel joy. Rather than I beat this and I still feel absolute exasperation towards this boss. Grand Blue Fantasy Reeling had some, yeah, I believe that was the thing where you had some narrative scenes where you had to fight through enemies, and you're not meant to win like certain fights. Like, you may face them a second time later on, throughout the story, as the game progresses, throughout is whatever storyline they've written for it. The first one you're not supposed to, because they want to show you the enemy's power, and they want to get you invested in the enemy, like them. So if I train my characters enough, I build them up enough, I'll be able to face this guy, I will beat him the next time. It's a good way to show like the importance of the enemy as well. It's good game design to show importance of enemy, because if you want to convey a narrative sense to the enemy rather than just simply a bunch of fucking HP bars and damage numbers, no, just reducing them to that is just so pitiful at times. Especially if you want to make them a memorable villain, then you want that kind of portrayal to be very realistic. Like, oh, at this early part of the game you face them. Let's say in this case we face Neferith, right? We don't directly face Neferith, I think, in the main story quest so far. It's just a construct that resembles her, right? So when we actually get to fight Neferith in the future, that's further down the storyline, we're gonna feel like we want to beat her, we want to clap her real good, show her who's the admin. Show her that, you know, the journey you have taken to. Of course, the character themselves cannot feel it to you, but that's what you want to feel like your character did more of, because you're in the position of the admin, so you're technically role playing as the admin in that sense. So after regaining your memories to a certain extent, you know, and maybe understanding more and more of your combat abilities, you're able to finally defeat this adversary who seemed so far out of your reach to defeat at some point. But now you've conquered this enemy. It's time to move on to bigger fish. Like, because clearly she's not the final boss. But for that particular character arc itself, for that part of the journey, she was one of the bosses you're supposed to topple to reach to the top, to actually start facing the bigger threats. Because she was stopped from doing more in the power plateau by someone who's, you know, her superior, right? So ultimately the narrative aspect of the combat system also cannot be excused completely, because like I've mentioned, it's not about like the hard master is low bar to understand kind of thing. It can also be used in as a narrative plot device. So yeah, really nice that they will continue to probably make some more fights where you're not supposed to win at the first try or at the first encounter, and that you are supposed to fight them later on. It is just to give you a taste of what they mechanically may turn out to be, because they do give, let's say if they do give you fights like these, right, they treat you to some of the early mechanics of the boss. Like, let's say the boss stomps the ground and creates shockwaves. You have to jump above the shockwaves, right? And in the second fight, that one will continue, that particular aspect of the mechanically, the boss will work the same way. The boss will also move on to more advanced mechanics. Maybe they have a second phase, like the Triagalos. Triagalos had a second phase, a third phase, where it turned completely invisible. So multi-phase bosses are a way to add on to whatever early mechanics you may have seen in the first fight, to give the boss a little bit more tactical depth. So how are you supposed to approach? Are we supposed to keep dodging, or are we supposed to be forced into using let's say a defender skill like Ember or Snowshine to parry and you know, block damage out completely? Sometimes you can't dodge. Maybe they'll make it such that, you know, this cannot be dodged. You need to use the skill to block the enemy's attack, because otherwise what's the point of your defenders, right? So mechanically, they make you bring a defender as a requirement. Yeah. To incorporate usage of certain operator. It's not like they shoehorn you to use the operator all the time. It's just that in this particular fight, they want you to use the defender, so you can maybe you open your eyes to how good a defender is, and that this is your first taste of how a defender should fight, their playstyle. Block is easier than dodge. You think that's good design? Yeah, I mean, if you are blocking stuff, you're basically stationary. It's to cater to players who are not particularly used to moving about all the time. Like, not everyone plays Dark Souls, you know. Not everyone's gonna do the invincible dodge roll, the iframe rolls, and all that stuff. Mechanically, some people are just not into Arknights Endfield just because they wanted to fight bosses, you know, and master the combat mechanics. It just so happened that combat was packaged as part of the core mechanics of the game, core gameplay loop, you know. So it's inevitable, it's unavoidable that at some point they had to fight enemies. So by giving the option to have a tank, like defender characters, to completely block damage, it also plays in a style where some people are just more static in their style. For me, I like to move about a lot, so I'm not completely static. But some people may not be used to moving about that much, and they would like very much to just be able to defend while standing on the spot. That's because, you know, they are not very good at knowing when to dash, so they're not very confident in that. But if you give them the confidence to fight enemies with abilities such as a defender's block, so that, you know, there is a way to mitigate the damage done to the enemy apart from like timing block, because, you know, timing is hard. Stationary obviously gives you more vulnerabilities, so it'll be able to block the damage completely. Great. I think it's a good thing. But one thing I need to very importantly emphasize: in combat, you want players to get into a state of rhythm. You want them to try different things. So the combat system must always encourage people to try to not stick to one approach if possible, like not just DPS all the way, or maybe incorporate some dodges into your fights. Is that treat it like a rhythm game in terms of the approach, not necessarily in the fact that, you know, I mean rhythm games do have timing where you can hit perfect, right at the correct timing that the game defines it as a perfect. Maybe some games have a larger window, some games have a smaller window, you know, so it makes it more difficult to get perfects, but it encourages some level of mastery and investment into the combat system itself. So what you want to do is to not overcomplicate everything, but give people the option to play like on their own tempo. So they want to dodge, at times they dodge, block, at times they block. Like what you said, sometimes you dodge, sometimes you block. So you just want to keep the combat not completely reliant on one-sided mechanics, like, oh, I just completely dodge everything, you know. Make it such that they feel like they're in an actual combat situation where everything is dynamic. You want, okay, that's the keyword, right, that I just touched upon. You want dynamism. You want it to be dynamic. You don't want it to be static. Because what's the point of an action game if everything is just, you know, just one singular approach? What is the point of that? If I'm yes, hello, Fort Master is my favorite streamer. You quit Endfield after 5 hours day one. Is it worth returning to? Okay, what part do you quit after? Is there welcome back rewards? I think there are welcome back rewards, but I'm not sure about the duration. It could be like 2-3 weeks after you fail to log in from the last login, yeah. There are welcome back rewards. I saw someone post it. 1 month. If that's the case, return maybe tomorrow or 2 days later. Forced you with base building, then you quit. Okay, so this talk is very relevant to this this person right here. So these days you no longer have to be forced into a million bajillion tutorials. You can skip all of them and experiment on your own time. They could make building more optional, but I think because the crux of the game, right, in terms of resource production, is largely tied to your factory, they make it a mandatory thing, if I'm not wrong. Exactly, you will spend 1k if that was a thing. Yeah, okay. I can see you're more of the action gamer kind of person. Oh, okay. That being said, there are people who make blueprints out there that and share it with others. If you're really that against the factory building aspect, you can go rely on the blueprints to help you. That's why the blueprints exist actually, but we'll get to that at some point. I have yet to touch upon the factory aspect, I think. Why there was an option to just let Pelika build the factory for you? What? No. No. That sucks. We'll probably talk about the content cycle later. It's probably in the content cycle itself. Oh yeah, I talked about a lot of stuff that I should have probably shown on the screen, but I have not. Okay, I'll show you guys right now. Okay, so I talked about how the enemies need to have a certain level of difficulty, right, and certain level of challenge, while not being like too easy that people get bored by them. Enemy telegraphing. So they have certain cues where enemies are going to charge and attack up and start slapping you with the big boom, the big attack, the big swing, the big spit, whatever it is. What do you guys think about this? Like, is it obvious enough? Are you able to dodge based on those cues? Yes, hi, 4AF Chloe. Enjoy the factory building. I guess you see different opinions from different people who enjoy different aspects of the game. So yeah. What is your favorite game? I mean, if that's the case, you're more the action part then. You've even seen people complain they don't want to learn blueprints. Huh? But blueprints are already made for you. All you need to do is just place them. Love it, but you get it. I don't get it. I don't get the blueprint part. That one genuinely puzzles me. I am confused. Blueprints are such that you just need to place the facilities in their places based on the blueprint itself. How is that difficult? How is that learning? You're copying. How is copying learning? If we'll take it in a examinations kind of way, because that's something everyone has gone through before. If I were to copy someone's answers in an exam, right? just to pass. Okay, sure, I pass. Do I have to learn anything? No. Only thing I did was see the answer on someone's answer sheet. Write every single thing down word for word. Maybe I got some wrong just to make it such that I wasn't cheating. You know? It's like copying homework as well. Copying homework, you literally can copy every single little thing. Right, then you hand it in to the teacher. Do you learn anything from that? You absolutely don't learn. And Arknights has been battling this aversion to learning from even the first game itself. Because the first game is a tower defense game. You needed to learn mechanics, read stuff, understand and comprehend, infer what you could from the descriptions and the enemy's abilities, and then convert them into your own observations and your own strategies to overcome the enemy in whatever way you can think of. In that case, it's a very sandboxy kind of thing. So that's exactly what I mean is the aversion to learning is extremely puzzling, because every time you play a new game you have to learn something. Yet, especially the combat system, you still have to learn. It's just that people's priorities are very different. They want to learn things that they interest them. They don't want to learn things that they have no interest in. That's why the complaining about the learning part starts coming in. It's extremely silly. So not trying to say in a bad way, but just stay in WoWA, because if this game were to remove the factory aspect, you may as well just not come back and play WoWA. I mean, that's as direct as you can get already. It's not a bad thing to say it that way as well, because it's just essentially the game isn't for you, because it doesn't tickle your interest the right way. They're not going to get rid of factory building, so if you really can't stand it, the Endfield is not for you, and that's okay. Yeah, it's okay to not like Endfield for a certain aspect, even if you love other aspects of the game. And there's an aspect that breaks the deal for you and you absolutely don't want to play it, it's gone. Sometimes you don't fit, you need to install the right materials. I guess the micromanagement part can be a bit daunting for people. Yeah, I can see that. Why though you love Endfield combat? Then, well, just stick to blueprints then. Like, if you like the combat, at the very least, commit to the bare minimum. If you still enjoy the combat enough to want to stick with the game, commit to the bare minimum on the other end, because they're both core mechanics and core gameplay loops of the game. You can't do shit. WoWA combat is fun. You play WoWA, ZZZ, HSR, Honkai Impacted, Endfield AK, etc. Unemployment. What are we getting at here? Are we shaming each other for unemployment now? Make 6 figures. Yeah, okay. We have someone who's rich here, so that's cool. No unemployment shaming. Yeah, job market's horrible right now. It's probably the worst time to shame someone for that. They're just getting offended because you said Endfield isn't for them. Yeah, Endfield can just be not for you. Like for me, WoWA's not for me. Do you know why WoWA's not for me? My PC didn't like it, so I didn't play it. That's it. I didn't bother to try it at all, so no shaming, just trolling. I don't think that's trolling. I don't think that's trolling, because I think that the thing was that you mentioned that you played like 6 or 7 different gachas. So they immediately thought like, yeah. But you see, those gachas are quite out for quite long already. Like Zenless is out for a year and a half already. Was almost approaching 2 years as well. Honkai Impact has been like there for forever. At least almost almost 10 years. Arknights has been here for like 6 years and a half, close to 6 years and a half soon. The number of gachas you play is not the important part because you could be at different stages of the gacha. Some people play Honkai Impact from like 2017. So you're at a point where it's like you just log in, do dailies. It's not even that much of a time investment. Enemy telegraphing is hard to master too. You can save combos for timing. Yeah, I mean. I think they're young is okay. I don't know. Like, definitely sounds young to me. Only mention your income because you did that. I don't think that's a good reason. My brother in Christ, I mentioned I played several gachas and you immediately asked if I'm fine. The first question is that, right? The moment someone says they play like 6-7 gachas, you don't even know how much time they put into it. Like Arknights, I've done enough that right now I can just put 15 minutes per day and I'm done. I'm just out of the game already. I don't have to do anything else. And it's not like you play them back to back to back, you know, you just remember to log in, you go in, you do that. You spread that out throughout the day. It's basically 15 minutes an hour. It's not even that bad. It's not even that bad. You said you made 6 figures, so you got curious. Fuck. You could list 17 games you played recently too, but that doesn't mean much. I mean, I could tell you like 17 games I play, but it doesn't mean I play every single one concurrently. You can run all your dailies in under 2 hours from multitasking. It depends on the genre of the game as well, because Arknights you can kind of auto deploy. HSR I think you can do that as well. Just auto deploy your stuff. Zenless you can finish your dailies in 2 minutes. It's not even that big of a deal. If you are just in for the polychromes, 2 minutes. That's it. Log in, do scratch card, get coffee, open video store, done. Or if you want to really get down to the energy spending thing, sanity spending thing, all that stuff, well, Arknights are forced to do dailies anyways, to run them. Run stages for dailies. Zenless, I mean, you can just do like what? If you have an endgame team, go into the HIA, do your combat simulations. Your combat sim will only take at best 3 minutes. You're done. The most time you have to put into it is either when you're playing the side events, because some of them are story integrated with maybe combat segments or game modes, or the daily assault, or the shield defense. And if you have built enough teams, shield defense might be the longest still, because the recent change to shield mechanics is quite rough, I think. Because right now I think if you want to get all the rewards you need 100,000 points plus S rank in everything, which I mean you get naturally, so you need about average 34,000 score spread across the stages, which can be a bit rough if you don't have certain DPS units. Daily Assault is like, just if you're just in for the polychromes, you don't even need 9-star. Just get 6-star, 2-star, 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 everything, 14,000 each. You can do it all in one run. And each run is taking 3 minutes, so it's about what 10 minutes? You're done. Okay, got all your rewards, get out there. Yeah, Zenless is one of the easiest daily gameplay loops. Easily get it done. Endfield isn't that particularly hard as well. Just always log in, level operator, level weapon, get 5 gatherables. You don't have to collect them, you just need to go and get them. Just click on them 5 times. Any 5 gatherable items. And the last one is craft something. You can just craft any item in your backpack. Done. If you are just in it for the oro barrels, that's it. Regarding Endfield, you think they need to add basic headhunting tickets to Umbral Monument? Yeah, I guess we'll get to that later. The possible improvements they can make. Right now, we're just going through what stuff they have already done and already in the game, and hopefully we can get to the improvement part later, probably. Currently, there's no way to earn them. There are ways to earn basic headhunting tickets. Unfortunately, once you're done with all the current ways of doing it, like the exploration level ups, the outposts, I think you're done. You're screwed already. Yeah, in Arknights you can buy the headhunting tickets, right? That you use for banners in general. It's like it's not a standard banner thing or whatsoever. It's just banners in general. We could buy them from the shop. Something which I found very weird, that you are only able to buy chartered headhunting with the AIC quota right now. AIC quota can only get those instead of like the basic headhunting, and the stock redistribution system as well. Once you buy all the tickets, you're done. You are no longer available to get any others. So it's extremely funny. You're done with everything in Endfield except slowly leveling characters, chests, Oriland. I haven't done all the Orilands as well in Valley 4. And chests, I think I still have a ton left over. So I'll be doing some exploring over the next few weeks. Well, not next few weeks, next few... Okay, next few weeks sounds right. Before the patch ends, to get as many pulls as I can to get for Yvonne. Because right now I have like about 30 pulls for Yvonne. And then if we think about the free 10 pulls that we're getting for Yvonne, from the logins and stuff. Oh yeah, and the other is the other free one come from the AIC bot, which we are supposed to get anyway. So yeah, free temple. I'm only about 40 pulls. I can't guarantee her at any stretch. Whether I'll get to 120 is another thing altogether. I hope I never have to. But early Yvonne, or I will bow. Yeah, I'm not even at Wuling as well. If I hit Wuling, I'll have a lot of pulls as well. That's the thing. So yeah. You want more mats to level more operators, but you're greedy wanting it now. I think you're greedy. Yeah. It's the first month of the game. It's not like I'm talking about the Endfield Babble 6 months down the road, you know. So speaking of the 6 months down, in about 5 months, when we hit the half anniversary, I will do a second Endfield Babble. The half anniversary edition. So look forward to that. We'll talk more about the improvements that they are making, and you know, all the little stuff. Sanity regen rate doesn't feel good. The sanity regen rate follows the standard gacha formula though. It's only because the cap is a lot higher here that it does feel like you never fill it up. Unless you let it sit. Because it's 350 cap against a 240 regen per day. They could give more sanity. I mean, don't they give 40 extra sanity per day from the dailies. They give you that like one extra booster, right? The issue is 240 per day is 3 runs. The only way they can mitigate the current situation that some people have been caught in with regards to sanity is that they give more potions out. That's the only thing they can do. Because they decided to stick with a 350. If they lowered the limit to how it was for Arknights, for there's a Arknights limit is 280, right? But you can get 240 one day. But let's say they limited it to something similar to what Zenless did, 240 per day, 240 regen. Then you're more incentivized to spend all your sanity every day, because you don't want to overcap. If that's the case, it will get all those people who are really into min-maxing. Then Hypergrip can be like, we got him, kids. They even have the double use tickets if you want less runs. Yeah, I use the double tickets a lot. Make runs cost less sanity so you can do more. Nah, you create the opposite problem then. Using less sanity creates the opposite problem. So it gets to a point where people don't want to play less, end up having to spend more time to clear more of the sanity. So they're kind of caught in this weird spot right now. It's a hard between a hard place and a place with spikes. They're both uncomfortable. Rock and a hard place, no. A place with spikes. A rock and a hard place is so funny because the rock is a hard place. So yeah, I try to give a twist. I know I like to come up with twists on my own, but it's not that funny, I'll be honest. Yeah, so why I say a place with spikes, you could just end up hurting yourself, you know, either way. Hard is uncomfortable, you know, it's fine, but spikes means you walk into a complete trap. You laughed, I mean, if someone laughs. A rock and a plane full of snakes. I say a place full of spikes. Spikes, not snakes, but okay. Your argument for giving us more to do now is because there's not as much to do, as the game is not as fleshed out. Later on, as it gets more developed, you can reward more players by giving more materials for more sanity. Look, I get what you mean. I come from a place where we played the certain games for like several years, and we gone through every single little thing that could have helped to improve the game's experience. The issue with the game right now is that it is still in a spot where it's still trying to be a little bit experimental with what they can get from players in terms of the feedback, the information that they have, the information they've already gotten, or the information they can infer from. Just a surface level scan. None of those are the main deep issues. But I can see what you guys are coming from. You are saying that once you hit a certain point, the so-called end gameplay loop is very bare. But take it from me that you cannot say that that is representative of most of the player base. So what could be the experience for you where, because you played so much of the game that over the past month, right? Maybe the past 30 days, and you've gotten to almost clearing every single little nook and cranny of the 1.0 patch. But not, you can't take your experience as the maybe even like the 1% as the experience of the other 99. Yeah, so what may be like minor what could be minor inconveniences to you in terms of the gameplay loop and how much interest it can keep you going with? It's just a personal thing. It's subjective in the end. The objective thing is that I think they've given us plenty of content already for 1.0. This is a 1.0 that has a lot of stuff. It's just that when it gets to the end point, it feels bad because you've done everything in between. You've done every single little thing in between up until that to get to that point. I've seen some content creators even argue that we're not getting as much of like in the 1.0 compared to other gacha games, and I wonder, I often wonder, are we playing the same game? So just because you rush through the content within maybe 2 weeks, or maybe even less than that, a week and a half, you take that as the... Now, I'm not speaking about you guys specifically, I'm just like referencing the words of that content creator itself, which I won't name for now. Okay, he said that the core gameplay loop at the end game, or whatever we have as the end game right now, is extremely bad. And I'm like, you cleared most of the stuff up until getting towards that point, up until the point where you basically have very little to do already. So whose fault is that? It's nobody's fault. You can't pin the blame on the developers for not giving you enough content to clear or engage yourself with. Neither can the developers blame you for playing through the game that fast or eating through the content as you did. Nobody's at fault. The fact is that for 1.0 launch, Endfield has actually plenty of stuff for people to do. But I guess the content creator in question never did take into account that if you are that invested in the game, you're gonna chomp through the content like Pac-Man. You want real Pac-Man? I can give you Pac-Man. I'll show you Pac-Man right now, like this. It'll be like my thumbnail. You have the Pac-Man on the left side. So speaking of which, what do you guys think of this thumbnail that I made? The text at the bottom is just from the PowerPoint itself. Got nothing to do with it. But aside from that, aside from text. Approved. Glad some of you like it. I do think I like the presentation of this for sure. I will make another with. I know I covered Wolfguard's face, but he's in the fucking background, like really far back, so not much I can do. I'll work on making more thumbnails like these. This one took me a bit to conceptualize. You know. Okay, where are we at now? The combat system. Okay, let's go through the combat system. No one wants to see you anyway. If my wife Palika is front and center, easy clap. I mean, you kind of just want to see the end mins and or like some people call the peng mins because they look like penguins. 100% that was a good amount of content for a 1.0 release. You've seen games come out with half the content that Endfield did. For 1.0, okay? You play it for a week straight and still a heaps left felt good. Okay, back to what I was talking about the... Oh yeah, the content creators in question, right? His view. Current endgame loop is bad because outside of Umbra Monument there's no endgame. So I did say that included an endgame type mode, which is Umbra Monument. So it can occupy your attention for more than an hour probably. Depending on how you approach it, I don't know. Penguinistrator, yeah, I called them Penguinistrator at some point. You found Isaac Wolf recently and one of his videos had a 3D animated Endfield background. He's more known for the music side though. Old hit from the old days of Endfield. Even days or before Endfield rather, in the Arknights scene. It's been around for I think 5 years thereabouts. Music is great. You bought some of it, okay? Good, cool. To support more of the AK creators in your way. What you mean by that is someone's comparing Endgame to say like Genshin or HSR, WoW versus Endfield. It's obviously unfair because Endfield is just out for like a month. That's what we are talking about. In fact, the entire first month of Endfield, whatever they've been doing, whatever they've cooked up for the first month, 1.0. Because I would say a month is good. I didn't want to do this like end of the patch because I think the first month is a good gauge where if they give you about 7 weeks to clear stuff, close to it. I think it was a 6.5 from the time of release. So they give you about 7 weeks to clear, thereabouts. 7 weeks is you're gonna take about roughly 4.5 to 5 weeks to clear most of the content in the game, which is about 1 month. So I think it was perfect for today's stream, which I mean I would have done it tomorrow as well, if it wasn't today. So of course, a lot of people like to compare with games that are already out. So the fact that some of these games are already out for, and especially for Genshin, is like approaching 6 years this year. It's 5 years plus, right? How are we supposed to use that as a concrete argument for Endfield isn't doing enough? Genshin is like on its what was it? Patch 5 point something or six coming up, or is patch 6 already whatsoever? We're on 1.0. How is that a fair comparison? When people want to compare, they don't obviously take the fair comparison route. They compare to discredit. Because they are afraid. They are afraid that Endfield is going to get more popular than Genshin will ever be. That possibility is there. And they're afraid that their favorite game is going to have experience like an imaginary exodus in their heads. Like, people who are going to move on from Genshin because Genshin old game, you know, then they're going to move on to Endfield, which is the newer game. But they never think about it this way. People who play Genshin can also play Endfield along at the same time, rather than moving on. Why does it always have to be a I quit and move on kind of thing? And the thing is, they treat the live service games like fucking monthly DLCs. That's not supposed to be the case. I don't get the mentality. This is a live service game. This is not a complete fleshed out game with everything they wanted to put in already. They wouldn't need feedback if that's the case. Why would they need feedback for something that they believe was completed in their vision? Why would that ever be the case? No company is gonna tell you that, okay, that we thought this was complete, that's why we released it. You want something extra, we'll work on something extra on the back end for DLCs. You know, that other stuff. Don't treat live service games like monthly DLCs. That is not the case. Treat live service games as a game that is essentially still a working project. Until the end of its service comes, that means the game essentially, for whatever reason, is considered complete. Right? It could be that they never really thought that it would be complete in their vision. They may have a sequel for that. Okay, but that's up for debate. But we're not going to debate that today. But the most important thing is just treat it like a content drip. It's like some people like drip coffee over instant coffee kind of thing. You know? I feel like the comparison is pretty apt here. Instant coffee against drip coffee. So are you the patient type who prefers stronger, deeper flavors of coffee? You prefer drip coffee so that, you know, your flavors come out more natural, your flavors come out much deeper, stronger notes of caffeine. Or you want instant coffee, you want instantly, oh, I get everything out, I finish everything, I feel empty now. Because I already finished my cup of coffee in the time I could have maybe still be waiting for my drip coffee. Patience is a virtue, absolutely. With anything that needs time to get done. And the thing is, they forget Endfield has a narrative story tied to it. It is not just simply combat, factory, combat, factory, combat, factory. When you play main story quest, there is a story. People need time to write that. You want to enjoy and love your characters, you know, for who they are, right? And get attached to them. Like you want to like Chen, you want to like Pelika, you like to like whoever, you know, Gilberta, Lavatane. They need a good story. You want to like them because of the story. You want to learn more about them because of the story. That takes time. They're sipping a slow drip coffee right now. Incredible. You have cried at Yvonne and Gilberta's story, so they're 2 for 2 for punching me in the uterus. Yikes. Yeah, I haven't got through it. Some of the stories I will get through those myself. But we'll see. I have to confess I did tear up a bit when Tata died, because exploded, because they did a great job. Probably the best part of Valley 4 was the robot itself, because it got people attached to Tata. You cried like a bitch. But Tata, I shed manly tears, because they did a good job making this robot mascot, like and getting us attached to the mascot, like a pet, you know. Like I did describe the robot like a pet, because Chen treated it like a pet. I've often said from the beginning of the game that Chen is basically our player insert, more than the admin was, because a lot of the things that we feel, right, Chen seems to reflect that a lot. Your wife walked in, I was like, the fuck? You have to explain to a grown woman why you're crying over an animated robot that only speaks in emojis, but it felt like a pet. It felt like if, let's say, your brave pet dog sacrificed itself for you, that kind of thing, you know. I'll treat it in that level, yeah. The most sneaky part about the robot was that they gave it personality. And they explain it as in Yvonne gave the robot like the ability to emote. You will say Wua's most recent patch fucking murdered you, best patch you've had in any gacha. What was it? The 3.1. Everyone was singing praises about it. Even the usually abysmal Saint Tontas was praising it to the heavens. But we'll get to him later on because he's gonna be one of my talking points at some point. You know that it has touched people's hearts when even one of the most negative person, one of the most negative people out there, you know, in the gacha space, speaks highly of it. So, are they ever gonna fix PayPal? I have no fucking clue. But for now, it's disabled as a payment mode. So just stick with your credit card purchases because at least you can refund them easily. Your bank does not like you swiping. It is what it is. get a different bank. If you really want to swipe. You get fraud messages every time. Is it because you swipe often? Sometimes it's more the frequency than the amount, you know. But Hypergriff is a legitimate company though. If let's say you got from the store. You spell OG Arknights doesn't count because that one is under Yostar. It's a different thing. Like Griffline I think is new. Like probably formed proper last year or something. You call your bank and be like, listen, just let it happen. I don't know. It feels like you are willing to give money to fund Endfield and whatever endeavors that Endfield is gonna bring to us in the next like foreseeable future, and your bank's like, nah. Right, so I'll get to the part with so the endgame part we talked so much about it. Right, but we can probably go back to that point with the endgame type mode, the Umbro. So my issue with people saying like that's very poor endgame loop, right, is that, well, we all knew that 1.0 is not gonna have any kind of good endgame loop whatsoever. Every gacha is like this. Endfield is not the first, it won't be the last either. Because they never plan that far to... maybe in terms of the story development, the story writing, everything is like planned 6 months ahead. But in terms of the features itself, right? It's easier to implement that one. Because the story, you kind of want congruency. You want the story to make sense. So you need a lot more work on that. So they do more on the writing. Normal for it to take a longer time, longer planning pipeline. For more immediate features such as endgame modes and stuff like that, yes, it takes time to be developed, but they won't take 6 months. They'll at most maybe take 2 to 3 months. Couple of play tests, couple of iterations of ideation, and then they will move on to trying to flesh out the game mode itself. I think story writing they will go as far as like maybe a year even. Maybe right now they have like a years of stories currently in the writing process. Features need to be more immediate. Right, so maybe within like a 3 to 6 month cycle they'll come out with some other stuff. Maybe some of them they're already working on based on survey feedback. So you are no whale, but you don't mind spending some cash to help support the game you're enjoying. Yeah, I mean I'm just too broke, so I just stay free to play all the time. Yeah, money to spare, you support Endfield plan 2 in the moment. Yeah, I always do the broke excuse, and it's actually true though. I've been broke for a while. You treat battle passes like monthly this subscription like what we used to pay for MMOs. Yeah, was it the monthly membership in RuneScape and stuff like that? Yeah, similar. So yeah, when people complain about the end game, like you had a lot of content already. Then you complain about the end game, like why is end game even on people's lips after the first month? It's as if you want the game to speedrun EOS, you know? I don't get it. The quicker we reach endgame, the more of an end you can see. That is not good for any game in particular, especially a live service one. If people start wanting endgame in the early stages, right, it can only mean one of two things. One, the game's so interesting that people want more of it. Okay, that's one interpretation. Now the second interpretation, people are starting to get tired of the game. They want out already. They need an excuse. And the excuse is there's not enough to do in this game, so I guess I'll just be on my way then. The first one is legitimate, right? It's a real thing where people just they can't get enough of this game. They're just so into the game. They love it so much. My verdict, I still have 2 points to talk about. To be fair. Wait, hang on. Yeah, this one. But we'll get to that later. Because I guess some of you started the talk where we go back into the end games talk again. So I'm a bit conflicted with the responses for the end game thing, because on one hand you can like excuse it as in they love the game so much they want more of it, but you know it just can't come fast enough. So they just want to play more Enfield. Fantastic. That's the most positive way I can paint it. And then I go to the other end, the other spectrum, on the complete opposite spectrum. So we're gonna talk about how people have been basically coasting through every single thing within maybe a short period of time, like 1.5 2 weeks, and they're like, oh man, there's nothing to do anymore. I think my interest in this game is done. But the interest in the game is tied to what is left to do in the game. So they keep finding things to do. And then they tire out. There's nothing else to do already. I'm done. So they just say, yeah, I guess I'll move on until something new comes around, or you know, I could quit now because the end game's so bad. I'm having level 90 Lavatin, level 90 Cuberta, level 90 of their weapons, mastery 3 in all of their skills, and there's nothing to challenge me. I'm tired of the game being too easy for me. level 90 lava team, but zero trust. See, if the trust system had a little bit more depth to it, like what Arknights used to have, I might have said something about it, but the trust system doesn't seem to have experienced any special things in Enfield. Essentially, it's just there for show and unlocking maybe operator files. That's it. Because in Arknights, your operator stats are tied to trust. So let's say any given operator has like a maximum trust of like 100 for your max stat gain. They have something like maybe plus 50 attack, plus 400 HP. So there's an incentive to go for the trust, apart from the fact that they are used as like file unlocks, or maybe to hit certain checkpoints to say, oh yeah. Maybe Enfield, I don't know about Enfield being the gifts, are they gonna change or anything if you get higher trust on them? I don't know if that's specifically the case. I've never hit 200% on anyone to try that. I like now 100% or something. It's only required for stat boost in the talent tree, see? That one you have to activate. That's what I'm talking about, but because you have to activate in the talent tree, it's not like a innate, oh, I have 200 trust on someone, I get a automatic plus 20 bonus. You have to consciously go and activate it, while in Arknights it was normal. That you got to 100%, it was done. So the significance of the trust system is just quite bare bones right now. I don't know if they will further fine-tune and refine the system that will give even more depth to this simple operator admin relationship thing. But if they do, I like to see it. I like to see what else they could add to this system. But right now it just felt like they just put in a gifting system just to appease a certain crowd of the gacha gamers, because you know you get to see more personal interactions in a 3D medium rather than simply just click on them for trust gain in the original Arknights. So it's kind of weird that it feels so bare bones. The game does so many things and not surprised some are undercooked. Yeah, it feels like they're just giving something there so that they can improve and put more depth into those features in the future. But I believe that they can eventually cook something with the affection trust system whatsoever. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna go to the playstyles, I guess, like flexible playstyles. For me, you asked what I thought about the combat. My verdict is it allows flexible playstyles, something which I'm very appreciative of. It's like someone who likes to play gap closers, more control, I suppose, with like operators like Gilberta, or Enmin as well. Enmin has some level of crowd control. Some people prefer like the long range operators because they don't like to do close combat all the time. They like to stay at a safe distance, start pew pew, you know, shoot people, shoot enemies, blast them with big attacks from a long distance away. Because if they're not close to me, how can they hurt me? Right? So, and then there are people who are not very big fan of the close combat stuff. They don't like to get close. Some people like to be aggressive, always be on the front foot. They like to close the gap on enemies, like to clap them as much as they can. Hey, at least they allow you a different type of play. And then if you love playing tanks, oh, defenders are there. Spears have a longer range, amazing. I think that's a very underrated aspect. Like different weapons, different ranges allow you a different approach to like how do you create openings with a longer reach compared to, oh, I have to close the gap, so I have to maybe PD perfect dodge into slapping people, something like that. Now, because with the next point is like trouble with the class relevance, right? Here's the thing, it's only 1 month in. We only have like about 24, 25 operators, I think. Tops. 24, 25 operators like in this current juncture, right? Class relevance is very problematic because I think the most populated class right now is the striker class, alongside I think the vanguard class. Was it 4 each? That's not a lot you can work with. There's strikers, supporters, guards, defenders, vanguards. What's that last one? Caster. So we have 6 classes and 5 elements. Right, I did not remember wrong, right? It should be 6, 6, 5 right now. Yeah, six classes, 5 elements. So there is some synergy with certain teams that you want to build. You want to build cryo. You know, build maybe right now I think it's highly focused pure cryo. You want to build mixed teams. I think nature mixes well with other types of reactions. So you can play like Gilberta, or you can play Ardelia to trigger other types of reactions with, say, electric, heat, cryo, or physical, right? And then you have types of damage. So damage types are arts and the physical type. And most of the ranged ones are arts. Most of them. Then there are some physical ones, like strikers are in a very weird spot because strikers can either be arts or be physical. But I think largely should be under arts because arts seems to bring more. Do we have a physical striker right now actually? Was it Li Feng? Li Feng is a physical striker, right? You saw someone using corrosion and electrified for double damage boost. It was crazy. Yeah, I think Perlica will clap really hard with that for sure. 2 give boss, 2 give damage over time. Yeah. Yeah, but Perlica's nuke damage is especially noticeable when you do reactions and you combine it with the stun. So once you hit stun, right? Oh wow. But Perlica is your hidden nuker. She basically just drops the ultimate and they're done. Even better if you can pair up with the ultimate with the skill. Enough SP for that? Yeah, just go for it, both of them. She will clap so hard. You can, I think under the right circumstance you can probably 2-shot something, which is insane to think about. She's a welfare character. Well, she's given out to players. Think about it. A free character. And her damage output is absolutely insane. Yubata, Akikuri, Perlica, and you forget. Yeah. She works well with arts reactions as a whole. So The class relevance thing feels like some of them are quite shoehorned right now. So defenders are shoehorned into a position where if they don't make you use the defender, you're screwed. If they decide you are what was it again? Guards are the all-round class, so they just fit well. They have good, decent endurance, right? So their HP is pretty good. Their strength, generally quite basic stat spread, unless you're Chen. Chen, for whatever reason, two of her stats are very low. Especially the intellect stat, but we don't talk about those, right? We don't talk about how many brain cells she has. But yeah, guards generally have a very strong and balanced stat spread compared to other types of who are quite skewed towards their main stat for most part. Other classes, so right now is just the roster doesn't seem large enough to give any class specific relevance. So you will is this a bad thing? I would say not necessarily. Lacking class relevance just means that there's a lack of focus and there's a lack of skewed priorities towards a certain class. So there's like no shilling of, oh, you have to absolutely play strikers for damage output. There's no, oh, you need to play all guards because you want an entirely balanced team of operators. But again, it's still early days, so hopefully they can bring more relevance to some of the other classes that are underutilized. For me, I think right now the caster is in good shape because of Pelika largely. Vanguards are very good for generating SP for you so that you can keep spamming skills and stuff. Supporters are kind of just locked into whatever roles they are left with right now, which is largely healing and crowd control. While defenders are just left to do blocking damage, you know, provide. Right now it's just quite standard and there's not much of any uniqueness, which like apart from what they do separately as a class, there's not too much in terms of outlandish uniqueness. What I mean by outlandish uniqueness is when they start to transcend. When they start transcending like the class barrier. I think it's the day we can accept that power creep has finally arrived to Endfield, or get ready for real endgame, because the real endgame starts when the lines start getting blurred. Snowshine can actually do good damage if set up right. Spam block for cryo burst. I mean, that's true. That's why she's good for cryo monos right now. I can't even play cryo mono right now because I lack one operator, I think. If I want to play cryo mono, I'm lacking one operator literally. I mean I could use Estella, but she doesn't really mesh super well with how I want to play the cryo. No, my idea of playing cryo right now is that I can probably play with the last right main, Right, I have Zaihi, I have Snowshine, I have Estella. But another one will give me a bit more of a flex slot if I got Yvonne. Meaning one of them can take a flex slot up. You can kind of switch them out, switch them in. Elish I never leveled him so far. Snowshine I leveled to I think 20. So I started already. Anyone I never started like at 1, I'm already not planning to use them for the foreseeable future. It's expensive, okay? So who's the Zaihi for me, I've been using her for like the daily level up, so it's fine. Yeah. Daily level ups are fine. But we'll get to the expensive stuff later because it's on the next one. Hang on, let me show you guys the next transition. Hang on. I think I need to sort this one out. Okay, there's a little bit more. Maybe less. I don't know. Let me quickly get this. Okay, I'm gonna do the animation so that we don't get the same rubbish early on. Oh, I might have to hang on. Otherwise, you guys will be stuck looking at a wall of text, and we will end up in the place again where you can lose track of what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I'm done. Okay, good. We'll be able to get through the next one. Let me test it out. Okay, good. Right. Well, we'll go back. All right. So we are going to go back to part 2, where we'll cover certain other aspects of the game. I expected this to go 6 hours, by the way. I totally expected this. I'm just rambling. Right. So. Alright, so let's now talk about the what they've done well. Better production value than your streams. I don't know. Everyone has a different style. I've honed this style for like how long has it been? 6 years? 5.5? I even go as far as if I could include infographics to boost certain perceptions of values, right? And to give you a better representation, I would have done so, but but you see, there are some people like me who just put so much into this type of thing, and yet some others can put less effort and draw way bigger audiences. So I don't know. Just understand that the approach does not guarantee the viewership. It just does not guarantee anything. So always remember that on your journey, do what you believe is your style. Don't have to follow others. It's like a business presentation. It's easier to visage this as a business presentation, to be fair, because there is some structure. If let's say I was just talking about any like random points jumping all over the place, I don't think you guys will be able to follow what it is. I was studying game design, so you're deep into it. I mean, I'm bringing some of my experience having studied game design in the past as well. So you can see a lot of my insights are a little bit more in depth than some others might give you a little bit more on the surface scratching side. They just kind of just briefly go over it. I try to give you a perspective where it's a little bit deeper than that, because there is an entire branch of psychology that is attributed, or specifically studying why people play games in order to make products that people would also partake in. You get what I mean? Like, you don't understand player psychology, then how would you know who would enjoy your game, or who would be your perfect demographic? Yeah, yes, hi, Sadist Hacker. Forgot to. I only just saw you there, like, but I did see your message. It's okay. It is what it is. So okay, that being said, right, I try my best to give like a good idea to follow as to what I'm talking about. Otherwise, people come into this stream, get lost. Yikes! I don't want that. I know I wouldn't want to walk into a stream completely lost as to what was going on. How can there be a discussion when people are lost? People need to know what they're talking about. Like that being said, let's go into the operator side. So operator side is a bit interesting because the operators are essentially the carries of the game. They are essential parts of your gameplay. They are essential parts of the story that they want to present. Dang, still going. Yes, hi Phoenix. Thanks for dropping by back again. Yeah, I'm still going. I did say this was probably going about 6 hours. I've not lied about it, at least up until now. Yeah, we only just finished the part 1. We're going to go part 2 now. There may be no more Endfield gameplay today, I'll be honest. This is positively awful on lunch break. Well, good thing that you can chime in on this part, I suppose. But if you have anything you missed and you wanted to scroll through, the VOD is there. I suggest watching the VOD if you have anything that you can share with me the next time I'm around on the stream again. Maybe tomorrow. Well, I'll give maybe about half an hour to an hour tomorrow for anyone who wants to catch up with this. Now, I mean, watch on your free time. You can just like scroll through 10 seconds, to get to parts that you think you can offer something. So do it on your free time. Don't do it on the lunch break. It's just not worth it. Okay. Anyways, back to the character thing. I always said that the character is basically the selling point for as much as the core mechanics are in terms of gameplay. The characters are the strongest product that the game can possibly package for you and I. Right, so it's about the design appeal. Like I can see that Lavatine has huge appeal to a lot of people. She ticks all the right boxes, I suppose. Right, she's a fiery redhead. She has a very direct personality. She doesn't mince words. She likes directness because it's probably part of a entire value as well, because her memories are fragmented as we are presented at the beginning of the especially her story. She just says she's never sure if the memories she dreams of or seen in a sleep or even just on the spot trying to remember, are they hers or someone else's? So she just prefers to just cut the bullshit, just get straight to the point. So she appreciates directness and forthrightness. Right, she doesn't even in her own behavior, she doesn't want for bullshittery, which I find it very interesting because these types of characters usually have a very strong, straightforward appeal because they have nothing to hide with their personality. You know exactly how they will behave and you know how they will respond. So when it comes to the story, it's easy to understand and kind of like put yourself in their shoes to understand the character. Meanwhile, if they are a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more mysterious, right? There is an appeal in the sense that, like, who's the most mysterious one right now? Hang on, let me see. Probably Last Ride right now. As far as we know, like Last Ride is fine with her own like personality. Anything deeper than what we know about her, there's that little bit of mystique about it. Like she's so the entire thing about Last Ride is that she is from a cannibalistic race of Sarkas. What do? They consume themselves, their own kind, others, to prolong their lives and feed their knowledge, I suppose. Whatever they eat or consume, the eaten being will pass their memories on to them, essentially. So that's as far as I can go without really going too deeply into the lore. So with Last Ride, there is some mystique with how her background is, because she's one of those who doesn't partake in the cannibalistic practices of her the usual Sarkas of her kind. Right, so she's a little bit different in that her origins are the mysterious part. Lavate has a similar thing where she's trying to find out her past, right? Her mysteriousness comes from the fact that she's got a past that's very cloudy. She's not clear what her past is like. Then you'll get more straightforwardness from her personality. But Yvonne also they want to create some intrigue, right? We don't know much of her past. We only met her in the science park But there has been some level of knowledge with the admin. The admin, everyone in Endfield Industries is probably made sure that they absolutely know admin as their lord and savior of everyone. Something similar to how Warframe works around blood drinking. Warframe still does drink blood, by the way, even if originally I think Closure doesn't do that. In Arknights itself, Closure doesn't do that. Closure is a vampire as well, but Warframe still drinks blood. She just has to control her urges, and supposedly the doctor's blood is special enough that she gets intoxicated when she has even a sip of it. So she's described as acting extremely unladylike. After having drunk just a drop of doctor's blood. You get what I mean? It's like highly intoxicating to vampires apparently. But Warframe doesn't end up having the physical manifestations of what Last Rite would get if she starts like consuming other living beings. They're not like livestock or anything like that. Yeah, but it's out if it's donated blood only. Warframe explicitly would ask for permission. Yeah. Warframe is one of the nicer vampires. I would say if like it's maybe the Sanguinarch is something else altogether. The Sanguinarch is a bit of an asshole, to be honest. The Sanguinarch will consume his enemies for sure. The blood of his enemies. So that part is real. So I've not fully finished Lavatane's story. I've only gone through like the very first portion of it in the the protocol space, right? But I've heard great things about it. Everyone says like it's probably the best written story in the 1.0 of Arknights Endfield. So we will get there. Because I finally finished Valley 4. I can finally go on to the bloody stories before we move on to other stuff. So I'm doing Lavatane, then Yvonne's one. Then, I don't know. Should we just do Gilberta's and Wolfguard's as well? All at one shot? Story only day? No, that being said, I don't think that's a good thing. I should probably do clear some side quests, clear some side stories, leave the content for another day, do it again. Done them more happy to hear my thoughts. We'll see. I like the opening of the Lavate story already because it feels like the way she spoke about the admin was extremely peculiar because she never met the admin before. She affirms that it's the first time that they two have actually physically met each other in any form. So they're like, yeah, just based on those little clues and whatever parts of fragmented memories that she can remember and recall, just from that, she was very sharp. She was able to immediately say, okay, guess you're the admin, huh? And then the admin was like, wait, what? You knew? And then she proceeds to say it wasn't hard to guess that you were the admin just based on the few clues that she got. She didn't get that many clues. She only got a couple of clues, but she was able to piece everything together. So a very sharp, shrewd woman, right? With a very great knack for observation. I suppose. And I like to believe that her powers of observation came from the fact that she always had to find something of note to remember, to recall. So it kind of just writes well into a character, right? But you be the judge. You be the ones to tell me exactly what which stories you thought were great. Lavatane's one, I know a lot of people have spoken great things about it. Some of you have also said earlier on that you like Yvonne's ones. Gilberta's, I don't know about Wolfguard. Wolfguard feels like nobody talks about his. Feels like the ladies got the more emotional ones. Wolfguard's one felt like he didn't get one. That's why nobody talks about it. Like when the stories are emotional and start touching people's hearts, that's only when you can decide, okay, that's a great story. You've only read Last Rite and Akekuri's file so far. I haven't had too many days of my time to read through all these files. One day we'll sit down, then I don't know how much trust level I have to get to that, but we'll sit down and we'll only talk and go through only operator files while scrolling through the game itself. I could probably go into the bloody wiki and do it, but it's not that fun. You get what I mean? I want to sit down here and talk with you guys about the characters themselves, because they're core parts of the game, not just in gameplay wise, but narratively they are intertwined into this and woven into this entire story of Endfield. So it'll be great to talk about them in that. Maybe we could find aspects of the character that we enjoy a lot, and then we can agree, right, great character, let's move on. However, for Endfield, the anime is at least 2 years out, I would say. At least 2 years out. Wolfguard's one is kind of dark. Felt a bit flat compared to Lavatine and Yvonne. Some people didn't like Yvonne's one though. I've read some comments around Reddit that they didn't quite like Yvonne's one that much either. So only Lavatine's one has got like the unequivocal thumbs up approval from every single person out there so far who has had the chance to play through. I don't know. But again, Lavatine's one is a bit of a low bar because the story was the first one, and the character she's tied to had literally no fucking lore about her for a good 4 or 5 years. And then they decided, yeah, let's I suppose it's time, right, to give her proper story, except it's not Arknights, it's Endfield, so I don't know. But Yvonne's one felt like a flavor thing. Like if you liked it, you will like it a lot. You didn't like it, you will find it a little bit on the flat side. Yeah. Alright, so we'll talk about the operators in terms of how it compares with OG Arknights. So the OG Arknights was a bit more of, all you get to see was character art, character outfits, like those skins and costumes. And then what you get from their lore is either from their voice lines or their some skins have extra voice lines, extra lore to them, I suppose. But most of it is either you get from the regular voice lines or you got them from the operator files. Sometimes from operator interactions, like when you deploy them, they will start they'll mention, maybe say so there are two characters that are very intertwined with each other, like pairs of characters. Plenty of them in Arknights. So I'll just raise one from the early game so that you guys are not too heavily spoiled or anything like that. So we have Lapland and Texas. Okay? They are part of the OG Arknights game. They have voice lines referencing each other somewhere. Whether it's in the base, whether it's in the battlefield. And then sometimes when you click on them, they also they'll have this voice line asking doctor, so what's your instruction, something like that, you know. So there's this level of interaction through the voice lines and all that. Now in a 2D medium, that's all you get, pretty much. There's not much more that you can get. You can only get that much out of it. Other than that, and then it's the visual novel story style that has zero interactions and just minimal animations, animated sprites here and there. On the note of Endfield, now everything is in a different medium. It's a 3-dimensional, everything's animated facial expressions. You can see more clearly, you can see more expressiveness from the characters. And then you can get to see like those little habits and movements when they interact with the admin to give them a little bit more personality and flavor. So you have like in the splash screen you will see Lavatine sometimes on the idle screen, right? She will have an ice cream, right? Something you will not see in Arknights. In Endfield you will see that because, you know, she's animated licking an ice cream or something in her idle stance. And then in Arknights you have to wait until you get a skin, a costume, an outfit. Then you get to see different reactions. Then you get to see different expressions. Because now yeah, 2D medium is a bit off, right, in terms of having to portray all these things. You can only portray maybe one emotion at a time. Probably like the operator's happy, they're smiling, the operators I guess also that there's the animated chibi, the 2D style in the base when you get to see them. So I'm not completely correct about this. Or you can only see them you can see them in the base as well with the chibis walking around the base, you know, working, just in the dorms, you know, chilling and all that. Right, back to ice cream. You get to see her look at you in disgust right now. Lavatine doesn't have the same vibe as Surtur does. Completely different. Lavatine feels like she knows what she's capable of. She understands that not everyone possesses power that she does. So she takes it upon herself to protect them. If the way to protect them is just to tell them straight into their, and she's quite direct. Like I said, she likes to cut bullshit. So if she says it to your face that, you know, it's okay if you're not strong enough, just stay behind me. No, she doesn't mean it in a mean way. She means it as in a serious way, in that she will protect you, you know. So Surtur is like anything you do, she's just like really grumpy and really just unsatisfied. Because she doesn't have a sense of what herself is. You get what I mean? But while both of them don't have a sense of self at the start anyways. Their approach is completely different. The base personality, I suppose, like the very direct part, they share. The intent is a bit different. The intent is a bit different. That's what I want to bring, the difference between the characters, not just the characters, and the medium as well. So the medium will allow you to express more. So even the chibis have only a few reactions they can do. They are capable of way more expressiveness in the 3D medium. So you can animate them with like they're smiling, they're waving at you. You know, Gilberta always has the bright smile while leaning in towards you. As in she's showing great interest in you, that kind of thing, which you won't get to see in a medium of 2D. Like all we do is like when we tap the operators, they just maybe as if you gave them a forehead flick. So some of them maybe they may fall backwards or something like that. Food preferences seem inherited. Snowshine likes cheese fondue like Aurora did. Now. The cheese fondue thing is interesting here because Keurig is in terms of location, it's based on the Swiss Alps if I'm not wrong. But the religion is more based on the Himalayan influence, if I'm not wrong. So it's kind of an amalgamation, the Keurig region. So the cheese fondue is popular in Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. Although their national dish should be roasty, if I'm not wrong. Like the fried potato hash cake, as they call it, it's called a roasty. So if she likes cheese fondue, I'm not surprised because the region Aurora was from is actually based on the Swiss Alps, you know. And the religious part came from the Himalayan side, so the Himalayan mountain range ish side. With Snowshine, I'm not sure. Wait, what's her name? They all have given names, right? Like proper names. I forgot her name. Hey, hang on, let me go check. They all have different names. So the names that we know them by, operator names. It's got nothing to do with the actual names. Some do use the actual names, by the way. Don't get it twisted. So there are people like Gilberta who inherited the genetic her genetic blueprint essentially from Angelina from Arknights, right? So they don't share the same name though, but they do share one thing in common. Their operator name is their given name. You get what I mean? So there are some interesting quirks. But Ardelia is a bit different. Ardelia is I think Ardelia actually goes by her name, but her genetic ancestor Eyjafjalla is not called Ardelia. Although her name is very close. Her name is very close, but she goes by the codename Eyjafjalla, which is a short form of because of the length of the name. It's a volcano in Iceland. It's called Eyjafjalla Jökull. That's at least how I think that's pronounced. So yeah, the medium of 3D obviously gives you a lot more variety in terms of how you can interact and get to know the operators. Expressions do a lot. Body language does a lot. Back to work. All right. Good luck at work, Phoenix. Maybe you might still be back in time for the the end of this. Later on, we'll see. What's Snowshine's name anyways? All of them have a given name somewhere. No, my current profiles don't have anything. 4.5 hours till you get home. Uh, uh, I don't think I'm here for 4.5 hours. That's for sure. But we'll see. I yap too much for my own good, anyways. Oh yeah, there is a difference between Snowshine and Aurora, by the way. You keep interjecting, we can do it. Fuck my life. So Snowshine and her genetic ancestor have a very distinct difference in hairstyle. So Aurora, like her genetic blueprint, has a long hair. Snowshine has a more like bob cut. I don't think she has very long hair. Oh yeah, hers is a bob cut. So there's already, you see, there are certain distinct differences you can find between the two. The predecessor and the current reconvener. Surtur, if I'm not wrong, has a slightly longer red tail. But otherwise, they look functionally identical from the front. By red tail, I mean the hairstyle. Like hers is not exactly a ponytail. Hers is more of a red tail actually. Because of the way she ties it like close to the bottom. The ponytail is a bit higher up if I'm not wrong. Yeah, there are some distinct differences with the hair lengths. Some of them chose to have shorter hair. You know? Should I just like have this part where we show the operators before I get back into because this part is better visualized, the operator part. I just realized. What do you guys think? Good approach? Bad? Picture paints 1,000 words. Okay, let's do this. I'll share my screen again. Right, so you guys can see, right? Can probably hear it as well. No, you can't see? Okay. How about now? Right, so I talked about Lavatin's hairstyle, right? See the red tail at the back. Surtur's red tail is a lot longer, if I'm not wrong. That one at least goes to her waist. Lavatin's goes to roughly around the upper half of her torso, so it's not really that long. Then so you see Snowshine has like a bob cut, while Aurora, her genetic ancestor, has her hair go all the way down to, I think, roughly her thighs. Like the back of hair goes all the way down to her thighs. Really, really long hair. Her ancestor has a different name as well, because like all of them have different given names. Like her ancestor is called codename Aurora, but given name I think Lara, I think. Lara as in Lara Croft. Yes, that Lara. That's what I mean. So different names, different origins. For Aya's one, I'll let you go find out because Aya's name is compared to Ardelia's, right? Aya's name is more like her given name is more German in sound, German sounding, yeah. So now we're on the part of the immersiveness, right? You get to see more about them. The facial expressions are a lot more varied than 2D mediums as well. So that's as much as you can enjoy from it. And then you can see all the little movements, right? Those can be portrayed in 2D. Okay? That's not exclusive to 3D, but it does feel so much nicer to see depth. Just look. Wing-like appendages on the head. They twitch from behind as well. Those feather-like parts of her head. Like the hair, sorry. I also enjoy seeing some of the idle animations at times. I could just get completely lost looking at every single one of them, even the admin. Although admin you cannot see much of their face at all. So as far as facial expressions go, all you can read is from the mouth, I guess, whether it's smiling or not. Or if you are playing the female admin. The mask will come off one day, I think. Because if I'm not wrong, they animated their facial expressions as well underneath the mask. You see a lot of female admin, but you prefer the male one based on personality. I prefer the female one based on personality. I feel like the female one is a bit more silly. If you like the quiet, more reserved male characters, right? Then the admin is probably one of them. I'm not saying stoic though. He's definitely not stoic. Far from it. The admin is way too expressive to be stoic. I find that because he's a mute, he does speak though. What the heck? He does speak. I mean, narratively, there are some scenes where the admin is just male or female, doesn't matter. They're all just mute. Okay. Which for me, it's a bit of a dissonance. They should just voice everything if that's the case. But evidently, they wanted to cut down the work and the amount of lines are recorded, so that could be why. So yeah, the female admin for me, she's more silly in presentation, and I think it works that the female admin is like quite petite in size as well. because the male admin has like a more regular height, or the female admin is like more fun-sized. So the goofiness comes across more blatantly. Anything, if you put them in fun size, all of a sudden they just look sillier than ever. It's just normal. I bring you to the example of Zhao from Zenless Zone Zero. Zhao is a bunny girl. Okay, she is the beastly looking bunny type. Okay, she has fur and everything. Doesn't wear shoes because she has the anthropomorphic animal type of feet, right? So for her case, she's only about, okay, it doesn't help that her height is like basically Looney Tunes type of height. She's about 3 foot 10. 3 foot 10 inches. So roughly about slightly under 120 cm. That's fun size. So can people take fun size characters seriously? No. The moment they see cute, petite appearances, immediately the mind just switches off and can't associate them with power, with strength, which usually you associate with bigger sizes, like huge guys. Say, is there any like explicitly huge ass muscular buff guy here? I don't think so, right? Anime is not exactly, you know, buff either, so no, hard to say actually. Oh, I guess we have some NPCs who are like that, like the Forte ones. Pog is not really buff, right? He's not that buff. He's alright. Maybe he's ripped underneath those clothes, I don't know. Maybe he's completely ripped. Shredded. Maybe he's the type to look slender in clothes. I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to judge from this? Because it's a 3D animated medium, right? We're not gonna get costumes that often as well. It's hard to make costumes for 3D stuff. You have to animate them. You have to make sure the clothes are properly aligned with the physics in the game. You may not see one for 2 years, I will have to say. It does alternative costumes and all that. We're not gonna see one for 2 years, probably. If we are about to see one, maybe the admin. That's it. With the regular characters, I don't think so. And if they make an outfit for the admin, nobody can complain. They are the main characters, right? they can't complain. Right, so we'll move on to the next part. So you obviously, like I said, there's more possibility of the 3D animated medium to give more interactivity to the players, and you know, you get more lifelike interactions with the characters. You can kind of, instead of seeing them as PNGs or anything like that, you get to see them a little bit more as, you know, a fictional human character, right? So like all the stories you tend to read in the past when you were a kid, whether you were younger, you get to relate to these characters a little bit more. Kind of like, oh yeah, I like their personality. I think we could be friends if they were real. That kind of thing. So there's a level of attachment that you could start forming with these characters emotionally. So same thing with the like I said, the case of Tata as well. All of us got invested in the robot who could only express itself through emojis, and yet we saw it enough to be a cute mascot pet type character, you know? But the investing in skill levels is a way of showing you progression in the game, like how far you've come in the game, how far you've progressed in the game. I think more than the levels themselves, like the operator levels, the skill levels are more of an indicator as to how far you have gone in the game itself, because the skill levels are the one that give you the biggest boost in damage output compared to the regular levels that you use to get them to certain promotion levels. So this is a very big part of the game. You will always raise a skill level of someone you want to use. Huge part of the game, in fact. This even extends all the way to, okay, we're getting the mastery part. Wow, masteries. Right? It seems so daunting and everything, but you want your operator to be the best that they could be, the best version of themselves, then you would definitely go all the way with the skill levels. It helps their output, it helps their crowd control, you know, whatever. The ability to support. Now I'm just wanting to talk about this because it's a very relevant thing, given that we are in the early game as well. So in Arknights you had a thank you so much for the follow, must through them. Like feel free to join the discussion. Like right now we're just on the topic of Endfield investment on operators. Yeah, feel free to drop in anytime you want, but thank you for the follow. I hope you had a great day, and I hope your day is made better by being here as well. Right, so I want to talk about the resource intensiveness. This could be linked back to skill levels as well, with comparison with Arknights. So Arknights had a 10 skill level system, like I mentioned very early on. Endfield has a 12 skill level system. It's not too different in terms of execution because they use the same system for the last 3 levels, which is mastery, and they call it M1, M2, M3 for short, right? With the resource intensity, the higher you get, the more expensive everything becomes in terms of leveling up, in terms of getting the higher skill levels. Everything just goes exponential. And so some of you may have had situations where you ran out of resources completely, whether it's like the combat records or whether it's the weapon XP, right? Or is the proto prisms that you use for leveling up your skill levels and all those mats that you need. Some of the mats are gated in that you need to go and gather them from the resource plots that are shown in the game. I had to get the bolete, which is the mushroom. Pink, red, ruby. I'm stuck on the ruby one right now, and I need to unlock Wuling to get ruby, which is extremely silly. Was it the Chrysosandras for the materials to level up your skills between, I think, 4 to 6. And so I needed to go you know, farm some of them at some point last week, because some of my skills were getting stuck. So they were stuck on level 4, level 5 or whatnot. Then I was unable to bring, but most of my usable operators are good now. Let's go back to the game so that you guys get a proper representation, right? So I had at some point ran out of resources to level all these skills. So right now you need Vitrodendra, which we need to go to the next part of the story, Wuling, to find all these in-game stuff. I got 350 protohedrons though. I don't know how I got this many, but these are similar to the skill summary books that Arknights had. So quite resource intensive. So you can see this stagger. The stagger, if I'm not wrong, adds to the stun meter. I don't know how much exactly the stun will trigger after, but I'll have to go find out about it. I'll have to go find out about it. 200 is it? By the way, who's my favorite character so far? Yvonne. I have been a veteran of OG Arknights, so I'm a old hit in the Twitch scene, at least with OG Arknights, right? My favorite character in Arknights was Saria, who was a weaver. And Yvonne is the same race, right? But different manifestation of like the dragon representation, like the wyvern. I don't care too much for the fan servicey aspects of Yvonne, which I think a lot of people fixate on it because she has everything, right? That she has the kick. She has that ass, as some people will call it, because her tail is massive. She obviously needs some muscle somewhere to have to deal with the as a counter to the weight of her tail, her massive tail that seems to take up about a good portion of her waistline, and then she has a lot of skin showing on the outfits, right? For me, it wouldn't have mattered if she was more conservatively dressed character. I wouldn't have cared. I just love the draconic races in Arknights. So we have a couple of them. We have those who are unknown because they don't have an actual species that they are under, because they could be supernatural beings, right? Like the Sway siblings in Arknights. They are considered unknown because they are fragments of a god, for example, and there are 12 of them, each representing some aspect of the Lunar New Year, the 12 zodiac months and all that stuff. So 12 hours, I don't know. There are a lot of 12 representations in, but most obvious of which is the zodiac. Something else also, like I said, I don't care so much for the fan service. I just like that she straight away, I saw Dragon Lady, I was like, okay, I'm pulling. I need her. I need. It's not a want. I need. You get what I mean? The fan service aspect, fan servicey aspects were really great. She's a physically attractive dragon woman, right? But for me, I've always liked the draconic character. So we have a couple mentioned in the game already in terms of races. So we have the Weavers, the Wyverns, right? And we also have a Draco. And then we have the Long as well. So Chen also happens to be one of my favorite characters. Just based on the fact that she's a Long, and I do like enjoy her personality, because she's basically our player insert. It's not the admin that's the player insert, it's Chen who's the player insert. She's curious, she's excitable, she reacts. Sometimes, you know, the way she reacts is like exactly how I think players would react. You know, the players don't read and all that stuff, and then she just reacts based on the surface observations. That's exactly what some players do. She's the real player insert, it's not the admin. Chen reminds you of March 7 a little bit. You mean the mascot-like aspect? March 7. For me, it's not the mascot type character that they built around Chen. For me, it's the fact that they give her a lot of depth. It's not the fact that she's a little bit slow to pick up on things past surface level. I think her energy contrasts well with the more calm and composed Pelika. But I mean, Pelika has a moments as well where she's flustered, she's not calm anymore, you know. It shows depth of character like that. It's not that they are just flat, you know, just they're always happy. They have different aspects to their personality, like proper people, so you can relate to them better, and kind of, hey, maybe I have a friend like that, maybe I've seen a character like that, something like that. Yeah. And what I like about the entire thing is that the 3D medium really does a lot to help you reconcile, right, the character and their personality expressions. Basically, you can just see, okay, they behave like that because this is how they are, rather than just say, maybe just from a we as a comparison. Okay, so we often do the splash art thing, like with Arknights, especially in the 2D game, because there's no 3D animation. At best you get is a live 2D. Without the live 2D implementation, right, we would never have like the expressiveness that we would see. So live 2D is kind of like in between the 2D and the 3D. You can consider it like kind of 2.5D thereabouts, because they are animated. It's not strictly 2.5D as, you know, the strictest of definitions, but it's something similar, as close to it as possible. So live 2D, I think some other so-called animated PNG games also have it as well, the live 2D part. So 3D is a step up from that. Okay, live 2D does help alleviate the issues with expressiveness and the conveyance of how a character will behave. But live 2D is quite cumbersome to animate as a whole. It's cheap, okay, the technology itself to make use of, but it's the time needed is to make it look nice and presentable is very rough compared to 3D. 3D needs more polish, but well worth the work. So you can often see splash arts like this. So what can you tell me from this splash art of Gilberta? She looks like a happy, energetic girl, right? But that's all you can tell. Like there's no other depth. Like yeah, I remember her idol animations have her like leaning in towards the camera, right, and smiling really brightly. So those are the things that I'm pointing out. Those differences cannot be conveyed just simply by 2D. 3D is as so as much as 3D is like the closest medium to what we have for real life, right? Representations, because we live in a three-dimensional world. 2D still can convey certain things with at least with flat expressions, right? But when it comes to expressiveness, is another thing. Expressiveness means you can see the character's body language. You can identify how they feel when they're performing those actions, how they are as a person, that the game wants to portray through the writing, or whatever has been defined. You once saw her until you got her and she leaned in and smiled. You see, that's the thing, like that can endear characters to people. This very immersive part, like you discover that, okay, maybe at first impression they don't quite think that, like, you don't see what the hype is all about, and then all of a sudden you get to know the character a little bit more, and then wow, boom. Suddenly everything clicks. Oh, right, that's why people said good things about her or him, whichever character it is, male or female. Oh, so that's why they like her so much, right? Yeah, fantastic way to convey, right, as a whole. Okay, next thing we want to do is we talk about the resource intensiveness. So early game, we have a very huge resource drain if you level stuff up too quickly. No matter if you reach the end of Valley 4 or halfway through Valley 4, and you just like unlock the factory stuff for the which part was it again? Was the part where the fitting unit was, I think, and the refining unit, around that point. The second big factory tutorial. So at that point, it's like it's a resource drain, because most of the time most people will get stuff around level 40 at that point. It's a huge drain. I actually ran out of combat records at some point. The XP for leveling up the operators. I've never run out of weapon ones, but I managed to run out of the operator ones at some point. So it was really rough. Early Arknights was also like that, in that you don't want to go too high in terms of levels, because it's a massive investment, and the fact that the money in this game, the T credits, they don't seem to be a lot. And I believe you need to T-credits to promote operators, you need T-credits to maybe not so much level up. Right, but is leveling up needed? The T-credits also needed for leveling up, I suppose. I have 1 million. That's because I stuck leveling up all the core that I want to use, and maybe 2 extra on the side. I think it's largely Chen and Last Right on the side that I do want to work on as well. So I have another team to work with. So the resolve intensiveness in the early game can be expected. You are still in the building phase. You are not maxing out stuff yet. And to max out stuff in any gacha game, any early game, is extremely costly. You can never keep up with the cost if you keep like wanting to level up every single one of your operators out there. Which is why it's often recommended that you just make one good team until maybe there's a requirement for 2 or more in let's say Umbro Monument. Then you can decide for yourself, okay, do I want to do that? Or do I want to just skip? Let's go with the flow. And in fact, the essence farming as well. Let's get to that. A lot of people are farming essences because they want to like get the best version of their weapon. Is it costly? Yeah, it costs a lot of sanity. Definitely costly. Earlier on it was the same thing as well, like to get operators to like the final promotion level in Arknights was Elite 2. You needed tier 5 materials. In the early game, you're not gonna get tier 5 materials often. There are some from event shops, but they give you maybe a couple of them. And then you need to use those not just for the promotion levels, you need it for the skill levels as well, the masteries. That's where everything starts to get a bit costly, right? Because the skill may share the same exact tier 5 material that you need, and to get tier 5 material you need to go from tier 3 to 4 to 5. Generally that's the path, because tier 3s are farmable during the events. Tier 2s are just stuff you naturally get from clearing events and then buying out some from the shop and then naturally just accumulating them. So you need like tier 5. Tier 5 was rough. Early game. It's a bit like the tiers of materials that you can get. I think right now I'm on the, was it the Ruby Bolete, like the Ruby mushrooms. I don't even have any way to get them until I've progressed with main story, because they're in the Wuling area, so I'm screwed there. Oh, by the way, good news, I actually maxed out my Chen. Let me show you guys. My Chen is now max spot because of the last potential we got today. That means we unlocked the last art. Combos you minus 3 seconds. Oh, oh, she looks so badass in this. Oh yeah, remember the guy who mistook her for Weaver? Weaver and Long don't really have similar horns at all, let alone the tail. Like long tails tend to be long tails. No pun intended. Like it's the truth. It's like the long, more slender. Weaver tails can be thick. Like Yvonne's can be like more slender. So racial traits, like racial traits. And for the resolve intensiveness side as well, if people want to say, okay, there's nothing to do in end game, why don't you just go farm those materials so you can level other stuff in the future. That will give you something to do. Okay, let's move on. Content cycle. So content cycle is a introduction of a challenging game mode that has time limited rewards. So we're getting this particular introduction with the Umbro Monument, which honestly has been appearing in every bloody aspect of the talk so far. Right, from the start to the end, we'll keep mentioning the Umbro Monument as the end game. Now, my issue with this aspect of the content cycle is that this normally happens like a couple patches after the launch. The so-called endgame mode. In Xenos we had the Deadly Assault and the shield defense rotations, I think. But the Deadly Assault wasn't introduced within like 1.1, you know, one patch after 1.0, the launch patch. It has nothing to do with that. Like, how is endgame even the talk? How? How are people even talking about endgame this early on? I will even bet that most players in the game itself, myself included, don't even have anything past level 60 right now. At best. Now, bear in mind, I'm AL51. I should already be in Wuling. I should already be having operators at 80. I don't. Why is that? I took my time. Why did I level up so fast? Well, if you spend sanity, you're gonna level up fast. Either way. It's unavoidable. You finish your dailies, you're already getting like, what? 1k XP to your authority level? It's not like you can escape that. If you just religiously do levels from just having dailies done, you are getting 20k XP in about 19 days. You can't even argue about that. You're always gonna have. The authority levels coming from somewhere. You find chests, oh, you get some XP as well. You find those little triangles on the maps, you get 10 XP as well. You clear main story quest, you get XP as well. So many sources. Sanity is the fastest to like inflate. So what Arknights used to have is that when you use the premium currency to refresh your sanity, it was based on a full refill. So if you're 125, it will refill 125. In Endfield, if I'm not wrong, you only get 40 per pop. So one ori geometry comparatively is about less than 30%. One ori geometry is less than 30% efficiency of Originite Prime in Arknights. Which is actually funny because Ori geometries in terms of converting to gacha as well. One Originite Prime is 180 for the gacha. 180 Orundum. So the Ouroboros equivalent will be 1 to 180. The conversion rate over at Endfield is 1 to 75, which is about 40%. Just imagine that it's about 40%. So the gacha rates are also 40% that of Arknights for the 6 star. Then the conversion is also 40%. That is extremely disappointing. Very disappointing. Clearly there's somewhere to address the milking of the players' wallets. But it is what it is. So I hit regional development level 4 like for the quest of the outpost. Right, but I think there are 2 more outposts I need to unlock within Valley 4 itself, so we'll get to that someday. So how many days more to the Umbro monuments like end? I need to do the fairy tale of the valley soon. That's got like 3 days left. Holy shit. Umbro monuments like about nearly 3 weeks left still, so that one is fine. You think they push the schedule a bit forward for what, Umbro? Umbro was always planned to be out at some point. Because it was in the closed beta test, but yeah, maybe they push forward the schedule rather than leaving it for the last few weeks of the first patch. Yeah, I think they've been looking at player feedback and they're like, okay, I think let's just release something endgame to appease the people who already bum rushed every single little thing in the beginning and now have nothing to do. Just keep them occupied, keep our player base numbers high, the engagement numbers. So it's not their fault, honestly. It's more the players being very enthusiastic and I guess very demanding as well, because how else to entice them to stay than to give them what they want? I'll be doing Umbro soon as well. I need to see if I can get the trim medal. As I think we do have until the 26th, was it? So I do have about 6 days left from now, but I don't think we'll be playing much Endfield today, because this talk is way more of the important thing I wanted to do. Now, we talked about endgame earlier on, but there's one thing we failed to touch on and failed to take into account. Endgame would never be on the minds of developers when the game is in its early days. There's a huge risk of alienating more casual player base who may be feeling pressured, oh wow, the game just launched and I'm already being pressured to rush everything for rewards. Sometimes people don't want to have that pressure to play the gacha game. They want to play on their own time. They feel more willing to part with their money, to pay for conveniences such as, okay, if I could skip certain things, like just now someone talked about it, I would pay 1k, if I could skip all the fucking tutorials and all that stuff. But this is very important to take note that a lot of people think the revenue comes largely from the big whales and the leviathans and all that, the big spenders. Yes, they bring a lot of money to the game. Like they give a lot of money to the game rather. But the casual player base is like 80% of your revenue for most part. In many games, many live service games, 80% of the income comes from the casual player base. They spend for characters they want. They spend for the characters that appeal to them. They spend to skip tickets, for example, to skip certain things that they can, like, basically pay to skip. It's not even pay to win. Just straight up do not want to engage with that because it's not that in their interest to do so. And then they just pay their way through. Only enjoy the parts of the game that they wish. And since they are given the option to buy their way out, some people do that. By the way, it doesn't mean that if you're casual you can't be a big spender. You can be a casual and a big spender. Which is why I said some people think, oh, the whales are only like the end game players. No. Sometimes it's the casuals that spend the most. Because they just want that shiny pot 6 character, you know. Like a pot 6 Gilberta, a pot 6 Lavatane, pot 6 Yvonne. They just want that pot 6. Because they can afford to buy it. It's like about 400 or 500, I think. 400 or 500 bucks to get like a pot 5 from a pot 0. But if you haven't gotten the first copy, then if you get really unlucky, I think 500 all the way is possible for like, none of the operator to a pot 5. That means 6 copies. Yeah, 6 copies I think is about 500 if you're shitty unlucky, because they have 2 hard guarantees at 120 and 240. So you're guaranteed at least 2 copies already. So if you get that unlucky, it means you needed to do 120 and 240 again, which will be 4. Yeah, that will be 4 guaranteed copies. So having to go all the way for that is extremely insane to think about. 500 pulls is about, I think probably close to $1,000 in this game, based on my reckoning. So yeah, crazy amount, crazy amount. So I need to really put emphasis here, debunk the myth that, you know, the bigger spenders are the people who enjoy the endgame content. It's not true. Some people just like to get maximum mindscapes, constellations, you know, potentials for their favorite character. It's just got nothing to do with the gameplay itself. It's just got to do with, I just have the money to spend, I like this character enough that I want to get max potential of them, max number of copies for them. If the potential is kind of bonus for these people who are willing to spend. It's bonus because A, it makes their life easier. There are a lot of quality of life stuff in the, like, the potentials. Potentials are never required in any Arknights game, but they do make your life easier. And you can get them over time as well. You don't necessarily need to go all out for them right away. Like I have pot 6 operators in Arknights, which is the highest you can get. And one of them is a limited character, so yeah, just have time on your side if you're willing to stick that long. Okay, right, next that we want to go with is the progression is solely up to the player to decide. So you will decide which part of the game you want to progress to. Mid game, early game. To early game is a yes, everyone goes through it. But whether you want to make the next step to early game to mid game, or mid game to late game, that is up to your discretion, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm around the mid game level right now, not really end game, as some people will call it. I wouldn't even say it's end game even if I got level 90 stuff. I guess you can say it qualifies to say end game if you start working on mastery 3s, because that is where you start to pursue the biggest numbers in damage, in control, and output. Like one maybe 10 seconds of slow on an enemy, maybe 10 seconds of stun on an enemy, example, right? I guess I fall under slow burn enjoyer. I don't know what some people want to identify as. I know some of you are very fast players, so that you are more of a consumer type of player. You see content, you will consume. I'm a slow burn enjoyer. I prefer to enjoy at my own pace. Slow burn also means it takes longer for me to get interest lost in any particular game, so I tend to stick with games really long. Endfield, I mean, it's still early days. I can't really guarantee if I'm gonna still have interest in this for the long term, like maybe 4 years, 5 years kind of thing. Yeah. Oh yes, hi Hesper. You're doing it slow and you're still doing Wuling story. I'm slow enough that I haven't started Wuling story, but I'm just on the cusp of about to start it actually. Just have the post Valley 4 stuff to do a little bit, and then I can move on. But I want to also do the narrative stories. Like the important ones right now are, in terms of timeline, Lavatin, then followed by Yvonne. Gilberta is like whatever, because apparently the timeline doesn't quite fit very well with her, because she doesn't appear in the main story quest whatsoever. She got removed, I think. Wolfguard is enough to stand alone in terms of timeline. You can just approach it differently. Yes, hi Fukui Katsu. What's going on? I'm just discussing Enfield's first month and what's been going on. I just keep you guys posted on this, that I may make this a regular series in terms of like every 3 to 6 months. You may see an Endfield Babble Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5. This is the first of the series, and kind of appropriate, I think, for me to drop this, because it's basically we're closing out the first month of Endfield already. So we're just going to talk about all the good, the bad, the ugly, and whatever that comes with the game. Right now we're on the game portion. We haven't got to the community portion, and I'm in fucking deep trouble because we're in 6.5 hours. Well, I'm figuring it out. No, these are the observations I've made already. I figured this out like about last week or something, how to put it across to people. This is an open discussion, so all these points put out that I put it out right here are just the point that I'm on as well. So I'm on the progression part right now. I'll try to improve this delivery in the future. Maybe break them up into more slides even. Yeah, share your thoughts if you are willing to and have a burning desire to let rip on the game. Good or bad, doesn't matter. Am I playing or playing detective? There's no playing detective here. This is... You can essentially take this as my review. There's no playing detective here. There are some okay, certain things I do say may be speculation. Because I cannot see that far into the future, right? I can only based on what I've got at hand as information. But see, all these you take with a grain of salt. I cannot guarantee it will represent what you guys believe in or you guys will feel. Yeah, still figuring out progression, the basics, like skill ups, level ups, and the gear and all those is so confusing. Gear just craft the highest tier. It's not even that bad, is it? Review for class. Yes, I guess you can call it for class. So your homework for the last month has been Arknights Endfield. What do you think about it? The etching thing and the one you attach the weapon. Essences, was it? And artificing. That one, I mean, don't worry about it. That will come naturally. If you really are at a wit's end to figure it out, just ask someone who's already done it. It's not even a bad thing. You can tell. I can tell you did your homework. Okay, honor student. Aiming for a high GPA, I see. Alright, that's it for the progression. Progression, not much to talk about. It's always progression is always down to the player's whims. How fast you want to play. For example, I play slow. Or you could be like some content creators within like 2 days they've blasted through to Wuling and finished everything. Collected all the Ori lands. Collected all the chests. I don't know. Like, why would you blast through everything? As a content creator myself, right, I do champion playing slowly. But at the same time, if you want to play like a reasonably fast rate, like clear stuff within like a week and a half or two, that is fine as well. That's not out of the question. Because you know how some creators are, right? They are wanting to jump on trends all the time. So it's like, oh, this is trending, Umbro. Immediately play Umbro on the first day. 10 hours sitting down here and trying everything, showing people the Umbro monument game mode. I'm different. I like to take my time. I like to give people more slower, considered pace of play. Not so much like rushing through everything, you know, always jumping on the trend. We'll get to the content creation part of the jumping on the trends later, but just not my style, I suppose. I like to do more considered approach, and it gives me more time to reflect as well on the game as a whole. It makes me feel like I'm more insightful as well, even though I may not come across as so. If you blast through everything so quickly, can you actually give people the appropriate nuance where it matters? I think it's impossible to, you know, you blast through everything, then you have to review all the content again to finally give people something rounded, rather than anything that you've just seen and just try as much as possible to absorb. Do I have lava tint? I can show you. So do I have a the answer is yes. Pot 1. As to why she's pot 1, I got her off banner on Gilberta. For whatever reason, she decided to come over a second time, so I'm okay. Okay then. Okay then, woman. You win. I guess I win as well because like I got a pot 1. Damage. Well, my gear is awful, so I think she's able to hit like 10k if I crit. Does that sound decent? I have not invested in gear yet, okay? So yeah, sue me, I guess. Sue me. I don't see a point to elevate her damage so quickly to a point of like so fast, being so quick. You want to add me? I mean, if you're on the same server, I don't see why not. My UID is at the bottom left. Only if you're on the Asian server though. If you're on the NA server or elsewhere, I mean I can't add you because we're on completely different servers. America, Europe, or all that. You can help me with builds with for factory. Well, I do want to sit down and properly build factories, so we'll see. I don't particularly care about efficiency of the factories. I just want to build something that satisfies me. So we'll do that probably next week. One day next week we'll just sit down here. And I'll spend like 5 to 6 hours just building factories all over Valley 4. So yeah. Right, now back to the agenda at hand. I will go asset later. I tried to add some people who tried to send friend requests to me and only to find out, oh, you have 100 friends already. Wow, amazing. So poggers. Now field. Now field. Oh, actually, how many requests do I have right now? How are you lower than me in authority level? That is the weirdest shit ever. I accepted the friend request already, but how are you lower than me? I'm 51 and you're 49 and I haven't even finished Wuling yet, or I haven't even started Wuling yet. 51. Totally not flexing your wife in your bio. I mean, you're also pot 1. Pot 1's nothing special, man. I don't even feel special with pot 1. Now, if you look at the people with pot 5, those people are special, but they paid to be special. Okay, that's a difference. You haven't finished Wuling. Okay, here's the thing. I haven't even started Wuling. I just finished Valley 4 last week. Like the main part of Valley 4. Now it's the post Valley 4 stuff and I haven't even done it. I'm supposed to do it and yeah, still haven't got around to it. Amazing. I'm actually stupid. I'm actually stupid, okay? So well, so sorry for being stupid, I guess. Right, so I'm gonna move on to the world building. Right, the world building is quite interesting for Endfield. Oh, before world building, we still have one more. Alright, so I know some of you have been playing this game like really hard the last month. Do you believe game mode variety is important at this point? Or is it already a lot to do? I am of the view that there's too much to do already as it is. You have 4 narrative stories right now. You have Yvonne, Gilberta, Lavatane, and Wolfguard. So you have 4 narrative stories. Those minimum will take you about 5 to 6 hours altogether. 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, that's a lot of time to invest in already. Just the narrative story. I mean, yeah, they give you a little bit of combat here and there inside as well. They give you a little bit of rewards to go with that. For me, it's like, yeah. For me, it can be too much to do. For the first month itself, I think you could just go on your own pace slowly and you still have things to do. I haven't done a single side mission, I think, apart from the ones that gave some of the unlocks of the stock redistribution system and all that stuff. Only those I did. I think a grand total like 4 side quests as it is. But it's extremely silly, you know. We have like more than 15-20 to go still. You only did Lavate's story because she's your wife. Just also in bio. I mean, she's popular. She's not my favorite though. It helps that she was the first limited to be featured, right? So definitely a lot of people had a time to get acquainted, you know, and especially I said many times before, I haven't finished the story. I only did the first part, and a lot of people have praised the story for giving her incredible depth of character and personality. So, and the writing was really good. So I have to take their word for it because I haven't fully played it myself. I could have a different view at the end of the day. But the first part was good. Right, for the first part that I played through, it was good. I liked it. I liked the introduction. I liked the little banter that they had as well. Right, so game mode variety I think is quite decent. It's, I haven't tried Edge Space. We'll see how it is. I don't know what to say about it right now. Protocol Space is fine. Those farming stages are fine, except the fucking level 60 XP one with the worm. So that thing is spitting shit everywhere, and I'm getting burned by the acidic shit. I hate that one. That's the only one I have an issue with. Factory game mode as itself, right? It's the construction of the game mode on its own, so it is what it is. You like how they made MC clueless so you can learn with admin? Why does nobody say they are glad that they make Chen the actual player self-insert so you can learn with Chen? The admin is not the self-insert in this game. Chen is the self-insert. The only learning you get to do with the admin is because they forgot everything. So you have to learn everything from scratch. That one can be taken down to 1/4 of the HP from your lava skill. Yours is level 90. I'm level 60. I'm getting burned. There is no comparison here. My HP is so much less as well. Because I'm using like I'm using very rudimentary gear. It's like the level 32 ones. The comparison is null because it just does not apply. I feel like we have a little bit too much to do still. That's based on my own progression. But if I played like a little bit more regular pace, I consider like ambling along really slowly. I play a little bit more regular pace, maybe it might make sense to say, yeah, okay, fair enough, decent modes of variety. But you know, for now, I would say just a little bit too much. Some people just ask for the world, you know. So, right, let's get on to the world building part. So the world building part is a bit slow on the, at least on Valley 4 side for me, it's very slow. And they had a lot of chunk of all those lore dumps as well in the database, in the archives. If you wanted to know more about the races of Talos 2, right, and you had no background in Arknights, best you go to the archive and look at the races. It's a bit lengthy, so you will end up probably hang on, let me share the smart view first for now. So it's a bit lengthy. You will end up perhaps about 15 minutes, I think, to take the time to learn the races and the lore, like the different types of races that we have on Talos 2. So all the races that are listed that we know of are the same as the ones in on the original Arknights universe. Anyway, they're out of the same universe. It's just that timeline wise this is different. It's like 152 years difference minimum. You build her because you want more damage. I mean, if you guys are chasing damage right now, I mean, I don't blame you. I just want to kind of just play along with my progression. You started Endfield before playing Arknights. A lot of people did. You're not gonna be the first, you're not gonna be the last either. A lot of people did. I'm different. I played Arknights for 6 years. If you need a wealth of knowledge on Arknights itself, right? I am one of those people who can tell you a lot of things about the game. The lore, I can tell you to a good extent. Not all of it, because there are some parts of the story I haven't fully caught up with. Up until I think chapter 9 or 10, you can trust me for most of the... Yeah, around chapter 9 or 10, you can trust me with most of the information I give you. Even some of the side story stuff I'm quite acquainted with. I used to that's a bit of a fun fact for you guys. I used to run Arknights trivia nights as competitions for giveaways. So yeah, I do know a lot of stuff that I'm talking about. Endfield is a different thing altogether. There are a lot of things that tie in, so it's not like it's a completely alienated universe with completely brand new stuff. But the world building is slow, or if you have played original Arknights before, for sure, very slow. There's a lot of lore dumps, big lore dumps, big lore drops. So there's one thing that a lot of people like to do is to criticize the world building and writing, right, of Endfield. My issue with that is that Arknights has had nearly 7 years. So in about 2.5 months time, we will hit 7th anniversary for Arknights. Like the 7th anniversary event itself. Right, the May of 2026. while Endfield has only released this year. So it's a bit of an unfair comparison with the story writing, because Arknights' early writing was shit as well. It wasn't very good. It was quite slow to build things up because they were trying to build the world around, right, to give people as much acquaintance with the world that they were trying to convey as much as they could. So if you criticize the writing at this point, it can have some valid points, but you have to give it time. Like, it's a bit unfair to say, oh, some of Arknights' event writing, for example, I think the widely acclaimed Lone Trail event and story, that one, a lot of people thought the writing was fantastic. But it also happens to be one of the most lengthy stories in all of Arknights. So I think top 5 or something for side stories. Very, very lengthy. It was like 80,000, 90,000 words, thereabouts, I think. You're gonna have a horrid time trying to read through everything. But there is an Arknights reader out there though, so you can just use the reader to read the stories without having to access them through the game. So you can read it on your own free time. When will I play Endfield? Maybe not today. You won't see a lot of gameplay today, because today is about the talking, the yapping, and very little of the playing. I did play a bit earlier on. I mean, I just put two multis for Gilberta. Didn't get jack shit. Got minimum pulls, so I was like, okay, that's it. I mean, the pulls effectively paid for themselves, so it's not like I lost anything. I even came out with net gain. Right, so it's a bit unfair to criticize writing at this point, since it's only 1.0. How much story do you guys wanna talk about? give the game time. I would say if in 5 months, where we hit the half anniversary, you might see a little bit different a little bit of difference in writing quality, and you will look on back with a bit of nostalgia, as in, yeah, we've come so far, you know? We've come so very far with the quality of the story. Like, do give them and the game time and opportunity, if you're willing to stay. If you're not willing to stay, then that means you're not willing to give the time. And then, if you're not willing to give the time to the game, then you won't see the improvements that they will probably make in the next year or so. So right now we're 1.0. I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where it is a 1.7 or 1.8 before we hit to anniversary next year. But we will see. We'll see how things go. If you have played the OG Arknights before, let me just put it out to the people out there. It took a while before Arknights was considered a story with great writing. It did take a while. It took a few years, in fact. When was Lone Trail, by the way? Lone Trail would have been... anniversary of 2023. Anniversary of 23 will be the 4th anniversary, right? So 4th anniversary was it took until then for people to finally start recognizing, oh, Arknights has some masterpiece stories, even in the side stories itself. Masterpiece writing. So yeah, give the game time, give Hypergriff time, they will cook. Based on their track record, right? It's been firmly established before that they have managed to give the game the reputation it has after tirelessly working at it for a few years. So another thing I want to discuss, I don't know what your opinions are on this, but the graphical polish and attention to details of the operators are very, very good. We could see various things with the especially with Lavate's outfit, you know, all those, and that ring at the back, at her back, that one was okay, the ring at the back, the sword, all those were from the original Surtur, whom you can get as a free operator as well if you started around the anniversary period in January. The graphics are crazy good even on the lower settings on mobile, and I'm playing on mobile as well, to be fair, these days, because my PC for whatever reason cannot handle it, but my mobile, my phone is able to handle that mobile requirements, like on high graphics. So clearly they work backwards with the optimization. They went to optimize for mobile first, then they did the PC and consoles. It cannot be the other way around. It feels so weird with how well the mobile is at right now. Lava so hot, like literally. Yeah, I can see you're crazy for her, that's for sure. So bear in mind that whatever you see, like Lavatate and Surtur, they are completely different individuals. They are distinct in that okay, for a lot of aspects their personality and behavior is the same, but there's differences that make them stand out from each other. Like Lavatate is a more caring than Surtur. Surtur is kind of just get out of the way, you fool, before you hurt yourself. Lavatate is like, it's okay if you can't, you're unable to break through. I am here. I can assist you with it. You can rely on me. So in terms of reliability, they both have that reliability to them. But Lavatate is a lot more kinder about it, I suppose. Like if you talk to Surtur, sometimes she'll just be okay. We use that Sun and Dere kind of comparison, like, it's because it's quite apt here. Surtur will be a lot of like 90% Sun, almost no Dere whatsoever. So she doesn't have a sweet side to her, the Dere side. Lavaten has a bit of a more even, like 55-45 kind of thing. She's not exactly like Sun as in cold, but she's very, because she's very curt and direct. Like she doesn't talk like in circles. She's not bullshitting stuff. She just talks directly, speaks her mind. So there's a little bit more balance with her, you know. She has her sweet moments as well. She gets a little bit bashful sometimes when she's speaking about treasuring memories, especially because to her that's something she never got to do. Right? She didn't get to treasure a lot of her memories. Because she keeps having her memories fragmented, right? So there's not a lot of the treasuring to do, and so she's particularly fond of having a certain keepsakes from people she cares about the most. So yeah, the other thing I like about the game for Endfield, there's a lot of shit posting going on in the game itself, inside the game. So the devs have included a lot of small little inside jokes. You know, the most famous one is the guy with the shades, and then he pulls out the first shades, and then he has another shade. I think it started out as an error, but they decided to just play off as it was intentional. No, it wasn't intentional. It was a mistake at the start, but they decided to just, you know what? I don't care anymore. Let's just have him have a second pair of sunglasses. So the guy wears two pairs of sunglasses essentially. So that's the most famous shitpost, right? There's so many little references that you can find here and there, and especially with the reconveners. There are a lot of little tidbits in the profiles, or even their outfits and dress senses, because they inherited from that from their predecessors. So favorite foods like Lavatane's love for ice cream is inherited from Surtur. Snowshine's way of dressing is like exactly the same as a predecessor, Aurora. Right, very skimpy clothing because she's based on a polar bear. You know. So yeah, I love that they have these small little jokes and little references all the way back to Arknights, and I hope they continue this, because it's one of the most attractive parts of the game that they put meta jokes in. They know, they are aware, and they will embrace it, and we will fucking love them for that. But yeah, back to the topic. We do want to wonder if the game is a bit too shallow in terms of the world building. I personally, I think it's fine, but Valley 4 did feel like they kind of just gave up halfway somewhere, because the coherence of the story was not complete at all. It felt like sometimes the story was a little bit disjointed with some of the things you were doing. Like each part of the quest, the main story quest that you were going leading up to the final confrontation of Valley 4 at the Power Plateau, some of them felt like, yeah, you probably could avoid that part. You just happen to have to pass through that area, so you have to resolve things that were going on there in the first place. So it's kind of disappointing that it could have been done better, but I think they put more effort into Wuling, and I'm ready to experience Wuling's story pretty soon myself, and hopefully it proves to be something really, really good, and I would be proud to say, like, great, they actually improved leaps and bounds upon the writing of Valley 4. Valley 4 did feel a bit like the best part of Valley 4 was towards the end. the build up just before the confrontation, up until the conclusion of the Valley 4 crisis. Wuling is beautiful, safe to say. They always do this thing where, because it's a Chinese company making a gacha game, they will always have, like, go back to their roots and make the Chinese inspired area the most aesthetically pleasing one. It's almost as if they're like really proud to announce to people, you know, this is our heritage, this is a representation of my culture, and I want it to be the best that people can see it in, the best version that is presented to the world. So we have that with MiHoYo games. We have several MiHoYo games have a Chinese inspired area, and it's usually one of the most aesthetically complex ones, as well as the most decorated ones. Zenless had that recently with Wi-Fi Peninsula, but Wi-Fi had a mishmash of stuff, but the base is probably the Hong Kong areas, the suburban areas probably. Genshin we had Liyue, which I spoke about very early on in the stream. And then we had the we have HSR having a particular area as well. I don't play HSR, so I can't tell you what areas that is, but definitely similarities there. And Hypergrave has now done Wuling, with Arknights having had the opportunity to showcase some of the Chinese inspired areas already. We have had Da Huang, which was in 2024, and it was based on the Fujian area. I'm not sure which part we are going to right now. I forgot about that one. Yeah, forgot about the latest area, but it's the latest CNY event that I think it's still ongoing on the CN server. I believe it's still ongoing. Yeah, it should be 3 weeks long or something. If it's not 3 weeks long, then it's just finished. Or it is finishing today, or just finished this week. I don't know. That plenty of stuff that I could talk about if I knew more. But I don't play the CN server, so we have to wait for about 5 months or so before that comes to us on global. The admin is a bit slow in build up as well right now. As of where I just finished. I feel like Wuling will bring a little bit more of the admin story out with their connection with the area itself in the past, because apparently from what little I've seen, Zhuang Fengyi knows the admin from the past, so they have history. Now speaking of history, apparently Gilberta had history with the admin as well, but we do not know that. And when we play on the story, then we fucking find out, oh wow, she actually knew admin in the past. They met in the past already. Crazy. Right, okay, now it's the big one. We're gonna talk about community next, so yeah, just let me go sort this one out for a bit. Okay, just a quick question. How many of you guys actually watch Endfield content on YouTube? Apart from streams, I'm saying like legit videos. Let me just sort this one out first. Now the community part is a bit problematic. We'll be probably here for, I will have to say, maybe a possible 2 hours here. Cause this part is big. I could do the second part tomorrow. If you guys are willing to, then if that's the case, I can do some gameplay today, Otherwise, I think we'll get nothing done today, for sure. Because it is 7 hours and there's a very, very long thing going on right now. Tutorials and tips, watch streams, reviews, no guides or spoilers. Okay, I personally don't watch guides either. I like to explore the stuff on my own. Gameplay, okay, fair. Do you guys want to actually talk on the community today, or you want to like do tomorrow? Because I know I have to break this up into two for sure. My voice it must be sore. It kind of is, yeah. I haven't spoken this long for a week. If you guys are okay, then I'll do it tomorrow instead, because this one feels like it feels like I can do it tomorrow, and I can actually go do the things that I'm supposed to do today. All right, let me do something first. Let me take a break first. Get some water or something. Should I? My mouth's dry already and run out of water. What the heck? Now the problem with the creators part, right, is that there's a lot of things that I say that may invite drama from other content creators, because it can look like I'm calling them out. But it's more of I'm a third party looking in. You get what I mean? I'm a third party looking in at all this drama stuff that's been happening the past couple of weeks, you know. I know some of you may have heard, you know, some of the creators are pretty much going at each other last couple of weeks. No, you guys know about Sentontas for sure, right? Let me just sort this out, and maybe I'll play a bit of Endfield. And Sentota's on his let me solo them up, you know, right now. And he has a long running beef, I think, with Mr. Poke. Stemming from other gacha games. Notably like Uwa and Honkai and all that stuff. So he has his things. I suppose the good part about us talking about the Endfield first month, right, is that we talk about both, like, multiple angles, right, of perspectives, and we don't just talk about the. It's more rounded, right, for the first part. Now the second part is a bit. I'll show you what we could be talking on. I'll skip the creator part for now, because maybe we can do that tomorrow. Okay, so I'm going to just there. So this is something I wanna talk about maybe tomorrow. I think it's a good way to get people in on a weekend as well. It allows me to rest my bloody voice. But if I am to stream tomorrow, it's gonna be earlier. It's gonna be like today I streamed at 11 a.m. Tomorrow I'll be doing it maybe 7 or 8 a.m. my time. So it's gonna be a lot earlier. Maybe even 6. And it's a weekend, so I get to talk more. So yeah, these are the negatives that you may see like tomorrow. We'll talk about the criticisms. And so tomorrow is today we can call it like we can break it up. Today we talk about the first month in Enfield. Next is the more negative stuff next tomorrow. Let's end on a high. Let's not talk about the negative shit. Yeah. Didn't actually plan to play much Enfield today, but may as well. May as well end it soon. If I don't do that. Let me see. Is there anything I can do today? Now I'm so tired now. I don't even want to do my base anymore. I don't even want to do base. Are you guys willing to watch Enfield factory? No, I cannot sit down here right now and do the factory in like the roughly 1 hour that I want to put into this game. There is no way. I want to sit down here and spend 4 or 5 hours one shot, you know, just to finish everything up. I don't want to build my factory slowly anymore, because I'm past the point of building it slowly. I can't anymore. Hang on, let's see if I can get the thing come out. Okay, let me log in again. Alright, so I guess we'll stop here today, because if I continue to go on, we are going to run into a lot of trouble for tomorrow. If I continue to go on tomorrow, I'm not streaming already. Tomorrow is going to be more of the community talk, and then the negative side of Enfield. Right, so tomorrow I'll label it a part 2. Is the thing going smooth for you guys? I don't know. You guys can see, right? Okay, we'll just play a bit of Enfield today. Proper. I'm not playing Lava Twin Story, unfortunately. That was the plan. Unfortunately, I think let's do some exploration today. Let me go and dig out all those clouded parts that I haven't gone to, if possible. Holy shit, hang on. Okay, so the bottom part there has something. Does that sound okay? Let me go and complete this quest first. I think that's the most important part. Download data. Okay. I'll just do a bit of exploration. Not much more to be young, low level again. Hey. I have authority level 51. Okay.
侵食が止められなければ他の場所への支援も断たれていたかもしれない。
Is Blight's effects Blight effects permanent at some point?
ただもさ、危ないとこだったんだよね。イボンヌのおかげで
Yes, thank you for lurking. Yeah. I'm going to talk more about Endfield tomorrow, probably. Not today. I knew if I couldn't do it within a 12-hour stream, right? Then I will have to do it in 2 separate streams. I knew it. Well, we're supposed to go Origin Load Spring as well.
あのさ、イボンヌ。終わったら話したいことあるんだ。急に真面目な声。とにかく今は先に位置特定しなきゃだから。
You can see that she's constantly avoiding the topic. Chen wants to address that so that she can be assured that Yvonne is fine because the robot blew up, you know. And she keeps avoiding it, so hang on. One thing about the reconveners as well is that they... Hang on, what the fuck is this? None of the reconveners are infected. That's not really a spoiler, because you can check in the you can check in their files. For anyone with Road Silent, right now they're likely reconveners. You look at them and you will find out they're not. They're not infected, so they're not Oripathy positive, I think they call it. It's like calling someone like HIV positive, for example. Can we even go here? Magic! Magic! Yeah, fucking zipline. Who the fuck put it here? Magic! Wait, hang on. Below, look closely. What, we'll die? What's this though? Ah, there we go. No, I don't care about the side mission right now. Waypoint. Let's go. No more Aurelians. We're gonna climb up or something to access the area. Ah yes, electric nexus. I probably need battery for this, but I never made any. Do I have to blow this part up? Pretty bad explosion plant is probably a royal mess right now. Jeremy, a colleague of mine probably trapped in this place. I need to rescue him. What's this place for? A coal plant. And I'm a UWST crewmate. You can call me Ingo. The explosion at the power plateau did some damage to this place. I saw a malfunction notification of the plant reactor at the control center, so I called Jeremy to verify the sitch. He told me he evacuated the place after shutting down the reactor, but I couldn't get hold of him since that call. I can't even get the plant gate to open. I really hope nothing bad happened to him. How are you getting in? This gate won't budge, so this calls for desperate measures. I'm gonna blast a hole through the side wall instead. Blast a hole? The enemy is like, blast a hole? What? Never did demolishing before, but I did work at a chemical plant, so I actually know my explosives. So long as we got enough bombs, keep the payload in check, it should be alright. I'll do it. I did my share of demolishing. The admin is just a handyman or a handy woman. I'm really good at this. Okay, they really appreciate this. Be safe in there. There's a chance that the plant structure might collapse. Okay, wait here. I opened the door from inside. Sure, let's keep in touch. So I need to blow this up with my bombs. There we go. I have to open the door. Something behind the door. Okay, so I attack the thing and it opens. How do we climb this? There's no structure for me to... Wait a minute. Is there a way to get out from there as well? Looks like the rubble's blocked though. They don't. This is not destroyable. I trapped them inside, guys. Something behind the door. What's behind the door? I can't see shit. Yeah, I get to see things. The rubble is blocking the door, I think. Yeah, but you cannot create enough distance to jump over. I think you need to use something to jump over. Can I climb here? Apparently you can climb, what the fuck? Maybe not in the traditional way I thought they would climb, but they climb there apparently. No! I lost my footing! Then I died. I died. What's the other side anyways? There's a way to go the other side, I think. What? There's something you can mine at the top? That's crazy. Hang on, what the heck is this? Oh, I'm supposed to gather stuff. Okay, let's go upgrade the land ship. Okay, Tijiang, yes. Upgrading the land ship is imperative. The other side. I need to upgrade. Okay, this is level 4 now. What's this? Oh, I need to complete the main mission for the next one. Which is fine. I can make a second growth chamber. I can't be bothered. Oh, there's no way to get a 4th slot until you get level 5? Yeah, I guess we need to get growth chamber 2. I don't think I need a growth chamber right now, I'll be honest. I'll make that when I hit level 5, I guess. Huh? I'm supposed to level stuff up. Forgot about it, okay. Last right's weapon. The Sundered Prince. It does look like Amiya's sword, the more I look at it. Zaihi? What about Zaihi? I'm slowly leveling Zaihi, that's the only thing I ever said about her. She's still level 18. Because I swapped over to Chen like yesterday for leveling. Yes, hello Mr. Ichmood. Good to go here. 5 gather bros. Oh, I haven't done the 5 gather bros thing. Oh, it's okay. We can give one operator a gift and when we are done as well. Holy shit, okay. Feels okay, man, just in time. Oh, I will be streaming tomorrow as well. Today has some quite like fruitful discussions, I think. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Zaihi. Oh no, Zaihi. I just talked about this woman. What the heck? Accepted the gift. What gift did she give? I have no fucking clue what she gave me. Offer a gift. There's so much of those. What the heck?
これは指示記号。取り乱しました。不審地に代わり感謝申し上げます。
I'd like to see more of the operator files, but I don't have enough trust on some of them. Has anyone gotten 200% yet? I'm just curious.
何か思い出したのか?
What the heck are you talking about? The admin is called Kanri In, I think, if not wrong. Kanri In. Basically, they're like the administrator in charge, but they call them the admin. So you're at 170 trust level. The highest I got is 120, I think. I think it's a 120, but I don't know. I could be wrong. How's the battle pass for some of you? Battle pass. Yeah, 127 is my highest right now. Last right. Referencing Suzuran. I don't know. But bear in mind, so far there's been a pattern. The reconveners that have appeared in Endfield so far have all been previously infected. Like their predecessors were infected. So Ardelia's predecessor was Aya. Aya was infected. Pogranichnik is Helga's reconvener, right? So he was infected. Who else? Angelina was infected. Gilberta isn't. So none of the reconveners are infected, by the way, but all of their predecessors have been infected with Oripathy. So yeah, very big hint as to a proper gauge to find out whether your favorite character is going to be playable or not. Number one, make sure they're infected. So if they are not infected, chances are they're not going to end up playable that early. So there is a possibility we might see maybe Gaviel, Suzuran, who else was infected? Excuse me. I think Nero is not infected, so she's not going to turn up. Who is infected? Maybe Kyobe? Kyobe is infected as well. Mami Suzuran. The interesting part about it, let's say reconvener happens, right, for some of these. Most of them have become younger. Is there one that will be older than their predecessors? That's a question that needs to be answered. Will there be one that's an older version instead? You hope they change personalities. Will be funny to see a shy W. I don't know about W whether she can like live that long, because she is a sarcast, but she is infected, so maybe there's a chance for her as well. Who else is? Maybe somewhere along the line you might see Ifrit, and you might see an older Ifrit as well. Yes, hi Military Jones. You want Mudrock. She's got a better chance than those non-infected ones because Mudrock is infected. So if you guys want to see like a reconvener happen, right, I think right now a good gauge is that if they're infected, they have a good chance. They have more of a chance than someone who's not infected whatsoever. I mean, I'm cool with Mudrock as well. Mudrock is one of my favorite sarcast characters in Arknights. I liked her entire story with the Twilight of Olomonde, because she seemed like she was the antagonist, but actually she was trying to seek justice and revenge for what she felt like was an act of kindness towards her. So she looked like, underneath the armor we had no idea what she looked like. She looked like this big bulky guy. Turned out, oh, it's a white hat sarcasm woman underneath. And the story is so funny because for her case, nobody knew what she looked like, even her squad members. So occasionally her squad members will see this white hat sarcasm lady walking around their camp and were wondering, who the fuck is that? It's not the boss. They never thought once it was the boss. You thought it was a he a long time ago. I think a lot of people did, but they did the thing where they referred to Mudrock as like a different gender, mainly because nobody knew, so they used the generic term for the generic pronoun to describe Mudrock, which ironically has the same uses the same character as the one for that is used for guys or males. So beating hammer enemies with a hammer would be fun. What classification of weapon would it be though? The problem is the weapon classification. My biggest issue with the hammer is that they don't have a specific weapon type for it. Great sword. Yeah, it looks fucking weird to me. A great sword as a hammer? Nah, it looks fucking weird to me. But I mean, it'll be interesting because she can do the hammer drop on people, like swing the hammer downwards, it'll smash them. But that's my issue, is the the classifications don't quite match up sometimes. The arts units, I mean, fine. Arts units are... They existed even in the time of Arknights, right? Even before Endfield happened. So you see those stuff that casters tend to have? Those are basically their arts units. They use that to channel their power. So, if anyone came for the Arknights talk, Endfield talk rather, it's on pause for today. We are doing it tomorrow again to continue on. So we've covered large parts of the game, but we haven't covered the negative criticisms that people have put for the game. We talked mostly about the balance aspects, right, for now. And most of the things that we talked about were more of my reflections, and then I tried to make sense of the reflections to give you guys some pointers to contribute to the discussion as well. What other reconveners there could be? Let me think on the popular cast. I think some people want Mountain. Mountain is quite a fan favorite as well. Like we have Panda Man, right? In this game, like Da Pan. We could have Mountain as well. Why not? I feel like some people will be interested in that, like having more variety in characters, not just the human looking ones. You know, like the big furry looking ones as well. Great Sword, you're guessing on them, they make a new weapon class. New weapon class introductions are not out of the question. It's just when will they do it? Because in my opinion, if they do it a year from now, it's also fine, you know. I think I'm reaching my limit in terms of my nose is not actually being friendly anymore, so I'm starting to sneeze and all that. Right, so I guess we can have about 10 minutes left on today, and anyone wants to have anything, or does anyone have anything for me to address before I finish up today's stream? Tomorrow we'll actually talk about the community stuff with Endfield, because I feel like we talk about the game as a package on one, right? But we have to also address the community as an influence on whether Endfield has been a success or not. Because Endfield needs to leverage on the community as well to spread the word, to get more people interested. That's very important. It's a bit like what the Arknights was at the start as well. It slowly grew popular. Community stuff kind of dumb. It's 1.0, of course it's going to lag them. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the state of the community in Endfield. Because we have a lot of drama recently. Especially the CC wars, as I like to call it. I think some of you may have come across it at some point already while you're browsing for Endfield content on YouTube, especially. You see some CC wars going on. I'm like, why? It's only the first month. While I'm not opposed to, you know, people just creating drama for clicks and views, because apparently that's what works for them, for their algorithm rather. it kind of just puts people on the forefront as well. People are curious why CC's beefing with each other on a game that just came out a month ago, and decide, oh, I haven't tried it yet, maybe let's see what's going on. Maybe they got curious enough to try because of the drama, who knows. Yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow if you're willing to drop by tomorrow. But you might miss certain parts. I don't know. You might miss certain parts because I plan to start earlier tomorrow. Yeah. It's a good fruitful day today to talk about all the stuff that I wanted to get off my chest, pretty much. What's this? Open Baker. Oh damn. People set? What do you mean people set? Karja. Let someone drop a message. He wants to have a face-to-face discussion about an important business, but he also asked you to come alone. I also don't know why he didn't ask for help in the rapid response group. That's the sitch. It's your call, I mean. It's the call. That's the OD project though. Meet me? She ran off into the wilderness a couple of times after finding Carly in the most recent escapade. She kept talking about how she wanted to meet the Endmid. Nobody knows why though. If you have time, please visit the workers' dorms and see what's going on. Workers' dorms? Or is it the one in the hub? The CC war is just jobless behavior. I feel like there's no need to go to war over some of the drama have been beef festering for over a period of time, maybe a year or two. But it does give a negative impression, like why is the game attracting all these drama mongers? Oh, it's her? I met you before you visited this place, remember? No, I don't remember. I want to draw a storybook that makes everyone happy. Okay, anything I can do to help? Everyone said you go on adventures every single day. Who the fuck is spreading rumors about the admin? Oh! Tons of interesting places. I want to go to those places and draw your stories so that everyone can see them too. Like Ronald said, the places outside aren't safe and won't let me leave. Can you take photos of your adventure or then draw them out and complete my storybook? Sure. What are the places you want to photograph? You're the best admin. The bestest of Talos too. The only one. The one. The only. What's this? One operator of the faction Enfield. I mean, I have enough. I have enough. Group post formation role. Concrete jungle. Enter camera mode. There's a formation type? I never knew this. There's a formation type. Concrete Jungle, Princess Carly, and Knights of the Sky. Knights of the Sky. Wow. Grodok told me about a castle in the sky with all sorts of knights who would protect us. The enemy lives in that castle too. Probably talking about the fucking 152 years ago war or something. Why not drop Princess Kali going on an adventure with knights of the sky? Okay, so I will have to go to the event page and claim. Yay! 200 oral barrels. More pools for Yvonne. 31 pools right now. What's this? Should we do this tomorrow? I don't know. This looks fast enough. One operator who's a caster. Protocol Resonance Tower. Which one? The AIC? Oh, it's not the AIC, it's... Where the fuck is this? Oh, this is the closest one, okay. This is the closest one. Okay, I finished my dailies. Another 200 oral barrels to the account. What's this? Past missions. Oh yeah, has anyone completed the pass already? Like level 60? I'm at 57 right now, almost done. And there's 19 days left, by the way. Oh yikes, I ran the wrong way actually. What the heck? Yeah, we have to cross the bridge. No, 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 I'm not planning to fight. No, no, I come in peace. I come in peace. Them breakers don't make me break your legs, okay? Where are we at now? I'm at the hub base now, so I'm moving wrong. Okay, so it's this side then. Is that the tall tower? It is the tall tower, what the heck? Oh no, I'm forced to fight them! I don't want to fight them. I'm not in the mood to fight today. Oh my god, fighting? Really? Okay, let me think. Well, wait. Wait. Okay, my bond quota means I'm on 30 right now. Okay, let's not spend on this first. Okay, move. Where's the tall tower? So I'm supposed to take the picture here. There we go. What's the square formation. Okay. Okay, so that's done. Claim. 4 dense stacks of the Valley Fort. I need 1 operator who is a lupo. Hiya, what is this? I have to change my team for that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I did not do my elastic goods, did I? Oh, we are gonna sell this. Oh shit, we are going to sell this. We are going to sell that. Okay. There's only one that's below 1,000. Okay, so we're gonna buy this. Asteron crystals. This one feels a bit weird to sell right now because we are at 1,002. Let's see what happens. So I need to change my team now. Damn. I'll take out Lava Tame first for the quest. It's not like I have a choice. You need a lupo? Gotta put Wolf Guard in. You are through the past. Yes, hi NRFs. You are through the past. Who else? Who else is done with the protocol pass, by the way? 60. I am not 60 yet because I did not rush through some of the stuff. So some of the XP clearly I could have gotten but didn't get. Like we have week 5 stuff as well over here. Trigger solidification 3 times. Yeah, I haven't used last rite for the longest time, so none of those. As some of these are ooling as well. I'm nowhere near. It just means that I will be able to reach that at some point. $19,000. After I finish this event, I think should be 20k already. 20k will be 40 pools. Is it? Yeah, 20k will be 40 pools. It's a good amount. But we still need I need 70 pools to guarantee heart pity in case we get there. In case there's that fear that we will get there at some point. Like citrums, citrum. Citrums are essentially like lemons, right? So oh yeah, where's the other one? Oh, we're almost at the. Oh, we're getting an easy place. Okay, so the plan will be I'll finish this event, and we call it. Varied. what kind of formation is this? And they're giving me this as well, the advanced cognitive carrier. I'll have to use between like level 60 to 61 to 90, right? And they keep giving these mark of perseverance, which is for masteries. But by the time they give me 20, I will not have even done a single mastery. that's the weirdest thing right now. I'm not complaining, I'm just like finding it very weird that I'm getting so many of these without being able to use them. Wait, what's next? Oh, I need to finish Quarry Rescue first. Damn. I guess it's time to finish one side quest. It's better than nothing. I remember I did this halfway and then decided to just bail. This is the most unexplored part of Valley 4 for me. I've never been here. Apart from like a brief moment. Alright, I'm supposed to switch out our dear loophole, because otherwise we will be cooked. Wolfguard, wait, I'm gonna edit team. Cut, bye-bye, Lavatain. Okay, so oh yeah, I could probably raise my exploration level as well, but I haven't done so. Just a quick question, has anyone done the leveling just fighting? Or have you just used the combat records because you could? I remember there was a viewer last week when I was playing Endfield. They said they leveled just simply fighting. That's it. So they were like level 20 plus or something. You've seen it but learn it too late to bother with now. All your operators are 20. I kind of just don't want to do that because right now I can save some of their levels for daily level ups. You get what I mean? Find a way to open the door. Attack the door? No, I don't think the bomb is the solution. No, Adelia, no, please. I don't think the bomb is the... Woman, the bomb is not the solution. I need to scan. Bug flower, what the heck? So I need to go down here. And then we have to fight again. Oh my god, fighting. They really want me to clear my 20 enemies today, right? Even though I'm already done with dailies, by the way. Hard Evergrade. Hey, it's mats at least. That's the only thing that I say is a positive thing. She got blocked. What the heck is this? Citron? Citron, bug flower, fire buckle. Are we supposed to climb this area? Wow, what? Oh my god, there's so many resources here. But figures I didn't know because I've never come here. Okay, we broke. What is that thing? Is that a ram?
Endfield がまた一歩前に進んだね。
Okay. Oh, we found a way. We have to use this crate onto one of the panels. No? Is there another one? There should be another one nearby, right? How do I break this? Do we use this to climb stuff? No. Can go the other side. Use. Okay, now I can climb. Ah, I'm so smart. Haha. I can climb now. Wait, what? Oh shit. More XP? Oh, I can use this to climb, by the way. What's this? Are we stuck? Is it the wrong side? Yes, we got through. Let's go. Oh, there's a crate. There's a crate there. Okay, I'll take the crate. I'll take the crate. Thank you very much. I love the crate. Wait, hang on. Okay, so this goes up. Okay, this one. Did we win, chat? Did we win?
よかった。これで入れるね。
Did we win? My puzzle solving skills.
管理人、そっちで検出した信号をもとに
My puzzle solving
発
skills.
信者の位置を調べたよ。発信者の位置はこの辺りのはず。
Hang on,
すぐに詳しい
don't
情
you
報をくれ
run away from me? Oh wait, there's a. Okay, we got the Ori land here. What are you doing? Calconics, oh. Amethyst ore. Why amethyst ore? Okay, what's this?
やった。
Okay, so we got through to that other part already. There's this Endo Crisis thing which I'm not gonna bother with right now. Sender's location. Where the heck is the sender's location? There's no way to move from here. Am I supposed to cross the bridge or something?
やった。
Okay, so we cross the
だいぶ
bridge.
座標の近くまで来たね。多分。
second floor?
もう上辺にいるんじゃないかな。どうしよう。やっぱりリフトかな。私一人なら飛んじゃった方が早いけど、管理人もいるし。
The physical ability and the difference between like admin and the people like Chen. Chen can just jump around to reach what normally would be unreachable for most people. And then she's like, nah, I think we have to take the elevator because I'm with you. This woman, man. Are we supposed to repair this? Component style unknown. Why is it in the middle of the cloudy area? Shit, I have to go all the way back here. Well, that sucks. That sucks to be me, man. Repair failed. I haven't unlocked a lot of the pieces, by the way. But that's costing me. What's going on? Can I go down? Is there a possibility of me going down? Oh, there's a chest here. I didn't know. Can you open the door here? And I'm not taking the long way around, which sucks. Can we climb this area? Can I climb? I'm not allowed to climb. That sucks. Why don't we try this side? Oh, is that so? We're not allowed to? So they don't want me to cheese by climbing environments. Amazing. That bloody sucks. Elevator is broken. No wonder they never let me go up in the first place. Well, okay, we got to the other cloudy area. Can't get power to the gate. Do I have to bring batteries for all these? Alright. There's a chest and I cannot get to it. That's weird, there's nothing here. Why did they let me walk here then? There's nothing here. I thought this path would lead to somewhere. Oh, there is a hidden item here, I guess, and Oriland as well. Nice. Unexpected discoveries. Oh, there's a chest here. Oh, that's the one I couldn't go to. Right. Yeah, so the nexus means I need to pump power lines. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't check my footing and I just died there. Now we have to walk backwards. Yeah, unpowered electric nexus. I never made batteries, by the way, up until now. So you know how screwed I am. Yikes. I try to cheese some environments, like to get to certain places, maybe like a higher plane. And I usually stop from doing that. So because we can't go... Wait, elevator is broken because the power is broken. So to get to the electric nexus, I'll probably need to find a way to power it up. I don't lay power lines, so I don't have the ability to drag everything into here. Stupid quarry. Do I have batteries at all? So I do have some batteries, okay. I thought I never crafted anything, but you know, some quests gave you all those for free. You get what I mean? So if they give it to you for free, you should just use them. Haha, use them. Which I should have. Where's that zip line? Where is that zip? There, found it. Okay, let's go into the other side. I have to charge my phone soon. Okay, so we're going through here. What are these? Oh, buxitromes. Thermal bank is a... I didn't take this. Oh my god, I need to go back to the depot again. I forgot to take that one. Okay, manage. Where's my thermal bank? There should only be one. There. The thermal bank needs me to put a battery in. Okay, it's unpowered. Originium ore? I don't have a single one right now, damn. I guess again, just quick quick teleport. We need a quick teleport, that's for sure. Manage all the... Where's my Originium ore? There we go. 50 will do, right? I don't have to take any more. Oh wait, I still need to power this. Yo, wow. I accidentally set the pylon. I need to take it back. What the fuck? Stash. So I dropped down and there's only 56 meters. They lied. Oh, I'm not powered at all. I need to set my relay towers, I think. I don't have the interest to do it today. To set my power lines around. I have zero interest in doing it today, sadly. We can do one thing for sure though. We can do for gacha. So we go to the power plateau, finish this, come back to the quarry next time. There. I need exactly 3 basic headhunting tickets, so once we finish this, gacha pool and then we end. It'll be good to end like that, right? Gacha pools. Do we still have to go down further? Oh, I guess we do. I've not really explored this place yet, I think. Someone tried to break the lock. Oh, is it the past? Yeah, it is actually. Exploration level. Recommended level 50. Guess what? I'm 60 already. Time to beat the shit out of them. We do it. We do it. Whose voice is that? What the heck? Okay, let's switch the lava tail. Okay, pop, slap, elbow roll. I need to get my ultimate, man. Nice. Okay, we are almost there. Oh, that's nice. 8,000 GG's. Okay, I'm gonna finish this combo first. And now, this is alternate Twilight. And watch this. Palika. Boom. Palika's nuke damage is insane, guys. What the heck, man? That voice, man. Exit protocol space. I love using Palika's ultimate. It's very simple. It's just like one slap on the enemy and they lose tons of health, right? I can't wait till I max out Palika at some point and see exactly how capable she is to put out huge numbers. Deep dive mode. Oh. Oh. Oh, there we go. We get to raise operator level cap to 70. People are now level 50. 50 is fine though, it's not that bad, is it? Is it really that bad? Wait, what's this? Oh, that's the index. Oh, we can go 70 on the sanity already, that's good. I have to do headhunt. We're going to do this. Alright guys, who is ready for Gamba? On the standard banner, I have 43 left to go to a 6-star. So my pity is 37 right now if I'm not wrong. Selection is... I need 225, there's no way I get standard. Yes, hi Sopni, welcome back. I only got halfway through my Endfield Babble as well. Tomorrow is the extension. Okay, it's just a disappointing 5-star again. Can we get like more 5 stars though? I'm down with 2. It's only 1. I talked about how the standard banner seems to give me slightly more, right? Yeah, that was a lie. That was a lie. Oh, that's a snow shine. Okay, I'll take that. What potential does that put her at now? Bad rolls go away? Yeah. Not happening, guys. Not happening. Bad rolls are not going away. So today, at least one good thing happened. Max Pot Chen. That's the only good thing that happened. Very disappointing though. It could have promised greater things. Wait. Pelika's 4 out of 5, eh? If it was a Pelika, it would be nice as well. I like Ember's design, not gonna lie. Might look to use her in the future. She's supposed to be the tank as well, right? So the only thing that came out of 1.0 was that I got every 5-star playable. I got all the 5 stars. And they're all more than they're not pot 0. All of them are at least pot 1, I think. At least, probably. I'm pit. Okay. Guess you are Pit Sky. Her halo is a little bit interesting because it looks kind of... Her halo is not straight above her head. It's 90 degrees behind her head. Yeah, she got the warrior hair parted style, yeah, at the back. I'm not even joking when I say that. How many times have I looked at that kind of hairstyle and said, yeah, that's pretty pretty apt. Got that Escalon knife. It's what was that thing called? The assassin knife, right? You can retract it and make it extrude right away. Zoop, you know. What do they call that again? A hidden blade? Yeah. But hers is not really a hidden blade. Hers is you can see the blade pop out. Maybe people think it's an arm guard. That's where the hidden blade starts to come into play. So I apparently got bitten by Mozzie this morning, and then one of my fingers turned out to be a sausage. Very, very fun stuff, you know. I love getting bitten by Mozzies. Fuck mosquitoes, guys. Fuck mosquitoes. Burn them all. I need to open power lines around Talos too. Because I haven't opened power lines, right? Some of those facilities can't be powered at all. I'm too lazy to open power lines today. Like, I'm just not in the mood for it. Wait, there's a recycling station? But I have to unlock the place first, right? So yeah, not happening today. In the recent Assassin's Creed lore, the hidden blade is supposed to look like an arm guard and spawn the opposite. Yeah, it's usually at the bottom. Because they want to hide it with their arm. So they will just like extrude the blade from the bottom with on the palm. And then when they struck the enemies, they'll just like do the thrust their fingers towards them so that the blade gets hidden underneath the palm, so they can slap them. Basically, Ember, but Ember feels like this above board kind of character. You know, she does these things openly. That's why it's on the other side. You get what I mean? If she wants to kill you, she will let you know that she's going to kill you. That kind of thing. Right, protocol capacity is 3. Okay. 32 chests in this area. That is about 600 to 800 oro barrels worth. That's a lot. Yeah, my protocol capacity is only 3. Over here. Where's the quarry? Wait, you can go down that path? I didn't know that. Wait, hang on. I can go down that path? I've never gone down this path, what the heck? Oh, it's the farm! Oh then, this is where I find out I can... Oh, is that Mr. Panda? I skipped the dialogue because I'm stupid. I ran too fast. Can I replay this?
並んでる人たち、みんな暗い顔してるな。そりゃ避難に来たんだからな。気がめいってもおかしくねえだろ。
Sometimes I run too quickly into certain areas, and even I do this even in other games as well, where there's a running dialogue in the background, and then the dialogue disappears.
すまねえが詰めてもらえるか。
Sometimes you will miss like the interesting little bits, but this one is just them, I guess, seeking shelter and refuge.
いや、その鍋もあるから、もう 2.5 人分は場所取ってるじゃないですか。
What?
こいつは俺の飯の種だ。そのうちやりがたさもわかるはずだぜ。にしても避難所だっていうのによ。なんでかまどの一つもねえんだ。ああ、ここ支援が届いてなくてレトルト食品か缶詰しかないんですから。
All they have is canned food.
救助が最優先ってのはわかるが、飯に手を抜いちゃおしまいだ。しっかり食べて腹いっぱい。ようやく身が引き締まるってもんだ。
He's right here. If people eat good food, all of a sudden they are fully motivated to do stuff.
もしかして鉱山の人？
Wait, she recognized him?
同郷か？俺はダパンだ。よろしくね。
Dapan. Panda.
まあな、鉱山に生まれりゃ飯にこだわるのは当然。適当なんて
So
ありえない。
Hongshan
だからよ、後でかまどで
is
も
known
作っ
for their cuisine.
俺の腕前見せてやるぜ。
Hey guys, can you send Chen 30k? She did the pose. Can you send her 30k? It wasn't only Pelika who could do the pose. Chen can as well. Okay. What the heck? I want to screenshot this. This is funny.
やったー。私チェン専ユ、エンドフィールドで働いてて、この人は管理人で、こっちはペリカ監察官。
管理人？
Why is everyone?
おう、エンドフィールドか。もちろん知ってるぜ。航海員に船を作らせた会社だろ。
Oh, Dijiang was built by the Hongshan Academy of Sciences. Then, today I learned.
ちーっと4号谷地を通りかかっただけなのによ。立ち往生する羽目になるとはね。
So canonically, this is when we meet him first. Now the funniest part is I got him before, in the gacha, before I met him here. So it is what it is.
でも小さいことを気にしても仕方ねえ。この際だ。テント張ってキャンプ気分。
Can we just take a moment
休暇みてえなもんだ。
to appreciate the furry texture on this guy? Because I did not expect them to really go hard on this. It looks so realistic. Look like fluff.
なかなか
Proper fluff.
だね。
Just take a moment to appreciate
この
that.
後はどうするの？
Honestly, the texture game in this Endfield is crazy. There are many games out there that try to play with textures, and especially the smooth textures end up looking like latex. But in Endfield, there ain't anything like that. Look at the walk as well. The walk has a very, you know, the cast iron walk that people used to revere to you know, for the wok hei, the fried rice, those really seasoned woks. This looks exactly like one of those. Even has the craggly little texture on it. It's not exactly like smooth. It's a bit of craggy texture on it.
せっかく谷地にいるんだからな。昔馴染みでも訪ねてみようと思ってんだ。アンドレイってエンジニア。
No, he knows Andre. Okay. Everyone knows each other at this point.
アンドレイって、アンドレイさん？
アンドレイさんなら中枢基地にいますが、今は。
ああ、分かってら。今の状況じゃてんてこまいだろうね。
Isn't this area supposed to be before the main quest? Is it after? Chronologically? Okay. SAR team. Search and rescue.
俺は詳しいことは分からねえが、ただ戻ってきた何人かは怪我してたな。
Oh, that's a lot of people.
ところで、ノフマンに何か用か？
Vanning Fall Crisis is not over yet, by the way. It doesn't mean you just beat the landbreakers and then get them out. That's the aftermath that you have to deal with.
エンドフィールドも動くってか。 いい話じゃねえか。ノフマンならあっちにいるぜ。
Okay. So this is the new outpost. Yeah, I probably could unlock this before I went through the main quest, I think. Probably could have. So I get to collect more stock bills here.
今回全員を連れて帰ることができなかったのは全て僕の責任です。
Okay.
3人の通信が途絶え、しかし部隊全体の撤退に遅れが出てはいけないと探しに戻ることができませんでした。
What happened to No Man Left Behind?
負傷者を安全な場所まで運ぶことができた今、わずかな希望にかけてもう一度探しに行ってきます。
So you decided to go back and look for them, okay? After taking the decision to leave them behind in the first place.
位置もわからないんだ。手がかりなしで探すなんて無謀だろう。
Positioning signals are
それ
lost.
に責任者がいなくなってどうする。他にもやるべき
This means this is a job for the admin.
避難所のベッドが足りていないし、ランドブレーカーだってまたいつ襲ってくるかわからない。
Rough. Where were they last seen? Maybe we can help.
あなたたちは
エンドフィールドの危機対策班です。私は監察官のペリカ、こちらは管理人で。
管理人。まさか
Every single time someone mentions, oh, it's the admin, and they're like, I'm just wondering what stories were fed to them. Every single time they're like in awe.
私もオペレーターのチェン戦友だよ。保安局から連絡あって見に来たんだ。なんか手伝えることないかなって。
僕は建設基地の責任者代行を務めている。
I think I haven't got to the part where they're finally explaining like why is the admin put on a pedestal by every single citizen on Talos 2.
さっきの話、行方不明の方がいるのですね。よければ私たちも捜索を手伝います。
Okay, so
助かります。エンドフィールドの皆さんなら安心です。
they really love that
最後に行方不明者の位置を確認したのは実験エリアの
that
崖付近
post,
で
huh?
す。侵食も多く残っている場所ですから、くれぐれも気をつけてください。
Science Park. Probably the area that I haven't accessed yet. If that's the case.
了解。任せてよ。
But that wasn't that was the reason why I decided to come to this. Oh right, I can find the balloon man. Ah! Wow, all these deposits. What the heck? Origin them all here as well. Damn. Okay, let's upgrade the tech tree for a bit. Oh, this depot bus, nah. Oh, my power output must be 250 first. Damn. Okay. I'll think about the power output the next time. How many are we at now? Wait. $32. I only have 28. That is rough. Is this the outpost? Yeah, this is the outpost I saw from the opposite side just now. think there's a possibility of me setting up a zip line here. Okay. At least I unsmoked one of the... I think that's the... biggest clouded area for now. Is there a way to get there? To this last clouded area? Because female admin is cute. Yes, hi Kunya. Oh yeah, I mean I do wanna try. Hang on. Let's go back to Tijiang for a bit. I do wanna try playing as female admin for a bit. I did talk about it a couple of times already. Maybe today's the day we actually go do it. Oh, Lavatin managed to... Wait, I went to the wrong side, sorry. This is the correct side. This is the room. After I do this, 24 hours before I can change back, so... There. We changed into the female admin. I think part of why she seems more goofy, I've stated, right, because she's fun-sized. Anything that's fun-sized immediately gets like silliness factor times 2. So, multiply it. I find that in terms of the admin portrayals, right, the female admin seems to be the more expressive one. The male admin is a bit more reserved. Every time you see the goofy portrayals of admin, right, it's always the female admin. It's never the male one. It's always the female. Like the one with the skit with the relay towers, or the animation. I think some of you may have come across it already on YouTube. That one was the female admin. It wasn't the male one. She vibes more. I would say the fact that she's like quite petite as well, it really does play into the gremlin portrayal. She's smaller, you know. Yeah, it doesn't help that she really does look like a fucking penguin in this. She looks more like a penguin than the male one. I can't. I can't. Now I'm gonna laugh half the time I use her. This is not right, man. The blue Sechi animations are so cute. Yeah, I mean that's where the Oh My Goto came from as well, right? Blue Sechi. Oh My Goto. The blue Sechi ones are a little bit unhinged as well. I'll be honest. In terms of the characters, the punchline is always something unhinged. That's why I managed to change the female admin. Look, I'm so. Wait, hang on. They said I needed 250 power. Back to the hub we go, I guess. You know, I can't unlock the technology. That fucking sucks, you know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Alright, I need to check my protocol management. My power grid is 100k, really. What's this? Relay tower. They're not plugged there in the first place. How was it not plugged in the first place? I never touched it ever since I laid it, you know. No. Oh no. I falsified again. I thought we cleared the land breakers out. Why are they still around? What the heck is this? Why did the ship end up there as well? That's the weirdest thing. Yeah, I guess this is the first time I fight with the female admin. So while they are pretty capable as combatants, their physical capabilities have a limit. What's this place? Are you serious, guys? I mean, it's already there, I suppose. What am I supposed to do? Oh, nice. Clap them. Okay, clap them. Boom. Yes. Oh. They suck, by the way. They suck. I actually have to lay so many power lines if that's the case. It sucks. Is that a relay tower as well? Okay. Did I not lay it to this one? Oh, that one doesn't count. Okay. Doesn't count, then I'll just use this one then. Just so lazy to lay power lines. At least I'm running in a straight line, haha. Yeah. Hello? Why is this launched ahead? Stash. So I have to put it before. You know, Yes! We got it! 80 on the dot! 80 on the dot! Okay, start transmission. Oh wow, why are all these land breakers here?
出番みたいだね。時間の無駄。すぐに片付ける。いつでもいける。はいです。終わらせる。全力でいきます。姫と燃え尽きろ。心を一つに入れるから。
While holding the cable, I'm fighting them. That's the weirdest shit ever. What's going on? Why are there so many? They're like maggots, you know. Crack them, yes, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Everything dies. Ha. 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 Huh? Oh, there's one more? I thought I finished all of them already. We are going to eat dirt. Okay, he did. That last eruption though, cooked him. Okay, now I need my... I need my relay tower. I'm gonna try to run in a straight line as much as I can. Straight line, straight line. Okay, so around here, I suppose? It's not exactly 80, but yeah, good enough. Why are these people here? Oh my god. They're like the plague. I also don't want to use like ultimates on them, but I need... Oh my god. They've ruined my power. No. No! No! They're assholes. I swear they are assholes. Okay, whatever. I'll just do this then. Yeah, I'll take a 76. I know it's not exactly min-maxing, but I'll take the 76. Where else am I gonna like lay the lines now? South? Not like I can go in through here, I guess. I have to do it above board, right? Okay, so... this? Okay, I think I went to the wrong side. I need to work out what is the area, the cloudy area. Is this the cloudy area?
待たされたよ。すべて想定の範囲内です。闇ごと
Oh
焼き
no, I
付けて。
accidentally did that. Okay, so I can't climb here. Was this an elevator or something? The lever's not working though. I wasted a perfectly good use. Fu Yi, yes, hi Okami Chronicle. Fu Yi. Clap, 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 clap. Wait, there's still one more alive? You should be dead, what do you mean alive? Okay, nice. Okay, that for sure this time dead. One dead enemy.
勝利は必然です。
私たちならできるって信じていました。
Oh, I'm supposed to burn. Okay. Sorry, bomb this area. Okay, it makes sense. I couldn't access certain areas. Oh, some areas can only be accessed when you bomb them. Okay, bye. Get wrecked, bozo. Slug. Oh, we're gonna kill the origin slug. Bye bye. I only have one bomb left, so. Right. Yay, we managed to. Oh! There's chests here. There's this as well. Yay! Gather. By the way, that thing was very much hidden. If you didn't see that thing jutting out, you probably wouldn't have clicked on it either. As I have. Oh no, not the worm! Not the worm! Oh no, not the worm. There's two of them as well, my goodness. Not the worm. Now, let's be real. Does anyone actually like the worm enemy? Not when they fucking spit acidic shit on the floor. Oh no, not like this. Okay. I'm gonna slice it and dice it. Bye, bitch. That was 12,000 in your fucking face. Get wrecked, bozo. Wait, there's 3 chests here. What the heck? Oh shit. Okay. And this is what we call a windfall. More to my Yvonne funds. How much is that now? 19640. Just a little bit off. Yeah, just a little bit off. What is this? Successfully transmit power 20 times. Transmit power. I'm only at 180 still. Wait, that's not what I want. Are we at the southern part of the hub right now? We are. So I opened a route to the mountainside trail. Fun. Very fun. Okay, so we unlocked the last clouded part of the hub already, I think. That shouldn't be the... yeah, should be fine already at this point. Do I get to lay down? I get to lay down shit here. That's nice. I'm trying to lay down stuff to get into the quarry. That's the only thing I want to do right now. What's the exit? I don't think you can climb up here, right? Get me? Yeah, and you're not allowed to climb up here. They blocked it off. Ah, there we go. That's the exit. Where's my power line? Wait, the last power line was just slightly off the TP point, okay. Yes, hello Stocking, welcome. It's been a while. Papa, not even not even that old. What the heck? Okay, there we go. Relay tower, start transmission. We're going to go south. Confirm? One more? Okay. Why is it so far away? I didn't even... Yes! Yes! They can't beat me. Okay, I'm gonna stash this. Start transmission. Can we go inside? Place is not high enough for placement, so we can't go inside. But we can go here. Let's go. Start transmission. Is that a chest? Not enough height. So I can go kind of go underground to an extent. Is there a possibility of me just like having one of the power lines like nearby? Like around here. So that I can connect, because you know I have no choice. Oh, I ran out of bombs. What? I ran out of bombs. Oh my god, we ran out of fucking bombs. So I can't even open that site mountain route. That's a refining unit, that's not what I want. Oh, automatically connects. What's this? Heavy gun tower. $30-meter. So you can use the electric pylon for 30-meter transmission instead of using the power relay tower. But only if you research the upgrade first, okay? Do I even have this? Do I not have Architine anymore? Zero! I thought I picked up some the other time. That's weird. Do I not have amethyst parts? Did I sell all my amethyst parts? Oh my god, no bombs. I have 0 bombs right now. Oh shit, it's the amethyst fiber. Do I have the... Wait, I made fiber somewhere. There. This was the one. I forgot about the fiber. I forgot about the fiber. Okay, we can definitely do this now. Fiber in this. So I'll be able to make bombs. We'll make 12 bombs, I think. Some have been sent to the... Wait, what? Let me check my... What? What? Why? Oh, what's the thing I'm looking for again? Amethyst parts, was it? Amethyst parts there. Okay, we'll do the thing again. This is so inefficient, but I right now don't have the time to be efficient. Because some of my positionings are very wonky right now. It makes it really difficult. Once I sort out the positions, should be fine. Let's quickly put this in. How many bombs am I getting out of this? Okay, let's do this. It takes 5 for 1 bomb. How many bombs I have right now? 2. I don't have enough Architane anyways to keep this constantly going, so I just have to take it slowly. Take it slowly and put it in. I just need a couple of bombs, that's it. Depot. 3 bombs. 3 bombs is fine for now, I suppose. Oh, we got 6 bombs. Never mind 3. We got 6 bombs. I will take the bombs now. Okay, my power is actually very low right now. Power facilities connected. How is it 1 to 2 ratio right now? Oh, that's weird. Okay, what am I doing now? What am I doing? Oh, no, that's this. Why activate the bomb now? I can't talk to him now. That's rough. Depot bus 1. Wait, there was one more recycling spot that I've missed out, I think. Was it at the science park? Oh no, it was in the quarry. It was not at the science park, it was a quarry. What's this? Right, to get some of the repair logics I need to do side missions. Right. They made it a must to do some of the side missions. I'm very upset about that for sure. What's this? Electric pylon. Oh yeah, it is the electric pylon. No, don't. What? They're attacking that thing. And then with my relay tower over here. Okay, nice. We plugged another tower in. I'm just laying like power lines out for the moment. Oh wait, I wasn't planning to fight anyways, but they forced me to fight, so. I was not planning to fight. They forced me. You did. And we got filet at least. Thank you for the food. Oh, this is so rough. What am I supposed to be doing now? Lay power lines all the way into the quarry? But I finally got my bomb, so... Oh, I don't really have a way to get there, do I? We have to take the long way then. It sucks. It sucks to have to take the long way. Okay, so we'll just run down to this part. I didn't access this place for the longest time because I didn't have a bomb. But now we do. So we can blow stuff up. So this is the... There are a lot of rich veins of origin in here actually. I want to run in a straight line as well, but they don't allow me to run in a straight line. Okay, so we can lay a power line here. Okay. Start transmission. Why am I going north? I should be going south, right? There's no way to go south. I found the greatest redundancy. I just found the greatest redundancy I ever needed. Okay. So I laid the power lines going all the way down here, only to find out, oh, I got stuck anyways. I had to go through the workers' dorms.
ずいぶん待たされたよ。
私たちきっとうまくできます。
What are those? So they spit stuff at you? Damn.
出番みたいだね。
私たち私のこの勢いで咲かせます。受け取って。言っていきます。
What are they doing? Wait, you can get belly stock bills killing them? Do they have bounties or something?
エンドフィールドがまた一歩前に進んだね。それならみんなで喜んでやってもいい。
Join in the celebrations, huh? That's cool. I guess there's this redundancy with the relay towers, which I probably can remove. But whatever. Is there any way to place a relay tower over here? Because it would be funny. Oh, we can actually do the funny thing. What the? You can actually do the funny thing. At this place here. Oh, wow. I thought you had no space for that. And nobody's gonna question me that I put the relay tower inside. It's I think my distance is a bit off here. But I did not run in a straight line. Is it possible to... Nah, it's not possible. What if I put one here? Or place not high enough for placement. And then here is high enough? For real? I'm just laying down power lines just because, you know, at this point. Let's go in a straight line as much as we can. Oh, that's a bit far, I think. How's this? I don't think I have any more power lines to be able to lay. Unless I lay the electric pylons. Even the electric pylon is kind of questionable at this point. I didn't see how far more I need to go. I probably need about 4 or 5 more of the towers. Oh no, I probably need a couple more. No, because we're at the quarry now, we can just go back to the hub again. You love bombs? You can go behind, but it's up from up top. Behind where? I can't lay the everything to like 80 meters max all the time, you know. I need to adjust a bit here and there. Because there are some areas they don't let you place anything whatsoever, which makes it difficult. Well, time for me to go craft some more relay towers, because we need those from the woodland place. There's no way I'm gonna climb up there, I'll be honest. I'm just so done with this. Yeah. Facility list. Relay tower or open. Can only construct one? Do I not have enough of those Origo crusts or whatever they call it? Oh, it could be this. Yeah, it could be this. Well, I have enough now. You have to bring the power there for some chest, so you just kept going from there. No. The fact that you have to fucking lay power lines all the way into the quarry is mad. The fact that you have to take all your fucking relay towers to just lay everything all the way there. Now you get how it feels to lay all those undersea internet cables across the ocean. Because it's pretty similar, I'm pretty sure it is. You can treat it like this is your way of transmitting Wi-Fi to all of Valley 4. Shit, what's that? Oh yeah, the toolkit, right? The relay tower. And I'm not supposed to lay this. I want to build them. I only own 7. Is it really that slow? Oh. I need to place the transport belt. I will stash this away, I suppose. Switch item, again, all. Transport belt from starting point. Confirm ending point. It can't go in? Oh, you can. Never mind. So I can actually now check. So I have a lot of Origo crusts already. Facility construction 31. Well, I can construct another now. I think I need like another 400 meters worth minimum. Otherwise I won't be able to power that place. AK event rerun on the 24th. Which event is that? Which event is that? I can't even remember. Vina Victoria, right? Her banner's rerunning, but I don't think I'll be pulling for her. Let's be real. I'll probably hard save for Pramanix right now. Pramanix is in. For earliest is late April. Latest will be early May. So yeah, not any good time to be pulling right now. I could probably spare some pulls, but I don't want to. Haha, I don't want to. I have, to be honest, by the time I reach that point, I have 300 pulls, but like I said, I don't want to. I don't want to. Imagine you can have 300 pulls and you're just like, nah, I don't have pulls to spare. I have currently about 220 pulls, I think, thereabouts. Maybe less, 210, but it's definitely above 200. So I'll comfortably be at 300 because we have to just buy twice the monthly cat hunting, because I'll be doing recruitment stream pretty soon. Once it's done, it's done. Easy 300. I'm not even if I don't get 300 right, by getting the tickets, I'm also at least guaranteed 250 because I'm not spending anything. So how many more are they allowing me to go? 4. Okay. I got 480 meters worth. Let's see if this works. Every quarry. The hub. Oh, I mean I have to work backwards, I think. That sucks. I have to work backwards. Imagine having to work backwards all the way just for this shit. Okay, I have to get rid of the pylon, I think. Stash. The pylon is probably the last thing. So I have 480 meters worth, and then the pylon is the last thing. Where the heck is this? Okay, start transmission. Are you serious? $79.9, okay, I take that. Start transmission again. Okay, here, that's too far away. Wait, I'll move this. It's still too far away. Fuck me. Yes, 79.9, we did it. We did it. That's such a messy transmission. Okay, so we have another relay done. I don't know how many more relays I need, but... Okay, how the fuck do I get down there again?
足元にも気をつけてくださいね。時間の無駄、すぐに片付ける。
I thought I cleared them out. Why are they back again? They respawn fast, huh? They respawn really fast. That sucks. Okay. Are we done? Okay. I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Wait, let me go find... Oh, it's over here. Okay, so there's no way to go down there. So I have to place the tower here probably. Wait, where's the tower? Fuck my life. You can't maximize the distance the entire time. There gotta be something that gives. So in the end, I will have to lay a tower here. Start transmission. Go down. And it takes like 20 meters already as it is.
ずいぶんま
Why are they up again? My goodness. So I only leave the area for like a little bit. 20 minutes later they respawn. So we're done with that, right? I have to retrace my steps again. Why is this RAM? Why is this RAM here? Okay. I swear. Look at what they've done to my wire as well. Look at what they've done to my wire. Holy shit. Yeah, they're done, mate. Look at what they've done to my wire. Okay, I probably have to drop one here as well. Okay, we got the 80. Not in a good way. We should hit the limit, right? Fuck, I need to run in a straight line. Ah. To cut the distance, you gotta run in a straight line. Are we done? Pulling the switch 100 times won't work. Well, you have no power, that's why. The kit is fully powered. How did I do it? Pull the fucking power cables all the way from the power. The core AIC area all the way to this spot. I think I laid like what a kilometer or two worth of power lines. We tried something simple. The female admin is, I think, around Pelika's height, if I'm not mistaken. So she's quite small. I'll open to get a holler the others. Thank you again, my Endfielder friends. Yeah, laid the fucking power lines all the way from the hub. I guess I can go open the staff lounge now, right? Is it? Not staff lounge. Recycle station, right? Time to upgrade all these. Upgrade. It's hard to get the experience now because my even if I get the recycle station up, my limit is 30,000. There's no way I get 30,000 of these. Even if this is max level, by the way. I need to spend my stock bills regardless, so here. Oh, how many points are they gonna give me for that? 125 metric. It's not even a lot. Where's the other? Waypoint. Shop owner. Okay, what does this guy sell? Small grocery store.
Tangina! Si Optimum Pride!
Oh, Optimum Pride.
Babe,
Si Optimum Pride though. Oh, there's a chest there. Nice. Oh yes, hi Phoenix. Welcome back for the third time. Yeah, I'm still here. I decided to get some stuff done on the game itself. Memo, a piece of advice. We gotta go. Midsummer is in the Wildlands exile where we might starve to death. They were just shutting down the quarry and moving us to another place to work. How serious can this get? Speaking of the quarry, just look at the yield and figures. Be honest with yourself. We aren't the role models of productivity. A new job at the auto farms or a meat packing plant would be great. At least we can still be useful. Maybe they'll ship the entire crew to a brand new quarry. It might just happen. Grown-ups also act like one. Changing places isn't going to make you a piece of dead weight. Is that so? So I unlocked this place only to find out, right. Is this a shelter? Which kind of sucks. There's nothing much I can do. Wait, what's this? What's this area? Eh? Are we able to go down? Call? Nice. Okay, so we can go up. You finish collecting all the chests, you and Ori Lens, you gotta hunt the little notes now. Fair. What's this? I can't repair this yet. I don't have the logic.
やっぱり予備部品は見つからないですか。
No suitable backup parts.
はい。倉庫も被害を受けて、物資の多くが潰されてしまい。
Also, I needed to do this part first.
どうしましょう。
So I've been doing all the wrong things all these times.
あの人なら何か思いつ
All
く
these
こと
times
があ
of
ったかもしれませんが。
laying the power lines all the way from the hub. It's extremely rough. Oh, I decided to play the female admin for a while. So let's see where this goes.
エンドフィールド。
名前はもちろん知っていますが、
It's a Caprini
どうしてここに？
and a Pero, I think.
救難信号出さなかった？結構遠くからわざわざ来たんだからね。
The base.
とにかくなんか手伝ってほしいことがあったら何でも言ってみてよ。
それは本当にありがとうございます。私はラモンと申します。この採石場の責任者です。
Ramon.
救難信号でこちらの状況はお分かりかと思うのですが、災害によって道路が分断され通れなくなってしま
Actually,
ったことが
his name being Ramon feels quite appropriate because Pero, in Arknights have a variety of names, but they're most associated with the Spanish names because they're supposedly from like the Latin America part, Bolivar, right? Makes sense, makes sense. Don't be too surprised when you see a Sergio somewhere as well. Sergio. Sergio.
すぐに緊急対策を実施することができました。
Disaster, aftershocks, contingency, okay. Contingency aside, where am I?
重要なエリアにつながっている道路が分断されてしまった上に、通信障害によって多くの作業員と連絡が取れない状況で。
How am I supposed to fix it for you then? How am I supposed to fix it?
ですから、今はまず早急に道路をつないで作業員たちの安否を確認したいと考えているんです。はい、実はその鍵となるものはすでに見つけているのです。
Bypass key? Are they going to give me the item so I can
大
bypass?
型クレーンです。長い間採石場の要として働いていましたが、私がここに来る前からずっと高負荷で稼働していたために故障してしまって、今は
So this
使用してい
mega
ませんでし
crane.
た。ですが、実はこのクレーンのコンテナ釣り具を使用すれば分断された道路の一部に行けると分かったんです。
Oh, okay. Something's working then.
はい、そうです。ただ故障の影響で
The female admin is so expressive. So funny.
そのためにクレーンの運転操作に詳しく、
You kind of just feel her, you know? Like she just vibes.
ここにはやれる人いないの？
いますが、この災害で行方不明になってしまって。
What? Disaster again.
わかりました。こちらにあります。すぐに案内します。
You seem bigger. Bigger what? Bigger cranes. Power nexus. I can't repair without the logic though. Wait, you're meant to interact with it regardless. Okay.
管理人？まさかあなたが
The moment they hear
あの管理人ですか？
the admin being referred to as the admin, and they're like, wait, you are the admin? Every single
助かり
time.
ました。これでクレーンはなんとかなりますね。あ、すみません。少し興奮してしまって。そういえば先ほど
Every single
と
time.
おっしゃっていたような。
Modified the crane before? They probably have.
どうしてわかったのですか？実は改造についてはあまり知らないんです。もう10年以上も前の話ですから。
10 years old. Well, the admin went to the admin went to sleep at the time, like hibernation. Was it not more than 10 years ago as well? Slap on some mods.
設計図そうですね設備課のフィリスさんなら知っているかもしれませんあとはペニーさんもでもみんな
I must be the unluckiest manager ever.
こんな大事な時なのに担当者の私の運が悪い
This guy feels like, you know, those smaller companies where not in this case, but the UWSC is really large, right? But they have different departments, so it feels like he's a kind of a new department manager who took over somebody's work, but there's no way to contact all these people who are the real experts, and then he's just like he kind of just walked into the job, you know, and then that he doesn't exactly know where to pick up where the previous manager left off, so it's very common though, unfortunately. They are still waiting for someone to do the. I expected you to be taller. Well, if it's a female admin, there's not much you can do with the height, you know. She's about Chen's height, I think. Maybe shorter. Chen, before they remove all the references to height, Chen was stated to be about 5'5.5", I think. It'll be about 166, which is still like 2 cm off her ancestor, by the way. Chen, Arknights Chen is 5'6".
まさに泣きっ面に蜂ってやつ。でも
I expected you to be shorter.
運が向いてきたってことじゃない？
そうだ思い出しましたきっとあそこにあるはずです
Wait, can I see her expression? Because she's taken aback. She's like, huh? Huh?
そうだといいのですがとにかく管理人さん改造の設計図を見たいなら行く場所は決まっています通信拠点の資料室
Archive located at the listening
在
post.
籍場ができてからの全ての資料が保管されていますから
As long as I can find new circuitry, that's it. I'm
いい
down.
ね。その通信拠点ってのどこにあるの？すぐ向かうからさ。
あちらです
And how are we supposed to get there? And how am I supposed to get there?
あそこも道路が分断されて通行できなくなってしまって
You bozo!
困ったな。どうやって行けばいいの？
See, I told you Chen is the player insert. She has the same question as I. How the heck am I supposed to get across? The admin is not the true player insert. Chen is the true player insert. Chen is all of
この
us.
距離だとさすがの私でも
Cooking lunch. Okay, have a great lunch. Lunch. Oh yeah, while some of you are having lunch, I guess I still haven't had dinner. I don't think I had lunch either. I just had breakfast today. That's all it is. You treat every quarry as the Chen side quest.
心配はいりませんよ先ほどお
Chen
伝え
side
した通り
quest.
コンテ
We
ナ
are
用
Chen.
の釣り具を使っていくつかのエリアには行けるようになってい
We
ま
are
す
not Legion anymore. We are Chen.
通信拠点もそのうちの一つですですからコンテナ釣り具を操作すれば行くことができますよ
I mean, Chen has a lot of speaking lines in every quarry. You can pretty much treat her as like
なるほどね。
treat it as her quest.
出番だよ。
Because she's supposed to be the chaperone, right? For the admin. You want more Chen quests? I don't know about that. Because if we have a Chen focus at some point, right, we'll have to eventually tackle the the identity of the sword and everything. The eh? Is it not correct? Do I have to rotate this? So this is a puzzle I need to figure out. EXO is damage. Oh, that fucking sucks. Is there a way to get off this crane? God, it's fucking damage, I suppose. Great. Guess I have to move it off. Thought we could, you know, rotate stuff. It's fine though, what the heck? What is wrong with her? The Angelos is so unlucky, wow. Okay, so it got smashed to pieces. That's very unlucky of it. Wait, can I even get through that? Oh, I can. I just had to look for something to go around it. Okay, nice. So the waypoint's up there. Authorized personnel only. Do we need a card key or something? A key card, whatever it is. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. We have to fight again. Oh no! Oh no! We have to fight again. We have to fight again. This fucking sucks, bro. Hey! Move, bitch! Get out the way! After getting hit by sheep, it died. And what was this? Hey, we can get in. We can get in, right? Oh, barely. We can barely get in. Okay. Letter of application. Authority level. So who's gonna grant me the author? Me. No, none of the scientists. Me. The authority level. Oh shit, I barely made it. Wait, after dashing, I couldn't jump. Hey! They didn't want me to get that thing. I thought I want to come back here again, so get that out of the way. Does a taller character get across this like issue? No, apparently it doesn't change anything. I mean, maybe I just mistiming my jump. Yeah, like this. Mistime my jump again. And we drop down again. I don't know, I landed only to slide back down again. That's just the most curious thing ever. Okay, so that's not happening. Does height play a part in this? Okay, it's just it's not height, it's just my skill issue. Oh wait, isn't this the area we were back in just now? Oh shit, we unlocked the area. That's fantastic. I guess. I guess. So we have no authorization level for this shit. A way to... Okay, I just noticed that I was able to climb this back up again. Eh? Wait a minute. Something's weird here. So I almost reached that, only to get... What? Surely Ember is the fastest with heavy armor. Thank you for giving... not me a gifted sub, but why is it so random on this? What the... Okay, hang on. What? Yeah, I have no idea what happened there. How do they even pick people to get like gifted? I don't understand here. Okay, hang on. Can I? I can't even jump up there? Okay, maybe it is a skill issue. Muscle women. Speaking of muscle women, doesn't Snowshine have like very defined musculature for a female character? That is. Wait. Oh, it's the other way. So I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. What is going on in this area? Oh, I am on the wrong quest as well. Okay, amazing. Okay, let me go change my mission. My mission. Mission. There. Thank you for 100 bits, Zopni.
Zopni cheered. X100.
5-star Saria for Endfield. I'm fine with that. Is she even mix it into the game. The problem is there's been a theme so far with reconveners. All of them have a history of being infected, and just based on that current precedent has been set, I highly doubt that any non-infected predecessor is gonna end up in this game at all. In it as a reconvener, no. Looks like Aurora has a difference with Snowshine. I talked about it earlier on when I was discussing the operator designs. Being a key draw, right, for a game like this. Aurora has longer hair. Her hair goes all the way down to her waist. Snowshine, there's a distinct difference here where Snowshine has just a bob cut, that's it. Snowshine is good for newer admins. She is. I mean, wasn't she the free unit anyways? So, yeah, you have that as well. Quarry. Fucking Quarry. So I'm unable to reach the higher end of the. They said the axle's damaged, that's why. Chen said it was unlucky. Unlucky? It got crushed! She said it was unlucky. Okay. Oh, there's an Ori land there. Okay, nice. What else am I gonna get from here? Why are all these people so depressed? I managed to drop down to the first floor again. I thought I wouldn't clip through, but you know, shit happens. I always try funny stuff with the jumping. See what I can do with the jumping. Okay, let's go up. What is this? Oh, right. What else? Items here? Oh, this is where the camera mode is. Triangle. I don't think that was the one. One operator that wields a sword. Who gotta be there? I have 3 operators there. Is it considered finished? Oh, I need the super crane inside. Okay, that makes sense. Where the fuck is the super crane? Oh, the super crane gotta be inside. Well, that's not exactly my aim. So I guess I went to the wrong place. Why are they behind me though? Okay, I think we got it, yeah. Why are they behind me? That is so dumb. Okay, that's nice. Okay, where is it? Cliffside Trail Waterfall. Where's the Cliffside Trail? Mountain Path Slope. Where's the closest one? I guess the closest one is just going safe here. You know why I'm not like rushing the quarry or? This was the real goal, to do the camera event. Because we need oro barrels. Wait, oh my god, I dashed and forgot to jump. I dashed and died. You know, people died and dashed. I dashed and died. Again. Dashed and died. Rushing leads to burnout. I know, but my other aim is that I'm going to Wuling at some point as well, probably. That's it. Because there's some stuff that is locked behind there that I have to get to. Oh wait, is this the... Oh, I found it. Nice. This one, right? Is it? Camera mode. One operator who is along. I need Chen inside the team. Oh no! Wait.
Endfield 危機対策班準備完了。
先輩、思いっきり
Chen.
大丈夫ですよ。
Well, what a good way to commemorate her max pot today.
お手伝いします。
So I need a varied formation. Nice. Okay, we got that. We absolutely got that. What is this? Yeah, probably need to do the edge space salvage and all that. Wait, this challenge the Umbra Monument. I just need to challenge it once, right? Not win. I can lose, right? Well, that's my past level 58. Great. Do I have to now you're shopping with Phoenix and off to work? Yikes. Yikes. I mean, to be fair, it's still a Friday. It's probably the end of the work week at least. Good luck at work, Zopni. So I'm getting more mark of perseverances that I can't even use. Because haha, point laugh. We'll just finish this event. I think we're almost at the 11-hour mark, which I did not expect anyways. Wait, hang on a minute, wait. Huh? Are we supposed to go to Origin Load Spring? Cradle of the Ages. Oh, so I was just I have to work my way backwards either way. I did not expect to go this long, by the way. Should have ended like 2 hours ago, but it is what it is. In the end, we got stuck doing all these power line laying stuff with the goal is to explicit. Wait, I hit my goal already actually. I wanted to get 40 pulls by today. So we got to the goal anyways. So I had to take the picture of the sapling, was it? Sapling. This one. This sapling over here. One operator who wields hand cannons. Hand cannon operator would just be... Well, it would be nice if it would be Yvonne, but... We have to use Wolfguard. Okay, Wolfguard, you are up. In there, he was key in 2 photos, which is extremely hilarious, by the way. We need a formation of square. Wait, square. Square? Square. Okay, we are done with that shit as well. Last one is 300. Wow. Ether test main gates. One operator of electric element. Guess Palika's already inside, so if Palika's inside already, I get everything, so unrelated. Not do you build GG, AR or KOB first? Depends on what you want. If you want raw damage, you go KOB. If you want global range, you go global glow. I mean golden glow. The ether site photo shows at least 3 operators. Base formation is row. I think that's it, yeah. That's our 300. Is this the final mission? Oh, it is. Oro barrel 100. Oro barrel 300. And we got the portrait frame as well. That's nice. So that's it. We are done. I'll read this tomorrow probably. This is basically a picture book event, right? From the NPC. Oh yeah, before we actually like sign off for the day. Has everyone done this already? You already got the crazy wolf woman, then don't build golden glow. I mean I built golden glow because like I can do twice the global, twice the output. I got 3 stars for everything after a bit of experimentation. Anyone needs help with this? I hope you don't, because we're already done with this for most part. So hawthorn berries slathered in sugar syrup. It's basically a reference to a very popular Chinese street snack, the candied haw. Okay, so it's basically it's the fruit on a stick, on a skewer, then they slather in like sugar syrup. It's really sticky. It's a little bit like the candied apple that you tend to see in Japanese festivals, summer festivals. Paper cutting of you holding a lantern and playing with children. Crackling sparks. Yeah, it's called Tanghulu. That's correct. It looks like a god as well, you know? So for Pelika, it's very straightforward. This. The other one is the sparklers, I think. And this one will be lantern cutouts. I think that's it. Did I fuck up somewhere? Lantern cutout. But this is definite. Is the sparkler wrong? This is probably correct. This is wrong though. This one. Is that not the lantern? These are lanterns though, right? These... Oh. Or is it these lanterns? There are 2 different types of lanterns, by the way. On this. Yeah, okay, those were the lanterns that you're looking for. The traditional Chinese New Year ones that you tend to see. By the way, lantern in Chinese is very funny. They call it Ten Long. Right? Long meaning cage. But because it's there's a light inside, so it's basically a cage light. They call it a cage light, essentially. Funny. Sometimes it's quite literal how certain things are. Apparently there's like the voice greetings and all that, which I wasn't aware of.
今年もよろしくお願いします。管理人。タラスが一周して、
Caged
エン
low
ド
light.
フィールドは
Damn.
また1年を乗り越えた。
Yeah, something like this.
私たちはこうして時間の流れを実感するんです。 終着点へも少しずつ近づき、けれど私たちはずっと一緒に歩みを続けられる。そうですよね、管理人。
I find it very ominous. You know, she talks about we're nearing the end. What is the end? What is she talking about? And let's try one more. Let's see if I remember this. Hard, fragile, soft, melty lava cake, I think. Because that's the only thing that brings to mind a volcano. Lava. Sparkling pyrotechnics, okay, so that's the one. Mr. Dolly. Ardelios is very easy. It's very easy. Chocolate lava cake. Mr. Dolly. And this one is the sparkling stuff. Yeah. Ardelios is extremely easy.
Senpai, 今年もよろしくお願いします。この時期になると去年の楽しかったことを思い返して幸せを夢いっぱいに食べて次の一歩を歩き出すようにしているんです。
If you are used to Taneda Risa's voice for Aya in Arknights, you might feel
だからこそちゃんとすくい上げなきゃって
a little bit. You might feel a bit odd playing Ardelia, especially if voice lines up, because Ardelia is voiced by a different person. One of those giveaways, right, that you can see is like the for the reconveners is that they have the same voice as the predecessors. They basically like reprise their roles. Like, Ardelia, I think, is the only one right now who hasn't had a reprisal. And it's not that the voice actress who does her did not have any voice work in Arknights, because she has. Is that the casting is a bit different now, you know? Yeah, I guess we'll just end it here for now. We can get back to this if people want to see more. There's 11 days of this anyways, so do try to finish all of them. They are all unlocked by now. If anyone needs help, just ask, I suppose. I remember most of them anyways. They talked about the art was corrected the other day. Just Chen was shown with 6 fingers, and Tapan was shown with 4 fingers on one side, 5 fingers on the other. So they got the fingers completely off and wrong. So some people were saying, is it AI? Because AI gets the number of digits on somebody's hands completely wrong. Sometimes. They're not very good at doing the hands and the feet, especially. Turns out it may have been just an artistic mistake, because the artist who does all these chibi renditions of the characters, right? I think it's the same one who did the Road Silent 1, 2, 3 or something. If not, the art style is very, very similar. Does AI make this hand mistake constantly though nowadays? Yes, they still do. 6 finger sword person, Inigo Montoya is gonna be looking for. Yeah, she has a art corrected already. She has like proper 5 fingers now. Because if Chen had deformed 6 fingers, we have questions to ask her mother. Should she ever appear in this storyline? Yeah, right. Yeah. That doesn't quite work for this version, right? Ardelia. It's been brought to my attention that Li Fong is a short king. Because apparently he's shorter than Chen. Ardelia. There are some similarities with her name and Aya's given name. Similarities, unfortunately, not one for one though. To give them a distinct identity. There is one with Zhuang Fangyi, where she's holding a chubby long. As we like to call them in Arknights, the beans. The beans. Their official name in Arknights is called the Dragon Bubbles. The official name. Dragon Bubbles. By the way, there's a new bean coming soon. Of the newest second brother. Was it Wang? He probably on sale, I think. He's up for pre-order, but his release is not, I think, in a few months' time. I'm missing 3 beans. One is the Saga is the only non-sui bean right now. All the others are sui beans, so the Saga bean is the only one that's not. I'm only missing the Saga bean and Yu, as well as well, Wang is just announced recently, so he doesn't count as well. Missing 2 beans right now. Still want to order a shoe bean. I do have a shoe bean at home. She's on my bed right now. With the 4 others. Well, not 4 others, 3 others, because I'm holding my Nian bean right now. I'm hugging my Nian bean. I need I need comfort for my broken nose. But my nose has been like a broken faucet, I'll be honest. The Shu Bean is a bit interesting because she has a yellow legs, but a blue tail. Yeah, you get me. She's the most multicolored bean so far, I think. Because even the horns are iridescent. Which kind of plays into the rainbow thing, right? Like after rain, there's the rainbow because of the sun refracting colors. And you tend to see a lot of rainbows in spring as well, which is what she tends to represent. Now the irony here is, Shu is about agriculture, and springtime is associated with blooming harvest, flowers and all that stuff. Yet she's born in summer. That's just the biggest irony right there. She's born in summer, even though she represents springtime. You almost posed her with a fish. Fish! I mean, the beans technically look like fish. That much is true. I guess we're already done with all the things I wanted to do today. So let's just close out. Any particular thing you want to bring to my attention before want me to give my thoughts and address it before I end this stream? It's almost 12 hours. Holy shit. I'm legitimately insane, I think, with some of my stream timings. Now with the Endfield Babble, it's going to be part 2 tomorrow. We'll talk more on the content creation side of things and the community. Well, today it's largely been about the game. I think it's been it's been a fruitful discussion with some of you. I've seen a lot of interesting viewpoints. Right. What you saw on the slides were largely mine, only my thoughts on how the game has been for the past month. While tomorrow we'll finally touch on the negative aspects of Endfield and things that they should be improving on or could be improving on, and things that we hope they improve on. At the same time, we're talking about more content creation and the community as well, because as we all know, the CCs have, some of the CCs rather, I'm staying out of that, having waging war on each other for God knows whatever reason, other than maybe to serve their egos more than anything else. Like, this guy thinks I'm wrong, but actually I'm right. But I mean, who is to say that you're wrong or right? So, farming content. Yeah, I mean, drama mongering is very, yeah, that's a shit show. A lot of shit shows going on. Some of the so-called beef that's been going on has been festering for over a period of time, and it only came to essentially blow for blow right now. And they're literally just going at each other because of Endfield. I don't know why it has to be Endfield that breaks the camel's back. I really do not know why. Why could there have been some other gacha game like NTE or something? Why has it gotta be Endfield? I don't want to have to address this, but I have to, because it's I think it's a bit shameful the extent that they've gone to. Just to assert dominance over the other. Like what the heck is going on? There's a way to assert dominance over other content creators, is to create good content on your own. That's probably the best way to assert dominance. Like, show them that you are capable of bringing quality to the game, rather than trying to stir negativity. If the new game was Genshin 2, people would do the same. Anything to find an excuse to shit on others, right? Or to assert dominance over another creator. I don't know. The creator thing feels like there are a lot of reasons for it, and we will discuss tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's stream. There are a lot of reasons as to why that happened. And sometimes I feel like I really have to point out how hypocritical some of those reasons are. There's zero justification for it, no matter how they try to frame it. I've watched some of the videos that are centered around the supposed drama that been boiling over, so I kind of get both sides of the story. But unfortunately, we'll be talking about old videos that have already made their mark. Negative or what? I mean, who cares? At this point, it should be addressed already by now, right? By a lot of these creators. But why even get into drama when you can make drama out of the game itself? By the way, you can make drama out of the game itself. Just criticize the gacha, all of a sudden, yeah, it becomes the Endfield drama. Criticize the gacha, and then some people are like, no, it's not that bad. Like, 0.8 is pretty fucking bad, I tell you, it's pretty fucking bad. 0.8% chance for a 6-star is pretty fucking bad. When you consider that it's 40% of the original 2% rate that we used to, at least most of us are used to. If we did play the Arknights itself, that's 2%. 0.8 is 40% of that. So even the Originite Prime and Origeometry conversions, it's about 40% as well. 75 to 180, it's about there. It checks out. I suppose it kind of just checks out on its own. But shit on others' hobby, I mean, what shit on others' hobby? If you play, let's say I am playing Endfield, and then some other content creator who plays Endfield decides to shit on me, isn't it shitting on his own hobby, if that's the case? I'm just being for real here. We're playing the same game, so if you shit on me playing Endfield, it means you're shitting on yourself. If they carry pity, that will go a very long way. You're unsure how weapon tokens will balance out over time, but it's an X factor. Weapon tokens are not exclusive to the chartered headhunting though. You can still get them off basic headhunting at the same rate. It's still 200 for a 5-star, 2000 for a 6-star, it doesn't change. But I mean, we'll address the gacha tomorrow, because like the gacha, I've only touched upon the rates and the surface, right? I've not touched upon the actual mechanics of the gacha, which it will end up being a lot worse when you actually put into numbers exactly what they entail. It's actually hilarious. But if that's the case, right, it might be, I will have to be back in about latest about 10 hours. So when I end here, my break will be shorter than the stream duration of this like today's entirety. 11 hours and 20 minutes as it is. Yeah, I'll just say playing the correct way. There's no correct way to play any game. You may think there's a correct way to design certain game mechanics, sure. But there's no correct way to play any game. Game approaches are completely different. And let's say I were to play Arknights, and I decided not to put masteries on anyone. I just want to play SL7. I want to see how far I can get with SL7 only. But I'm not bound by levels, so I can go E290 as a result. For example, for 6 stars. But I just play without masteries. You will not see masteries, it's just SL7 all the way. That's not a correct way to play the game. It is one of many ways to play the game, but there's no correct tag appended to it. There's no such thing as correct. What is correct is that if you manage to enjoy the game. Is there a correct way to enjoy the game? There's absolutely no correct way to enjoy the game. You just want to feel happy that you played. Like, let's say you had powerful characters like Surtur, right, in Arknights, and you decided not to raise them. Is that correct? maybe to you it's correct. I'm not using an operator that is not going to appeal to me in terms of playstyle. In that way, it's the correct way to play in your opinion. I don't use something I don't like to I wouldn't like to use, or doesn't appeal to me to be using. The only right way is the way that you believe in to play your game. So let's say you want to play Endfield, like clear everything within 3 days, all of 1.0's content, get every Ori land, get every chest, play 20 hours a day. To you, that's the correct way. I can't dispute it then, because you're happy that you managed to so-called speed run 100% clear of everything that's in 1.0. So you finish all the side missions, even at the expense of, say, you skip dialogues and all that, just to make this possible. I can't even say that's incorrect, because to be fair, for games like these, there are people out there posting entire story segments on YouTube, where if anyone missed them or doesn't want to open the game because they don't want to bother opening the game just to read through all these stories, they can do the YouTube route. It's not an issue. It's a single player game, exactly. Like where's competition can be something you set on your own terms. Let's say Zomni does the speedrun.com stuff, right? Speedrun to maybe first boss fight, the Rodan fight app. Any percent, right? Any percent. You just need to get the fastest timing to get to that boss, finish the boss fight. That's it. First boss fight, right? But those are your terms of competition, to get there quickest. In any single player game, if there's any competition, it's artificial. It can be on any terms, as long as the terms defined are agreed upon, they're fine. It's like Arknights PvP, you know. You've seen some content creators do the Arknights PvP thing. It's same thing. Just set the terms, and then if everyone is agreeable, those are the terms of competition. That's it. Is there a competitive game mode in Arknights? There is. The one that just passed. The dual channel. that is a competitive mode. You compete to be number one. Yes, welcome back, Kunya. So there is a competitive mode in Arknights. It's not that there's any or there's none. No, there isn't any or there's none at all. There is. And if there were no competitive terms set by agreed upon terms, then bingo lockout would not exist. The IS bingo lockout tournaments that are held by Longman Dragons, those don't exist either. There's always a way to get interaction within a single player game. It's just how people do it. Like, I think they had a money stakes content creator tournament as well, where they had to beat a certain boss like the quickest. Same thing. The terms were set there. Just beat the boss the quickest. You know, we are the quickest. Your top 3, you know, you get money. If you finish outside of a certain bracket, then you don't get anything. You just thumbs up for participation, I suppose. Back in your day, you used to do PvP stage drafts. I mean, I did participate in some similar stuff before, in terms of PvP. I first did a bunch of community events, which was cool back then. Yeah, but those are hard to set up, and you kind of need a following to organize these things. Like, you gotta get participants from somewhere, right? Let's say I'm the one who I have no fucking following whatsoever. Nobody's gonna take part in my stuff, and I need to hang some kind of bait in terms of the prizes gotta be attractive for people to want to get into it. I've had tournament ideas in my head before, but like I wanted to do a league thing where IS was going to be the key thing. So it's like an IS global league kind of thing, and people submit runs, and then I have to judge them with a panel. If whoever wants to be involved in this kind of thing, then we'll rank them based on the agreed upon criteria. Do like a league table kind of thing, like, you know, Major League Soccer, NBA, those kinds of things where the top placements are going to get over a period of time. I don't know if you're going to do something like a annual run league thing, like once a year, where it's just updated over 12 months, or is it going to be like a seasonal thing, like once every 3 months, once every 6 months? No, because if you drag on too long, you also lose player interest. You get what I mean? This is not like sports where there's always gonna be spectators. You ever seen the Marbles in Forever? Is that a thing still? I did Marbles like last year, I think. August? I think it was August. August last year. I did do Marbles for a giveaway. Then I'm broke again, so there's no giveaway for a while. Maybe if I get back to making 2021-22 money on Twitch again, which is not possible. Was he the one who hosted the Jeopardy I competed in? Yes. Bifer was the one who did the content creator tournament with Jeopardy. I mean back then I was pretty decently followed as well. Now not the same. Therein and abouts, my follower count has been about 2.6 for like the longest time already. So I just treat it like it's a rebirth, a kind of a journey again. I never really had like a consistent large following at any point of time, viewership wise as well. Viewership, I briefly had average of 100 for perhaps like a brief period of maybe a couple of weeks, and then that was it. I was doing funny stuff with these days. I can probably do even more because practice plans don't cost anymore. I could literally just do practice stages all day, test different stuff out, but the interest level is not the same anymore because the category is pretty much dead. So unless you already have a large following built up already, you're not gonna get too many new viewers anymore, Arknights wise. So I'm on Endfield now because, you know, there's still stuff for me to do. But what happens when I run out of things to do? What will happen then? I can still sit here talk to you guys for like 7 hours with oh, Enfield's been 1 month out, so what happens next? But the reality is that I don't really have that much of an influence or a voice to be heard by large numbers of people. It's only you people who decide to stick with me, the 15-20 people who've been here there all day. So my scope of my scope of reach is really not that large. Just have to refresh your monthly card in Enfield. I mean, for now I'm still in Enfield, so I won't be changing my thumbnail for tomorrow either for the YouTube site. Just fucking stick with it because I'm not done with this Endfield Babble yet. How much worth is monthly in Endfield? Probably the most value thing you'll ever buy. It's the same case. That hasn't changed, by the way. But it's still the most value thing. On par, I would say about the value wise, it's about the same. Like you know what you're getting when you get it. AK used to pop up on Twitch, yeah. Kind of died after the turn of 2022, I think. It was around third Annie. Third Annie started to dip. People started to lose interest in it. It was nothing to do with all the broken operators that came out. Like the links, the 22 who have been Stoutifera Navis, was it? The Spectre, the Unchained. It has nothing to do with that, like the quality or the supposed perceived broken mechanics of certain operators. It just felt like at 2023 Arknights, like the time was up. And I did talk about the stagnation of the content creation. It was around that period as well. There was a huge drop in quality for a lot of aspects of content creation. Not just the output and quantity, because there are people who will come and go at any point of time. It was just the general content approach was just very... A lot of people played it safe. I felt like Enfields might be close to suffering the same thing at some point, where everyone's just going for the safe content. Like, oh, let's just talk about the end game, and then oh, it's just there are no innovative ideas anymore. Especially with the lore part, I think lore tubers are very scarce. And to think people always praise the writing and the story of Arknights, but it's just really tough to do lore videos. It's just really hard. There's a lot of research you need to do, and any references you want to make sure you catch them so you can explain it to people. There's too much work for very little return, I think. That is the reason why a lot of people just stick with the basics, like the gacha, like the viewer pools, the pretty much standard fair operator guides, or there's not much in terms of variety. It's oh, upcoming event guide. Nobody does the deep dive. Everyone does the surface stuff. Like a deep dive as in, let's say there's a rerun coming out, right? Then we talk about the mechanics of the stage. We talk about the way to work around the mechanics, how the enemies work, especially the unique ones, like bosses and stuff like that. Nobody does those. Last interesting new idea you saw on AK was Entropy when he created a new account and focused building it for RA. Speaking strats, what welfares to get and whatnot, but you think he gave up on it? I don't know if people are actually like super fixated on the view count or anything when they do certain things. Like the payoff, right? They want to see the payoff. Is it going to pay off? The problem with RA being such a niche thing is that not a lot of people like RA at all. It's a very tedious mode. So if it's not something they're going to get into in the first place, it's not going to be as interesting as IS. Therefore, it's going to not garner as many viewers. RA is just stuck in this limbo where if you like RA, you will love it a lot. If you don't like RA, you won't even bother engaging with it at all. You hear all the time, if this video does well, you'll do a part 2. I'll do a part 2. Like, how about doing it if you enjoy and are interested, not a freaking business decision? That's my biggest criticism of AK content creation, in that people keep going with the safe stuff. So there's no innovation because there's a huge fixation on the view count. But at the same time, you can tell certain videos have like the view counts they do because the quality of the video is just not there. So sometimes people can just kind of sense, you know, whether the quality is there or not. And the worst thing is probably the jumping on the trends. But if you are a creator who likes to jump on trends a lot, you'll find out that your viewership will be like you as well. They will jump on your videos, watch them when there's trends going on, and then disappear when the trends disappear as well. The ebb and the flow, right? They got some fun. Look, I already talked about RA being the essential blueprint and predecessor of what Endfield came to be. I've talked about it before. You can see a lot of cinematic. Like, okay, let's get to this backpack thing, right? So I have stuff like this. Isn't this derived from RA? Essentially, you can just treat it like our Endfield could be an RA expansion into a 3D, like a fully fleshed out 3D idea. RA became too good and too strong to fit on the AK engine. They had to make Endfield for it. Exactly. The idea became so fleshed out into what we have or we know as an AK Endfield today. So I've always emphasized, and you can keep probably dogging on me with this. I keep saying stuff that I never follow through either. I can say I want to do this in Arknights, and then I never actually follow through, because sometimes it's just more of a motivation thing. I need to motivate myself, you know, to get my ass off to do certain things. It's not about the finding motivation itself. It's just you need that inspiration to start working on stuff. Otherwise, how the heck would you put things together? And then I have a very horrible perfectionist streak, so I want everything perfect in my vision. The only thing good I've done recently, unfortunately, happens to be let me show you guys, I suppose. This is the most accomplished thing I've done recently. The thumbnail itself. This is the only thing I've accomplished that I can say is a pretty decent effort put in the past 2 weeks and a half, which essentially means from the beginning of Yep City. If I made the Pac-Man into a KOB, it would be perfect. No. This is not about eating. I just wanted a Pac-Man looking thing. Like having, you know, the talking head emoji? Something similar. Then I realized, because of the way the background is, there's no way to make the sound lines come out properly. I mean, KOB does have a good chance because, you know, infected. Infected. Okay, I think my throat's dying. For sure, my throat's dying this time. Well, yeah, if only I put more effort into my videos like I did the thumbnail. Oh, W does have a chance. That's just on the fact that she's infected. That's it. So all the reconveners have been tied by infection in with the predecessor of the reconveners that have currently appeared. Anyways, all of them were ex-infected in the past, but because when they were recreated, the infection was not recreated along with their condition. So essentially they get the healthier, that so-called what could have been the healthy version. Halaga was infected, yeah. You can go check it out actually. It's not a very obvious one, but he was one of those. Plus he was old as heck. He was like in his 70s, I think. But I always feel like with the content creation side, if someone just chose to take a leap, right, and do something like different enough, like what Dragon GJY did for the AK space, right, in for Arknights with his Operator Hindsight series, you would see some people get like probably 30-40k just because they have like a bigger following. If only the big names dared to do it. But you know, like they say, to do is to dare, and a lot of people don't dare. Stick with the comfort ones. And when they stick with the comfort ones, the quality just tanks because they do it like how do I put this? Very corporate delivery. When you start doing corporate delivery, right, people start understanding, okay, this is not exactly the shit I want to watch, and the viewership will tank as a result. And I don't know if it's just the difficulty thing in doing subtitles, but I always felt like if, let's say, someone were to do educational type videos to make people learn, right, hard subs rather than the YouTube annotations would be a much better approach. I don't know about you guys, but for me, I feel like it's better that way. Just because not every person out there has the ability to follow speech that well. Especially if someone speaks really fast. I mean, I don't speak that fast. I speak pretty decent in terms of the pacing and how I try to intonate. You don't have to use Billy properly, but you make it for future characters if you could. Billy. Billy is a bit hard to navigate if you're not used to it. Even I, as someone who's used Billy for a while, but I use it for such rudimentary stuff like just watching videos and not doing much more than that. Makes it difficult for me to navigate certain parts of the site as well. I've never had an account on Billy as well, so I don't know how to navigate that aspect. What I know how to do is I know how to search for videos in the way I know how to. That's it. It's the only thing. Your base AK wishlist is this year being the year of the horse is Catapult Altar. I feel like Fang Squad will eventually have everyone altar at some point. Not sure if it's it will come true, but we'll see. I did talk about some of my plans to make certain stuff, right? And I am not a fan of having streams where I just do editing of videos or thumbnails or whatsoever. I feel like that's not content, that's just milking. I don't know, it's just me, I suppose. I know there are creators who are very comfortable doing that, like I don't see a point though. I don't see a need to show everybody what my creative process is for like multiple videos. Because ultimately all you want to see is the finished product. Right, if it's the videos itself. Now if you stick around for the person themselves, the personality that you enjoy watching, that's a different thing altogether. I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking strictly just the idea of centering my stream around like the editing stream. Just very weird. I cannot wrap my head around the idea. I mean, that's myself. Just a personal thing. If you've been around Twitch for a while, right, you notice that there have been AK content creators who've done this type of thing. It's like 5 or 6 of them. They've done this thing where they did a stream with them doing editing stuff and making videos. Yeah, for me it's just milking. I don't need to stream to you guys about my video making process at all. I don't really see the need to. Even if I'm not getting the viewership on the videos, that's fine. It's the video process is for myself and myself only. While it can be interesting like once or twice as kind of a peek behind the scenes as to how you actually do your stuff, once or twice is fine. But if you make it a thing on the regular, it kind of just feels like you have nothing to give in terms of what you wish to do, so you just resort to that as a placeholder. I don't like placeholder streams, but that's just me. But placeholder streams, I got nothing to give to you guys, so you just watch me do stuff. But you watch me do stuff in AK, there's a goal to it, like that I do things with a goal on the Arknights stuff. Today, even though I didn't plan to, we end up doing Arknights Endfield gameplay. I didn't plan to in the start. It just happened that okay, fine, may as well just do stuff, and then before you know it, 4 hours inside. It is what it is. Nothing I can do. I suck my thumb, I suppose. hand holding Enfield. How the fuck will I hand hold Enfield? Enfield account reviews? I could, but the beauty of account reviews was the variety of operators you had in original Arknights. In Endfield, to do a account review at the current state of the game, I don't think it's worth it at all. Everyone is gonna have the same 20 operators. If someone pulled as much as I did, right, chances are they're gonna have all the 5 stars. I count out the 6 stars, which is exactly what happened to me, and all the 4 stars. That's it. Enfield reviews should only happen maybe year 2 or 3. It is just the nature of the game where there's not enough operators for you to do anything with it. So it's because you're so boxed in terms of how many operators you can build at that point as well, right? As of 1.0, it's like maybe 20 odd. Let's say you're gonna build the standard way, which is you got Lavatane early, fine, you build Lavatane, you build Perdika, you build Chen, you build Enmin. Okay, 4. You have 4 already. Maybe you wanna invest a little bit deeper into your squad to have 2 squads. Audelia, Snowshine, Ember. Just in case you have all these at your disposal. So yeah, I'm just giving you guys the idea of why account reviews wouldn't work with Endfield but will work with Arknights. Arknights, at least you can see like, oh, this person has like 150 operators, and you see how the heck they built them, and chances are you get shock and horror at times when you realize how they've actually invested in the account. But this is when people ask for account review, is from your point of view. You can judge them or whatnot, you know, but they have to, but they basically surrender